So how do I go about this? I asked Henrix as I glanced down at the Morningstar University campus hovering above it. What do you mean, boss? Henrix replied in confusion, not knowing what exactly his young boss was asking about. Do I go find the dean or something? I inquired again, not knowing how to go about the ultimatum I gave to Morningstar University. It's not that I didn't know what to do, it's just that I couldn't help feeling like the villain in the scenario. No, I don't think I am in the wrong. It's just that the harmonious and tranquil atmosphere of the university campus was too infectious. It made me hesitant about rashly destroying the tranquility and peace. It was like when you visit a place of worship and the atmosphere there just humbles you. Morningstar University gave me a similar feeling, a place where truth and knowledge were worshipped and pursued. The longer I glanced at the university, the more I was mesmerized by its atmosphere. I couldn't help thinking, no wonder students from all 5 regions were willing to give an arm or leg to get admitted into his place. Heck, I wish the universities I attended back on Earth were this serene and humbling. It's not the infrastructure or the facilities, but the very atmosphere. The presence of the university gave birth to this sublime feeling within me. I just knew this was the place where truth and knowledge were respected above all else. Point to be noted, I had yet to step into Morningstar University, and I was already a fan of it. That was huge considering my bias against Morningstar University. Therefore, there was also this fear in the back of mind, reminding me to be cautious and not to let my curiosity get the better of me. It was like when a child tries to reach for the rose, mesmerized by its beauty, and their parent warns them about the thorns. Regardless, I hoped that the top universities in the Southern Academic City had at least a tenth of Morningstar University's humbling presence. Otherwise, it was going to be challenging for me to raise Southern Academic City up to the level of the Central Academic City in a short period, let alone above it, even with me integrating the VR universe into their new university syllabus. Boss, if you were here to get admitted into the university, meeting the dean would be an excellent way to go about it. But you are here to make good on your ultimatum. I say just let your majestic presence loose. Let everyone know who's here, and they will come find us, Henrix answered, realizing that because he teleported them into the university's array formation, making it past all its security, no one had noticed them. But if they were to give it a minute or two, the campus security would find them as flying was banned on the campus grounds. That's one way to go about it. On another note, which university did you attend? I asked, now that I had seen my competition with my own eyes. I had to agree they were intimidating. On paper, I attended Grey Scroll University. I have heard that it has achieved significant breakthroughs in interstellar teleportation these days. But among all the top 10 universities, it has a bad rep as there were some moral and ethical limits they were willing to and have crossed in the past in their pursuit of knowledge and truth. Henrix answered, trying not to go into details about his time there by talking about Grayskull University only to be interrupted by his young boss, who surprisingly defend the Grayskull University. I don't think openly dealing with demons is crossing the moral and ethical limits as long as they don't participate in anything that could be interpreted as them betraying their race and world. Besides, it would be stupid not to learn inter-realm teleportation using the dark race's knowledge and expertise. After all, they are pioneers in it. I wasn't just defending Grayskull University, but myself. If the Grayskull University were wrong to study demonic knowledge and take part in a knowledge exchange with the demons, then as a demon merchant, I should be considered a treacherous traitor among the card apprentices. That's exactly what they said, word for word. Henrix exaggerated to make his point that his young boss's ideology aligned with Grayskull University's. He would have recommended his young boss to enroll at Grayskull University if he hadn't known that with his young boss's genius, he didn't need a university, even if the said university were one of the top 10 universities. Instead, the top 10 universities needed him. Besides, are you trying to imply that, besides Greyhound University, none of the other top 10 universities have done nothing that could be considered crossing the moral and ethical limits in their pursuit of knowledge and truth? I say that because I was here at Morningstar University today, because they broke numerous ethical and moral limits to study that taintless physique. No, I am not trying to say that. It's just that Grayskull University is more open and forthcoming about their ways and actions, which sets them out among the other top universities and sometimes even at odds with them. Henrix hurriedly tried to explain only to see his young boss, shake his head, and cut in. There you go again. If I wanted a sycophant, I would have picked up a random Joe from the streets and not an ex-field marshal and the leader of a prominent rebel group. Stop agreeing with me and add something original and useful, or recommend someone who can. Except Luna. Boss, all 10 of the top 10 universities are greedy, capitalistic organizations operating under the disguise of being the most prestigious and prominent education hubs in the 5 regions, making use of unreasonable copyright laws. Especially Gray Scroll University. They have even stopped pretending and just do what they like in the name of seeking knowledge and truth. Henrix hurriedly corrected his words and answered without holding back, throwing away all caution, now that he knew what his young boss wanted from him. He couldn't help but think about his old buddy Ned. If Ned were here, Henrix would have answered it correctly the first time. It was getting harder for him to talk to his young boss. Just when he began to believe he had his boss figured out, the latter threw a curveball, and he was back to square one, clinging to his dear life. Henrix had been a boss for so long that this feeling felt new to him, but not strange or alien. Honestly, he didn't miss it. Boss, we finally have their attention, Henrix informed me, noticing 2 Card Emperor Realm campus guards as they approached us. Sir, the university campus airspace is a no-fly zone. Please, follow us and pay the fine, one of the guards announced from afar without even taking a proper glance at us. Henrix, did they just call you a fly? I said, feeling offended in his place. Henrix silently stared at his young boss. He didn't know how to respond to him, who took the words no-fly zone literally. He was worried that if he agreed with him, his young boss would later blame him for calling him a fly. After all, he wasn't the only one flying in the no-fly zone. Henrix figured until he figured out his young boss's personality, he was going to struggle to get along with him. However, he didn't dare to give up for the sake of the freedom fighters and yelled at the campus guards. How dare you call my boss a fly? You motherfuckers have done it now. Sir, calm down. The Card Emperor Realm campus guards stopped in their tracks and went silent in dread as Henrix's intense sense covered them. Boss, don't worry. I will teach these fools a lesson for calling you a fly, Henrix assured, facing his young boss with his most charming smile. Oldman Henrix, we both know if they called me a fly or not, but you sure implied that twice. I scowled at Henrix for ungratefully demanding a foot when I generously gave him an inch. I asked him to stop being unnecessarily cautious around me, and now he was acting way too comfortable around me, which made me regret asking to stop being cautious around me. Young boss, I called it as I heard it. Henrix stubbornly refused to give in, having decided to stop figuring out his young boss and show his young boss who he was. With the current circumstances, he didn't know what it was for sure, but he knew for sure that he wasn't an ass-kisser. He wanted to make it clear. Keep this up and you will be working as my driver for the rest of your deaf life, I warned Henrix. I didn't mind my employees challenging me once in a while, but they better not make a habit of it. Because if I wanted people who would mindlessly please me and do what I say, I would have just got more Calamity Daughter gems and not adopt the entire Freedom Fighter group. It will be my pleasure, Henrix grinned. After all, he had already dedicated his life to freedom fighters and their cause. Now, Dalton Wyatt was the freedom fighters and their cause. He didn't mind dying for him, let alone being his driver for the remainder of his life. We will see, I said in annoyance, and then turned to the campus guards. I scolded. Don't you F-curs know who I am? Go call your dean or shareholders. Tell them, Dalton Wyatt is here to make good on his promise. The campus guards nodded vigorously before Henrix retrieved his intense sense on them. Watching the guards scurry away, I couldn't help but complain. This is not at all the welcome I was expecting during my first visit to the central academic city. It's my fault, boss. Had I known you wanted to make a grand entrance in the central academic city, I would have teleported within the range of their security arrays and not inside it. Also, these guys have gotten complacent. We have been hovering on the campus grounds for several minutes now, and all they sent was 2 lousy campus guards. They weren't even a demigod realm. This is just maddening, especially considering that you had warned them what would happen if your demands weren't met. Compared to these guys, the royal families have better security, Henrix confessed, then complained about the university's lacking security response time, and then spiraled into an emotional outburst. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. That's because they have to guard against assassins and whatnot, not to mention they were all soldiers at some point of their life. Here, We are not expecting assassins, at best a few spies trying to steal intellectual property. Also, we are all scholars here. We believe in brains over brawn. But you are correct. We have become complacent with our array formations and other tricks. To think our university array formations had such a huge flaw. It is chilling. But then again, can it be considered a flaw? After all, your origin card is one of a kind, Field Marshal Henricks. It's just one of the many unlikely possibilities turning to a likely variable. Nothing a small patch cannot fix. You dumb FCK, you drove us right into the enemy's array formations. How the FCK did the freedom fighters manage to survive so long under your leadership? I blamed Henricks, unable to find the source of the voice as it spoke non-stop. Who the FCK teleports directly into the enemy array formations. Boss, it's just a trick. I will handle them. Trust me, Henricks assured, as he cluelessly spread his intense sense to find the source of the voice. Seeing Henricks in action, I almost slapped my forehead in frustration, wondering if he really was this stupid. How could he have not figured out by now that the enemy was using the array formation covering the university campus to talk to us, making his voice omnipresent, making it harder for us to track its source? Unless he planned to scan the entire university campus with his intense sense, there was no guarantee he would find the culprit of voice with his intense sense. The same was true for my primordial soul pupils. Though I could do it faster by cracking the codes of the array formation and tracing the source of the voice. Unless you want me to break your ancient array formation, I advise you to show yourself and voluntarily face the consequences. I warned the unknown enemy, giving him one last chance to continue maintaining their university's beautiful and tranquil campus. After all, the array formations of this place was able to optimize the weather and nature on the campus, playing a major part in the sublimity I felt from its presence, which made me reluctant about destroying it. Mr. Wyatt, I didn't mean to startle you guys. It's just that I didn't want to keep you waiting while I paused my ongoing experiment and rushed to greet you. If you are uncomfortable with me communicating through the array, feel free to explore our campus or wait at my office, the gentle and familiar voice explained in response to my warning. First of all, who are you? Why does your voice sound familiar and affectionate? Have we met somewhere, or is it the array? I asked in bafflement, wondering if the staff of Morningstar University had forgotten the basic manners of introducing oneself when they first meet. You said you wanted to meet the dean, right? Well, here I'm Dr. Samuel Faust, the dean of Morningstar University. And no, we haven't met before. The array is interpreting my thoughts into the voice that you hear. To make it sound human-like, it has been optimized to sound familiar and affectionate to the listener. That is all there is to it. Dean Faust patiently answered his young and capable guest while simultaneously working on his experiment. Dean Faust didn't bother with assigning other faculty or a student council member to entertain his young guest. He instead gave his guest a free pass to explore the entire Morningstar University campus, surprising his young guest. You should know why I'm here, right? I asked Dean Faust, wondering if he hadn't heard about my ultimatum to Morningstar University because he was too busy with his experiment. No, if he were that busy, he wouldn't be talking to me right now. Yes, I am, Dean Faust acknowledged and went silent, without bothering to go into details or talk about his decision. You guys aren't going to repent unless I force you to, don't you? I thundered as the combination of celestial force and the celestial force I borrowed from the card Celestial descended on the entire Morningstar campus, instantly making every soul on the campus aware of my arrival. I was patient and even forgiving, seeing the campus atmosphere they had managed to foster, but there was a limit to my generosity. Bring me to Ahulia Johnson right away, or I will go find her. Mr. Wyatt, let me make it clear to you. We are not holding pristine princess hostage or keeping her away from her mother on purpose. She entered our university's time vestige a week ago on her own violation, for the sake of her doctoral project based on time rule. Please get your facts straight before you issue a public statement targeting someone, be it an individual or organization. Because of your ill-informed decision to suspend the VR Universe services in Morningstar District, a lot of students and faculty members face serious inconvenience in their projects, research, and experiments. Most of them had to commute to other districts in the central academic region so as not to delay their work. I hope you will be more careful and considerate before coming to such a drastic decision in the future. VR universe is your creation, but now it is a crucial part of every card apprentice. I advise you to shape up or hire someone who will be a better fit for this responsibility. Dean Faust informed, and then sternly lectured his young guest that the consequences of his actions and decision were no longer limited to him, but the entire card apprentice community. VR Universe was an uncharted new world with a treasure trove of unknown knowledge and mysteries just waiting there for card apprentices to explore and uncover. Most of the students and faculty who thought they were stuck or were at the end of their potential saw a new hope for their growth in the VR universe. VR Universe had already become a crucial part of Morningstar University and other top universities. The amount of capital and manpower they had invested in it in just a month was unprecedented in the history of the top 10 universities. It was believed that this investment would only continue to grow at a rapid pace as the top 10 universities had plans to integrate VR Universe into their syllabus by next academic year. Actually, they would have already added it to the ongoing academic year on a trial basis, if not for them being on the fence about the VR Universe being a monopoly of a teenager. And with his sanction against the Morningstar University, the said teenager only proved to the top 10 universities that their concerns weren't unfounded. The top 10 universities were now considering if they should slow down their investment into the VR universe, as no one wanted their money and hard work to dangle on the whims of an arrogant and narcissistic teenager. Don't test me, Dean Faust. Believe it or not, I will extend the ban indefinitely. I warned Dean Faust from trying to play his tricks with me. He subtly hinted that I should give up my control over the VR universe because I am incapable. These old foxes from the top 10 universities wanted to force me to share my control over VR universe with them using the public opinion. Now that I have finally presented myself to them, Dean Faust couldn't help but take a shot. I was aware of the attraction and importance of the VR universe to the entire card apprentice community. That was why I dared to be so blunt when dealing with these foxes that wanted to steal from my plate. The top 10 universities' investments in the VR universe and their plans about integrating it with their syllabi weren't news to me. Not only were their plans for the VR universe a lot similar to mine, but they also implemented them faster than me while competing amongst themselves. However, they couldn't openly and grandly go about it because the VR universe was controlled by me and feared my retaliation for trying to mine knowledge and data from the VR universe at such a large scale and fast pace. What they dreaded came true when I sanctioned a ban on Morningstar University. This was one of the reasons why I chose the Pristine Princess incident to announce my becoming the city lord of the Southern Academic City and my future plans for the VR universe. I believe you. Dean Faust passive-aggressively agreed with his young guest, but the array's setting delivered it with a more neutral tone. Based on the boy's actions so far, Dean Faust didn't doubt for a second that he wouldn't make good on what he claimed. However, that didn't mean that he would sit back and just give up. With such an attitude, there wouldn't be top 10 universities, but top 9 universities. Then lead me to the time vestige. I will personally meet Aholia and decide if my decision was ill-informed, I said shamelessly, even though I knew that there wasn't a possibility that Dean Faust would let me enter the time vestige for free. But I wouldn't know for sure until I tried. Are you truly that ignorant, or are you mocking me, young man? Dean Faust asked, unable to decide if the creator of the VR universe was that ignorant or just plain shameless. I just want to meet my aunt's daughter and decide if there should be a Morningstar University here to greet the next sunrise, I argued with a straight face. Unfortunately, that is not possible. Once a group has entered the time vestige, no one can enter it until the group returns or dies in it. You can only meet her when she returns. Until then, you are free to stay at our faculty dormitory, Dean Faust patiently explained, even though his young guest rudely and blatantly kept threatening to destroy Morningstar University on every turn, overestimating himself. But it was starting to get on his nerves. The only reason he remained patient was that he realized his guest was purposefully provoking and baiting him. He had no idea what the latter stood to gain from doing so, but he had no plans to play along or continue this conversation as his experiment entered a critical phase in his attempts to pause it and go greet his young guest. I understand, but how can I be sure that you are not just saying that to buy time to silence the witness? Bring me my aunt's daughter now, or I will come fetch her. I threatened, even though I knew the Morningstar University meant no harm to Aholia and was telling the truth about her doctoral project. But it was also true that her relationship with her mother was like a pebble stuck in their boot's sole. No matter how much they tried or wiggled their leg, they couldn't get it out without removing the shoe. I.e., they purposefully made it troublesome for Dennis Johnson to ensure about her daughter's well-being and whereabouts, making her paranoid enough to reach out to me. Young man, quit it. Just tell us what it is that you are truly after. I am sure we can discuss something to accommodate the needs of the creator of the VR universe, Dean Faust said, unable to spare more attention to the conversation. He was more concerned about his ongoing experiment than arguing with the arrogant boy who was overestimating himself. How many times do I have to say I just want to confirm the well-being and freedom of my aunt's daughter? I replied, pretending to be losing patience. After all, I couldn't come clean saying that I wanted to use this incident as a stage to announce my future plans for the VR University and the Southern Academic City. Honestly, I thought Morningstar University would be arrogant and domineering, but these guys surprisingly were welcoming except for the part where they lacked the basic sense of manners. I mean, who doesn't know to introduce themselves at the first meeting? And Dean Faust apparently lived for a couple centuries. Anyways, these guys were making it difficult to kick up a fuss and use them as a stepping stone to grandly announce my plans to the entire card world. I mean, where are the security guards and other faculty? I have been blatantly using my celestial force to oppress the entire university campus for a while now. I was beginning to fear if I continued any further, they might use this to turn the public opinion against me. Like I said before, you can wait in our faculty dormitory till Pristine Princess returns from the time vestige. Beyond that, I can't help you. Feel free to do as you please. I have an experiment that needs all the attention I can give to it. Dean Faust concluded the conversation without waiting for my response while I stood there like a fool forced to retrieve my celestial force. Right now I felt like a bank robber who was handed the key to the bank vault by the bank itself. What do I make of it? If I go ballistic now, I will be the bad guy. Maybe even get my name added to the card world's most wanted list. I knew the top 10 universities would like that, proving to the citizens of the 5 regions that they shouldn't let the fate of the entire VR universe be in the hands of a teenager drunk on power and money. Not that public opinion would force me to share control over the VR universe with others. But then what would be the point of all of this when the people I created it for didn't feel safe in it and had a bias against me? I didn't want to become benevolent and kind, but I also didn't want to be a tyrant. Boss, what now? They seem to have no intention of refuting your words, let alone fight you on it. Not surprising from a bunch of cowards, Henrix commented as I tried to figure out how to take control of the situation. They are not cowards. They are just being smart. Everything on the campus, even those trees and bushes, is insured. My rampaging here would only get them a free renovation and even save some money. Not to mention they get to prove to the 5 regions that I am not fit to control the VR universe. Why stop the enemy when he is ignorantly helping you? I explained to Henrix. Being a soldier, economics was the last thing to cross Henrix's mind. It was no surprise that the freedom fighters always found themselves edging near bankruptcy under his leadership. Do you know where the time vestige is? I asked Henrix when my probing with celestial force failed to detect it. Why the time vestige? Morningstar University had everything on its campus insuranced. They didn't care what happened to the beautiful campus. They could just use the insurance payout to build a new and better campus. However, there were few things that the insurance can't just cover, like, for example, off the top of my head, Morningstar University's coveted time vestige. That thing was priceless. If destroyed, no amount of money could help Morningstar University get another time vestige. Since Morningstar University was counting on me to rampage on their campus, I planned to do just that, but with one tiny adjustment, I changed the location of my rampage to where the time vestige was being hidden and protected. Let's see if Dean Faust and the other faculty can continue to ignore me then. I have been there once, but it is protected by an SSS rank kaleidoscopic maze array formation, which is impossible to crack as the user can keep changing the maze pattern at will. Henrix began to explain to the best of his knowledge only to be interrupted by his impatient young boss. Just take me there and let me worry about the rest. Sure, right away. Henrix nodded in agreement as he opened a portal next to him and signaled eloquently, right this way, boss. Stepping into the portal, I found myself hovering above a gigantic garden. When I said gigantic, I couldn't have been more literal. Everything in here was magnified by 100x. Things in here were 100 times of their original size. The grass here was 9 to 10 foot tall. Not just the grass, everything, the flowers, trees, bushes, etc. It was like I had stepped into a giant's garden. I couldn't help but feel like a tiny fly in here. Where is this? I asked Henrix, because the last time I checked, I didn't find this gigantic garden on Morningstar campus. The Garden of the Beginning, Morningstar University's heritage land and humankind's last haven in case we had lost to the demon invasion. While some were fighting the good fight, some were preparing for the worst. The founders of the Morningstar University were one of them. Don't get them wrong, they fought the demon invasion alongside their comrades, but they didn't go all in. They used their spare strength and resources to build this place. Once the invasion was averted, they left it for the future generation to decide what to do with it. Morningstar University wasn't alone in this. Many other forces did the same. I used to think they were cowards for doing so, but now, after seeing the state freedom fighters were reduced to until you rescued us, I realize maybe not putting all your eggs in one basket isn't a bad strategy either, Henrix answered, but lost track realizing that he had no right to judge what their predecessors did to defeat the first demon invasion. They did what they thought was best at that moment, to the best of their abilities, just like he did with the freedom fighters. What does all this have to do with the time vestige? I asked in annoyance. If it were some other time, I wouldn't have minded Henrik's history lesson that ended with his self-reflection, but now I was not in the mood. I was pissed off being ignored by Dean Faust. How could I not be? I had imagined this grand scene of hero rescuing the damsel in distress before the hero announced his plan to make the world a better place. But Morningstar University threw that script into the bin and were forcing a new script, where I'm the stupid demon king with anger issues attempting to kidnap the damsel. I couldn't rest until I fixed the damn script. Last I checked, the time vestige was hidden here. It has been decades since I have been to the time vestige. I wouldn't be surprised if they had moved it, Henrix replied in doubt. Shouldn't you have informed me that before you brought me here? Anyway, it's like the garden is a small world by itself. Let's fan out and search for it. I ordered after learning the garden was bigger than the university campus. How could something inside a thing be bigger than the said thing? Unless they were in a different space or dimension, like for example a dungeon, artificial field dungeon, to be more accurate. The card apprentices have long been able to make artificial field dungeons for millennia now, just like they could create pseudo-natural array formations. However, they were mostly used to build tombs and crypts by demigods at the end of their lifespan to avoid the theft of their card collection, remnants of their runes and divinity, and their diamond grimoire. This practice was very common and long-standing since the ancient period. After all, not all demigods were from the royal or noble families who had their own ancestral burial sites being guarded by and passed down to their descendants. The methods of making man-made field dungeons were just as old as the practice of demigods creating big and hidden tombs and crypts for their final resting place. It wasn't hard to believe that the card apprentice had figured out how to create a stable artificial field dungeon. After all, unlike the gate dungeon, field dungeons had lower infrastructural requirements to be mimicked by the card apprentice, especially with the core of the pseudo-natural array acting as the core of the man-made field dungeon. However, the scale of man-made field dungeons usually wasn't this big. After all, these man-made field dungeons were built secretively by one demigod. Meanwhile, the Garden of the Beginning was grandly built using the resources pooled by Morningstar University. At the end of the day, the resources of an individual couldn't compare to that of an organization. The Garden of the Beginning could easily be considered one of the biggest artificial field dungeons in the card world. Boss, I don't think that's a good idea. Let us just stick together. This way I can take you to safety when needed. Henrix rejected his young boss's idea to search for the time vestige in the Garden of Beginning separately. It's not that he doubted his boss's prowess, but just that he didn't dare to underestimate the means of the Morningstar University. Seeing his young boss hesitate, Henrix warned, "Boss, don't be fooled by their current easygoing demeanor. Remember who these people are. They orchestrated your kidnapping in the southern capital under the guise of a university admission interview, all in collusion with the central government. Their approach may have changed, but their ultimate goal remains the same. We can't afford to take any chances." "Fine, lead the way." I had to agree with Henrix. I couldn't afford to underestimate the Morningstar University's accumulated wealth, and means even though I could just escape any danger by getting the devil merchant code to transfer my soul to one of my pseudo-primordial calamity soul gems that I had stashed across the card world, Lil Red Storm, Seed World, Dark Realm, and the Blood Rule Source. The Garden of Beginning was Morningstar University's heritage land. There was no way that they didn't realize I had entered it. Maybe they were monitoring our every move right now. Though my skill, if you see me, I see you didn't ring any alarm bells. I wasn't naive enough to believe that they didn't have unknown means to monitor intruders in their heritage land. After all, sight was just one of the senses. For demigods who had intense sense, the need for sight only diminished, turning from one of the essential senses to a sense they were used to using. Boss, I think they moved the time vestige. It's not in here, Hendricks sighed after 6 taxing hours of searching across the Garden of Beginning led to nothing. He came to realize why Morningstar University didn't bother to stop them as they scoured through the Garden of Beginning. The time vestige wasn't here to begin with. Hendricks felt they should have guessed this when they saw Morningstar University made no effort to stop them as they searched the Garden of Beginning. He couldn't help but feel like a fool. He prayed his young boss wouldn't blame him. No, they didn't move it. I know for a fact that it is here. I disagreed confidently. The reason I had Hendricks take the lead of the search was that I was busy using my primordial soul pupils to reverse engineer the biggest artificial field dungeon I had been to. I figured if Morningstar University was actually hiding the time vestige in its heritage land, what better way than for me to just piece it apart and put it back together, taking what I want. For my primordial soul pupils, which could allow me to peek into the mysteries of the origin source, it shouldn't be hard for them to uncover the mysteries and core of an artificial field dungeon. However, I was stuck trying to uncover the core of the Garden of Beginning for the past 6 hours now. I only knew why that was when I found out that the core of the artificial field dungeon Garden of Beginning, at present, was in the past. It was not that I didn't notice signs of time rule in the pseudo-natural array whose core was used as the core to create the Garden of Beginning artificial field dungeon, but they weren't big enough for me to jump to any conclusion except for believing that the array before me was incomplete. Some of it was missing, yet somehow it was functioning optimally and efficiently as it was designed to. Now that I figured out that its core was in the past, I was beginning to think maybe it's not just core that was in the past, but also other parts of the pseudo-natural array and the artificial field dungeon were in the past. Like, for example, the part of the array that allowed the array and dungeon to hide parts of it in the past, and the part where the time vestige was hidden. Reaching this conclusion, I finally knew why Morningstar University was not concerned with Hendricks and me searching the Garden of Beginning. Neither of us had mastery over time rule enough to realize where the time vestige was hidden, let alone go into the past and drag the time vestige and the dungeon's core from the past. No wonder they didn't see us as a threat. If not for my unexplainable immunity to the myriad realms time rule, I would have never dared to face Morningstar University head-on, especially not arrogantly barging onto their campus. My immunity to the time rule did make me cocky enough to forget that though I am not affected by it, my surroundings could be, and I didn't have the power to do anything about it. Just like now, I was helpless. What could I do knowing that the time vestige and core of the artificial field dungeon were stashed away in the past? Try comprehending the time rule. Even with my beyond perfect synchronization rate, it would take days, even weeks, for me to master time rule enough to do something about the time vestige and core hidden in the past. I couldn't help but lament that Morningstar University's Garden of Beginning was truly the last resort of humankind in case of an impending demon invasion. Really? Did you find a clue? Hendricks asked in anticipation of finally finding the time vestige, but his young boss's reply only left him bewildered. It is in the past. Either we wait for it to return to the present or figure out a way to force it to come to the present. I'm all ears to any creative ideas. Boss, please come again, Hendricks asked in astonishment, wondering if he had heard his young boss right. Boss, are you sure they are hiding the time vestige in the past? I'm not doubting you. It's just that for the past 6 hours, I haven't sensed an iota of time rule in the garden. Hendricks indirectly bragged to his young boss about having started comprehension in time rule, back when Hendricks was still serving the masters as Field Marshal Hendricks. He once earned a quota to enter the time vestige, an opportunity to comprehend the elusive time rule. Despite spending what felt like an entire year within the vestige, Henrik's only managed to consolidate a basic mastery of the time rule. Once outside that highly focused temporal environment, he found he could no longer further his comprehension of the rule without the assistance of time vestige's concentrated temporal environment. His understanding of time rule was both earned and inherently limited by the very shortcut he used, as he had little to no talent in time rule. He was very gifted with space rules, but when it came to time rules, he was just like the rest of the masses. However, the basic mastery of the time rule was enough to help him become aware if someone used time rule in his immediate surroundings. Therefore, he was certain that there wasn't any time rule being used in the Garden of Beginning. That can only mean that your comprehension of time rules isn't enough, I said as I brainstormed ways to get my hands on the time vestige and make Morningstar University sweat. That should teach them not to ignore me again. Henrik's couldn't argue because his boss was right, but he didn't doubt his young boss's mastery of time rule. After all, he had witnessed the latter's fight with Devil's Back in the southern capital. In that fight, his young boss was totally unaffected by time rules, and their meanings used the pig devil with a mohawk. Therefore, if his young boss told them that he sensed the time rule in the artificial field dungeon and the time vestige was hidden in the past, he believed him without any further questions. However, now the question was, how were they going to get the time vestige that was hidden in the past? Clearly, his young boss's mastery of time rules wasn't enough to do that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for his opinion. Henrik's glanced at his young boss, who appeared to be lost in thought. It couldn't have been more obvious. His young boss was stuck thinking about a solution to their current dilemma. Since he had nothing useful to add, Henrik's decided not to disturb his young boss at work. Instead, chose to wait for his call at the sidelines. I uttered in frustration, realizing that all the key components of the pseudo-natural array and the artificial field dungeon, like the power supply, the core mechanism, etc., were all hidden away in the past, making it impossible for me to hack into the array of the field dungeon and summon the time vestige from the past to the present. From what I have uncovered so far, it would be more accurate to say that the pseudo-natural array and the artificial field dungeon were actually auxiliary, just extensions of an even bigger infrastructure that was securely hidden in the past. Just as I was running out of ideas, a thought crossed my mind. A peculiar question about the nature of this entire arrangement itself. How do things hidden in the past find their way back to the present without becoming lost in the currents of time? Yes, that is the crux of the complex arrangement Morningstar University had going on here. How exactly was Morningstar University able to ensure that the things they sent into the past didn't simply drift away with the currents of time, but instead remained there and even communicated and supply energy to present while waiting for them to summon them to the present? This was a critical question, because whatever that mechanism was, be it a method or an item, I can mimic or forge the same to summon the time vestige to the present. Something like a temporal constant that would allow a time traveler to always find their way back to the present. I decided to call it the time anchor. Now, all I needed to do was find the time anchor that made this complex but peculiar arrangement possible to finally get Morningstar University to give me the welcome I had been hoping for ever since I decided to use the incident with Chief Denise Johnson and Morningstar University faculty to convey the future I had planned for the Southern Academic City to the entire 5 regions, in hopes of attracting talent from all 5 regions to the Southern Academic City. Henrik's, we are looking for an object, a being, or even a phenomenon with a profound temporal energy signature. It could be as minuscule as a pebble or as vast as the very ground we stand on. The crucial trait is that it must have withstood the test of time for an immense duration and be likely to continue doing so for the next few millennia. That, Henrik's, is what acts as the natural temporal anchor, tying the things hidden in the past to the present. As long as we find it, we will have Morningstar University and its precious assets by the throat. I mentally informed Henrik's of the strategy while also considering if the entire Garden of Beginning was the actual temporal anchor. After all, it's a place that has been around for an immense period and will continue to exist even longer with the aid of Morningstar University. It wouldn't be surprising if the university, leveraging its own heritage land, used it as a massive, stable time anchor to hide the time vestige and the rest of their secrets in the past. However, after probing around for a few minutes, I concluded the Garden of Beginning was The Garden of the Beginning was not the temporal anchor. Though it had a long history and could be here to witness millennia to come, it was just too obvious. If it were the temporal anchor, I could have sensed it the moment I laid my primordial soul pupils on it. That is, when I arrived here. However, one thing was sure. Whatever the temporal anchor was, it was within the confines of the Garden of the Beginning. The garden was vast, but we had already scoured it once searching for time vestige. We can do it again, especially now that we know exactly what we're searching for. The temporal anchor will be in our grasp in time. Boss, even if we manage to find the temporal anchor, what next? I don't have enough mastery over the time rule to use it and summon time vestige back to the present. Henrix mentally reported his doubts and concerns to me. Clearly, he was trying to confirm if my own mastery of the time rule was sufficient to use the temporal anchor and take control of time vestige. I don't know why Henrix had to be so cautious about this when he could be direct about other silly things. Also, his concerns weren't unfounded. Without enough mastery of the time rule and comprehension in required time rule meanings, it would be impossible to use the temporal anchor to summon things that have traveled to the past using it as an anchor. Even I couldn't manage that with the various means up my sleeve. I know, you don't have to remind me about your pitiful mastery of the time rule. Besides, who said that we have to use the time anchor to take control of the time vestige? And stop talking about taking control and whatnot. We are guests here, remember? I replied mysteriously with a playful grin, without revealing my plans for after we find the temporal anchor. Yes, we are here for sightseeing. Henrix played along with his young boss, knowing that the change in the boss's attitude meant he was confident about turning the situation in their favor. Then, Henrix went on to exclaim aloud, "What a beautiful garden!" With Henrix's exaggerated reaction, my grin grew wider. This comradeship was satisfying. I couldn't experience this with my Calamity daughter gems, excluding the bloodkins who could be brutally honest on certain occasions. After 2 freaking hours, Henrix and I stood before a gigantic lightning-struck stump. Looking at its half-burnt, half-alive body, I declared, "This is it." "Are you sure, boss? I feel no temporal signatures from it." Henrix replied with doubt in his eyes. He repeatedly scrutinized the gigantic burned stump repeatedly, but couldn't sense an iota of temporal energy signature from it. The tree stump clearly was one of the oldest trees in the garden. Even though half-burnt with proper care and nourishment, it will live long. Still, it's just that Henrix felt it would be irresponsible on Morningstar University's part to use a half-dead tree as a temporal anchor. So, he even tried to probe it with his basic mastery of time rule, but he got no response. Huh? No response. Henrix stared at the lightning-struck tree stump in astonishment. Even the SSS-rank seeds and plants have shown signs of augmentation under the probe of his time rule, let alone a half-dead giant garden tree. Unless it was really the temporal anchor as his boss claimed. "Do you still have any concerns?" I asked, after Henrix was done with his tests. "No." Henrix shook his head sideways, but paused mid-sentence, sensing a shift in the surrounding space. "Stop, or I don't mind destroying it," I declared aloud, knowing that Morningstar University's faculty was trying to retrieve the lightning-struck stump after seeing our interest in it, especially after Henrix probed it with his time rule power. With my words, all the spatial disturbance in our surroundings came to an immediate halt. Meanwhile, Henrix broke into loud laughter as he made himself comfortable on a branch of the lightning-struck stump. "Boss, don't worry. With me here, no one will teleport this temporal anchor away." Henrix made sure that Morningstar University wasn't under the impression that we didn't actually know what the lightning-struck stump actually was. This way we can skip a lot of bullshit afterwards without making it awkward. "Henrix, stop acting like a hooligan. We are guests here, remember?" I said that, but I didn't mean it. I wanted to see how long it would take Morningstar University to ditch the saintly facade and show their true faces. Now, all I had to do was wait for them to come crawling to me. "Boss, the garden is too big. Let me rest a little bit. This tree stump's fragrance is relaxing." Henrix replied as he made himself comfortable on the lightning-struck stump. "Really? Let me see." Feigning exaggerated surprise and curiosity, I too found a branch on the lightning-struck stump, made myself comfortable. "It does smell good and relax." "Wyatt, it smells like coal compared to you." A cute voice broke our shameless pretense. It was Dre. After hearing me, She curiously sniffed the lightning-stuck stump and instantly came to regret it and immediately complained. Even Henrix couldn't salvage the situation after Dredra's blunt but honest remark. "What do you know about trees and their fragrance? You are a dark pixie," I said, winking at Dredre, but later didn't get my signal. Instead asked, "Wyatt, are you sick? Do you have a cold or something?" "No, I'm not," I hurriedly replied and assured Dredre, fearing she would use her pixie dust on me in an attempt to cure me. If she were to openly use pixie dust in the card world, the card celestial would immediately become aware of her existence. I did warn her not to carelessly use her pixie dust when outside, but knowing her nature, her first instinct would be to cure her friend over recalling his warning. "Dredre, what do you think about the garden? Do you like it?" I asked to change the topic, not wanting to drop an axe on my own foot while waiting for the Morningstar University's response. "No, it's depressing here. Can we leave?" Dredre said, glancing over the gigantic flora and stopping at the lightning-struck tree. She felt as though she had entered the lab of a mad scientist. Only they were experimenting with trees, not humans. Most of the flora in the Garden of Beginning weren't supposed to be of colossal size or possess such long lifespans. However, they weren't just colossal. They had been around for millennia now. Honestly, they were abominations, and she didn't know how to help them. She could use her pixie dust on them, but that would only help them return to the embrace of the soil, much like how one can only give the sweet relief of death to those subjects experimented on by the mad scientist. Even though they were miserable, they were alive nonetheless. She couldn't bring herself to watch them suffer, nor could she bring herself to end their misery. Not to mention, Wyatt had warned her against using her pixie dust in the card world, or any realm for that matter. Ultimately, Dredre chose to give up, knowing that, if these florists wanted to die, no amount of external stimulation could keep them alive. That was to say, if they chose to die, Morningstar University could only watch their heritage land be destroyed. But they were alive, which meant they wanted to live, despite it being a life filled with misery and pain. "No, I can't. But you can leave with Henrix to meet up with Corey, Susan, and others," I proposed, seeing Dredre appeared to be really uncomfortable in here. Her presence and strength were slowly declining. No wonder. It had been 8 hours since we entered the Garden of the Beginning, but she never showed herself. Oddly, only showed herself when I said the lightning-struck stumps smelled nice. Knowing her, I should have guessed something was wrong. "Don't worry, I will join you guys soon." "Okay," Dredre reluctantly agreed, knowing that if she continued to stay here, she would die out of sadness for the flora in the Garden of Beginning. I signaled Henrix, who wanted to ask if he should return after dropping off Dredre, but I didn't give him the opportunity and ordered, "You don't have to return. Just go and make sure the teleportation hubs are functioning and running before the Southern royal family reaches a compromise and green lights the expansion to the entire southern region." "I don't want to, but if I will contract outside help to complete the project in time." "I understand, boss. I know what's at stake here," Henrix assured before teleporting to Sky Blossom City with Dredre. My teleportation network's 5-region expansion plan was a huge project. The Freedom Fighters didn't have enough array masters to take this project on. I will have to contract the Array Association of the 5 regions for the project. A lot of capital was going to be invested to make my teleportation network's 5-region expansion possible. It will take a lot of array masters to complete. No single organization could swallow it, as everyone has their limits. That included the array masters. There were only so many teleportation arrays one group could arrange within the specified project period. I.e., every array master will get to make money, some more than others based on their skill and sweat. So what was this stake Henrix spoke about? It involved what came after the teleportation network was expanded to all 5 regions. The 5 regions will have thousands of teleportation hubs, with tens to hundreds of teleportation arrays each. All these teleportation arrays would need periodic maintenance and repair, especially the ones used frequently, creating hundreds of thousands of stable and high-paying jobs. However, not just anybody could maintain these teleportation arrays. Skilled array masters were required. Who better than the array masters that help expand the teleportation network to all 5 regions? These jobs will be eyed by all, especially the 5 array master associations of 5 regions. That was a good thing because I planned to use that as leverage to maintain the upper hand in negotiations with the array master organizations across the 5 regions, including the 5 array master associations. If I don't use these jobs to create a divide between these array master organizations and foster a competitive environment, these organizations will join hands to sit on my head and make unreasonable demands every turn. At that rate, I might go bankrupt before the expansion was even halfway through. However, I could just hand over such lucrative jobs to outsiders when I have array masters at home. Still, I couldn't hand over these jobs to incapable array masters. Doing so would be akin to setting my project on blaze with my own hands. Therefore, I gave the Freedom Fighters array masters a heads up, asking them not to waste this opportunity to increase their skills and secure their future. They got a head start, and if they still couldn't crack it, I didn't plan to give them another opportunity. I favored the array masters from the Freedom Fighters over those from 5 regions because they were my people now, and also because they were all honest and trustworthy people who were willing to do more than something to bring about the change they wanted to see in the world. I believed that if I uplifted them now, they would do everything in their power to uplift me for the rest of their lives. I wasn't just looking for capable staff, but capable and trustworthy staff who would protect and continue my legacy even in my absence. Wyatt, my young friend, I see you like our garden. A voice interrupted my train of thoughts. My eyes rested on a curtly dressed old gentleman who appeared to have rushed over in a hurry. Yes, I don't know why, but this particular stump is especially comfortable and relaxing. Is there something special about it, Dean Faust? Young friend, we have been nothing but welcoming and hospitable as hosts to you. Do you agree? Dean Faust said, skipping the small talk and formalities, hearing the sarcasm in my words. He was already pissed that he had to hurry over abandoning his experiment midway because of his young guest's antics. I don't know because I am not your guest. Haven't I made that clear when I first entered your campus? I am here to seek justice for my Annie Denise and her daughter, and your organization has been nothing but uncooperative. If you guys don't arrange a meeting between me and the pristine Princess SCP, I'm willing to go to any lengths to make you cooperate. I threatened as my fingers dug into the dead bark of the stump. The crisp crunch of it made Dean Faust's heart almost explode in shock and fear, prompting him to exclaim, "Wait, don't do anything rash." Rash? Dean, you haven't seen anything yet. I glared at Dean Faust as my eyes scanned our surroundings. I was surrounded. There were about 7 dozen demigods surrounding me from every direction possible in a very complicated battle array formation, which was again an extension of the pseudo-natural formation and the artificial field dungeon whose shared core and time rule power source was hidden in the past. Therefore, I couldn't help but add, I'm warning you, my physical prowess is no weaker than that of the Heat-Sin royal family's unparalleled physique. Before you even think of it, I will have destroyed this temporal anchor. Don't force me to do something you all will come to regret. Go ahead, break it. A playful voice sounded, daring me to destroy the lightning-struck stump. We have other temporal anchors made just for a situation like today. And who might you be? I asked the woman who suddenly appeared beside Dean Faust, realizing it wasn't just the dean, but every faculty member didn't seem to understand the basic manners of introducing oneself. These so-called elite academicians were very socially awkward. No wonder Sansa chose to hide here among these as professors. Also, I noticed that expressions of the dean and the other demigods surrounding me turned dignified with the woman's arrival. It appears they were just as astonished by her sudden arrival and words as I was. Their faces appeared like children who got caught doing a mistake. To get such a reaction from the dean and others, she must be a big shot in Morningstar University, who apparently had not been informed about me taking the temporal anchor hostage. I am Lucine Morgenstern, Morningstar University's 3rd dean. Ahlia Johnson's mentor and guardian. Lucine introduced herself as the ex-dean and Ahlia's mentor. Also, her surname came as a huge shock to me. I couldn't help but wonder about relation to the founder of Morningstar University. Man, I sure thought that the 3rd dean of Morningstar University would be smarter. You and I both know that Morningstar University doesn't have the capital to waste on maintaining 2 or more temporal anchors at one point in time. Don't get me wrong, you guys are rich, but you are not bottomless. Budget-wise, it would make more sense for you guys to opt for linear time travel, i.e. one-time tunnel connecting all 3 past, present, and future of this lightning-struck stump. This is more economical and energy efficient for a long-term usage. Not only can you not afford multiple temporal anchors, they will further complicate this whole arrangement you guys have going on here. I mocked Lucine's intellect even though I knew she was just bluffing to call my bluff. Young man, if you are smart enough to catch my bluff, then you must be smart enough to know that if you destroy that temporal anchor, then you will never be able to meet Ahilya, because she will be lost in time with the time vestige. They weren't lying when they said Ahilya had entered the time vestige for her time rule-related doctoral project. Lucine replied with a hint of astonishment. She didn't expect a teenager to be so well-versed in the functioning of time and university. The teenager's deduction was spot on. The more temporal anchors they created, the more complex the arrangement would get, and it would propositionally consume an increased amount of time rule power to maintain multiple interconnected time tunnels across past, present, and future of all the time anchors. All this for what? To hide the time vestige from an enemy that might or might not come. The time vestige was precious, but they couldn't spend so many resources just to safeguard it. It had become the prime example of the saying, the vault was more valuable than the treasure in it. However, they also couldn't just leave time vestige without enough protection. So, they found a solution within the budget they found acceptable, leaving them with a single temporal anchor guarded by a hidden kaleidoscope maze array formation. But before they could even get an opportunity to use this array, the boy had already taken the time anchor hostage, and then it was too late for them to do anything about it. Fine, then call her back. I am sure you guys have a way to contact the card apprentice that had entered the time vestige. I need to confirm that sending her to the time vestige was not your conspiracy to get rid of the victim, your crime, and evidence under the guise of an accident or something similar to that, I said, testing Ahilya's mentor/guardian. After all, Ahilya has been under Lucine's care and guidance for almost a couple of decades now. I had no plans about asking Ahilya to choose between her birth mother and the mother who raised her. So, if Lucine was a bad mentor/guardian, then it will make my job easier. However, if her feelings for Ahilya were genuine, then things would only get more complex. Young man, this is not melodrama. I have no idea why you have such a low impression of Morningstar University. But if we were as villainous and domineering as you make us out to be, do you think we need to resort to such tricks? Believe me, there are a lot simpler and direct ways we would resort to before even thinking of using the time vestige to hide our crimes, Lucine remarked with a smirk. Something about the way she said what she said made me feel that she was speaking from experience. Considering that she was the third dean of Morningstar University, she was the dean somewhere during the demon invasion and the monster mayhem. The times back then were chaotic and totally different from the peaceful times like now. Lucine proved a tough opponent to read. I will just have to ask her directly. Why are you keeping Auntie Denise from her daughter? Don't act like you don't know what I am talking about. With your power and influence, you could easily get Auntie Denise enough privilege to move to the central academic city and live with her daughter. Yet, you didn't. Why? Isn't it obvious? I don't like to share. I want Ahilya all to myself. She is my dearest daughter and disciple. If it were up to me, I would have never allowed to contact her birth mother, let alone periodically. Lucine answered honestly, knowing that the young man before her had keen eyes and would not buy anything but the truth. If not for the sake of the temporal anchor, she wouldn't have bothered to bluff earlier either. She thought lying was beneath someone of her status and wisdom. Whoa, you are surprisingly honest. That makes things easier for me, but bad for you because I am here to help Ahilya reunite with her mother, I informed, having deduced Lucine had no idea who I am, let alone why I was here. I had no idea how someone in her field wouldn't know who I am. Was I overestimating myself, or was Lucine living in a bubble? I also kept an eye on Dean Faust's expression. He appeared indifferent, but his eyes gave him away. They seemed to look at Lucine in reverence, but occasionally in pity too, especially when she spoke. Reunite, why? Ahilya is a grown woman. She can decide for herself. If she wants to meet her birth mother, she will. She doesn't need you to help her, Lucine refuted, looking at me as if looking at a fool. What's going on here? I couldn't help but ask myself. Clearly, I was missing something here. Because, from Lucine's response and reaction, it seemed like Ahilya wasn't being kept in Morningstar University against her will. Talking to Lucine painted a totally different picture compared to when talking with Dean Faust or Chief Denise, or what Hive Spirit found during its due diligence. Seeing me glance at him suspiciously, Dean Faust came forward and finally spoke up. Madam, don't waste your breath on that fool. Leave that troublemaker to us. Sam, I would love to do that, but we can't take any chances with the temporal anchor. Especially when there are still our people in the past. Lucine rejected Dean Faust's suggestion as she was worried for her disciple/daughter's life. As for the time vestige, even if it was lost in time, it will eventually find its way back home, the Garden of Beginning. The artificial field dungeon was built on the site where the time vestige was first discovered. Its founders believed that the time vestige would help complete and support the Garden of Beginning for ages to come. FCK, I exclaimed in shock after I used my primordial soul pupils to observe Lucine, and, to my dismay, I found that most of her soul pathways and arrangement of her head were missing. No, in the past. Making it past that, I tried to understand how she was even alive, only to learn that she was suffering from something similar to dementia. That explains it. Though it was surprising that Morningstar University had not only kept her around but still revered her, it could be seen in the way Dean Faust and the demigods surrounding me looked at her. I mean, in times when one's own family can't be trusted, this woman, Lucine, had an entire organization caring for her. And from the looks of it, they seemed to be doing it out of genuine gratitude and reverence, and not out of any ulterior motives. This was what I wanted and had been seeking and building towards. Somehow, this female card apprentice before me had achieved it. Yes, I envied her. Young man, Lucine uttered aloud with a stern stare in response to me cussing. Ma'am, don't get excited. Please head back to your work. Don't waste your precious time on these small squabbles. I promise you I will not do anything to the temporal anchor as long as they don't force me. I assured, seeing the more Lucine got excited, the more of her soul pathways moved to the past. Listening to my words, Dean Faust and other demigod staff of Morningstar University were astonished. They looked at me in shock, realizing that I knew what was wrong with their ex-dean Lucine. Now that I knew I was dealing with a patient, I couldn't help but take a step back. Regardless of Lucine's past, she was now a loon. I didn't bully loons. Ask Corey if you don't believe me. I swear ever since I arrived here, nothing was going according to my plan. First Dean Faust with his laid-back and easygoing welcome, and now Lucine with her time-ruled dementia. These guys were really making it hard for me to step on them and announce to the world my plans for the Southern Academic City starting next academic year. Lucine eyed the teenage card apprentice before her. She found that the way he looked at her had suddenly changed. His eyes had the same pity her staff had in their eyes when looking at her, though the pity in his eyes for her was mixed with envy and longing. She knew that she knew why they were looking at her like that, but she couldn't remember. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember. Just then the boy asked her not to push herself for him and return, trusting him, to her staff. What does he know that I don't seem to remember? Wait, who's that kid? What's he doing standing on the temporal anchor? What am I doing here? Aya, Madam Dean, are you all right? Dean Faust asked in panic, seeing that Lucine appeared to be in discomfort and about to collapse. I watched and recorded Lucine's soul pathways and arrangements as her time-ruled dementia flared up, causing her to collapse, losing consciousness. Nothing life-threatening. It's just that most of her brain's soul pathways and arrangements had moved to the past, so it wasn't able to function normally, so it chose to shut down. She was just unconscious and not in a coma. Yes, a coma and even death was possible if more of her brain's soul pathways and arrangements had moved to the past. But before that happened, her brain automatically shut down as a protection mechanism. I observed that the parts of soul pathways and arrangements that had moved to the past were slowly returning. After checking her condition and making sure she was recovering, Dean Faust signaled one of the female demigod staff to take her to her chambers. Amidst all this, I didn't let my guard down. I didn't want some ambitious demigod staff of Morningstar University taking advantage of my distraction. Sending unconscious Lucine away, Dean Faust finally paid his full attention to me and expressed appreciation for my understanding towards Lucine's disease, even though it might only have made things worse. Thank you, young friend. Taking a deep breath, he continued, seeing you figured out our old dean is not doing well. I am guessing you know what time-ruled dementia is. A little bit, I answered, even though I had witnessed it for the time by observing Lucine's soul pathways. Ahulya's doctoral project is based on time-ruled dementia. She hopes to find a cure, or at least a way to suppress it. Anything to help her mentor, Dean Faust informed. Not getting the reaction he expected from me, he changed the topic. I promise you, things are not as they seem. Ahulya is not here against her will. She was at first. I mean, what child isn't when they are enrolled in a boarding school? But that changed with time. Honestly, I don't know what happened for Denise Johnson to reach out to you about this, but we are conducting an internal review. I'm sure it's just a bit of miscommunication. My brows grew narrower the more I listened to Dean Faust. I was beginning to wonder what I had gotten myself into. I came here to reunite Denise and her daughter, and while at it, use Morningstar University as a stepping stone to announce my big plans. However, nothing was going according to my plan, and things were only getting complicated. I thought now that Lucine had been carried away, Dean Faust would get down to business, but he did not. Instead, he began telling his sob story, and I let him, hoping to learn more about Lucine and how she got time-ruled dementia. The first time I read about time dementia was when I was reading about the various time zones of the various realms across the myriad realms. My curiosity stemmed from my need to understand the various sectors' time zone in the Devil Merchant Code's Interrealm City to take advantage of their soul, energy, and rule power-rich atmosphere. Apparently, time-ruled dementia has been a very rare disease that was only seen among celestial beings whose comprehension and understanding of the time rule was skewed. As a result, that particular celestial being gets stuck in a time loop where different parts of its celestial body are in different times, past, present, and future, similar to what Lucine's brain was suffering from. Honestly, Lucine's suffering from time-ruled dementia was like a virus that only affects bats, but suddenly got mutated and was now infecting humans. Thankfully, unlike the viruses, time-ruled dementia wasn't contagious. I would really like to know how a mortal not only managed to get a disease that only affects celestial beings, but lives to tell about it. Hive Spirit has copied all of her soul pathways we could get and concluded that there was nothing special about her. She was a regular card demigod. Therefore, I didn't bother to interrupt Dean Faust as he told his sob story, but so far I have heard nothing of value. It didn't take me long to understand that he was just trying to invoke the understanding I showed with regards to Lucine's condition, to morally and emotionally manipulate me into taking a step back and reaching a compromise. That was a win for them because I had made it very obvious since beginning that I was here to pick a fight, and Ahulya was just an excuse. All I am trying to say is wait till Ahulya returns from the time vestige. She will make everything clear to you, Dean Faust concluded, asking me not to resort to something rash and proposing the same thing he has been since the start, that I wait till Ahulya was back from the time vestige. If I didn't know better, I would think the dean was stalling for time or laying a trap. It didn't matter because in Ahulya's absence, I wanted to use her unavailability to kick up a fuss and create a stage for my big announcement to the world. I glanced over at the almost 7 dozen demigods surrounding me and rested my eyes on Dean Faust, realizing one component was missing for me to start stirring up trouble: an audience. We were inside the Garden of Beginning. Even if I win here, I wouldn't have achieved my goal without an audience to watch me step on Morningstar University and hear me announce the new city lord of the Southern Academic City. FCK. Although I managed to get Morningstar University's full attention by taking the temporal anchor hostage, it came at the cost of me losing my audience. This was why I planned to make a grand entrance, gather as much attention as possible, and conquer all the traffic in the Grimoire network. However, Dean Faust destroyed all my plans with his F-Ket-up welcome and giving me full access to the university campus. Successfully using the little attention I managed to garner to his advantage, to show the world that Morningstar University was open to like-minded people. It was a common assumption among the citizens of the 5 regions that the top 10 universities were only open to the elite who passed their tests and agreed to their exorbitant tuition fees. All in all, they were the untouchable holy land of knowledge and development in the card world. Average card apprentices revered them, wanting to be them, but the smart ones, the truly smart ones, saw them as tyrants. As a result, most of them stayed away and joined other 4 academic cities based on their convenience and needs, despite the central academic cities tempting student loans and vault of knowledge. That was how the other 4 academic cities were still in the running and not out of the game. I planned to use this perspective to my advantage. Be it Earth or Card World, These top universities were very exclusive and a group of tight-knit people. If you are not one of them, they do not have room for you. These guys only made a tiny percent of the field, but were holding the largest percentage of the resources and funding. Yes, they were the best and hardworking, but sometimes the world-changing inventions come from the least expected places by least expected people. For example, back on Earth, the telephone and the first electronic computer were invented by people who didn't even have any prior knowledge or education in that field. The top 10 universities had a monopoly over the elites in the 5 regions. No matter what promises and changes I bring to the southern academic city, these people will end up choosing the top 10 universities. There was no denying it. I don't blame them. After all, they studied and practiced for them for most of their life. Nor was I interested in them. I was interested in the card apprentices who could be the next Alexander Graham Bell or John Vincent Atanasoff of the card world. Actually, with the popularization of the VR universe, many capable people from the least expected places were popping up across the 5 regions, even though most of them were just copying what they saw in the VR universe. There were enough who learned for the VR universe and were applying in the card world to make it a better place. These were self-motivated people doing what they liked out of their own interests and reasons, and not just because someone told them that was the only way to be successful in life. They were the 5 regions' population's untapped potential. However, they were random, and there was no systematic way to unearth them and polish them to their best shine. This was why the top 10 universities had failed to capitalize on them. Yes, I wasn't the only one who saw this untapped potential in the 5 regions' card apprentice population. The top 10 universities did too. They were trying their best to address that. However, their elite and exclusive reputation was making it hard for them to do so. Most importantly, they couldn't afford to touch this reputation of theirs because if they lose the elite and exclusive status, they would lose the charm to most of their potential students. If just anyone could enter them, then why would anyone waste their teenage life preparing for them? Back on Earth, the top universities, especially the Ivy League academics, addressed this by providing executive classes, workshops, and online classes with limited seats and above-average tuition fee. However, the top 10 universities of the card world couldn't do the same. After all, one couldn't teach card creation, array formation, etc. online on the Grimoire network. You need a practical class with a capable teacher monitoring and guiding you every step of the process. Nonetheless, it was now possible with the arrival of the VR universe. Therefore, the top 10 universities not only heavily invested in it, but were making plans to add it to their syllabus until the Morningstar University ban. Back to the matter at hand. Dean Faust used me to show the citizens of the 5 regions that even if they were not related to Morningstar University in any way, they were welcome to Morningstar University if they felt like they could make a contribution to the knowledge and development, no matter how small it was. This worked because of 2 reasons. I was the guy who invented the VR universe, one of the most brilliant minds of the current generation, and also I was the Southern Hope, possibly considered as a rival of Morningstar University. The elite were happy to work with someone considered as the smartest person of their generation. As for the citizens of 5 regions, they felt if Morningstar University can accommodate someone known as Southern Hope, it could accommodate them too. This way, both the elite and the regular population of the 5 regions were happy, while Morningstar University got what it wanted. I gave them an ultimatum through the Grimoire network to gather a huge audience for my plans, but I also gave the Morningstar University a chance to prepare for what's to come. And they were prepared. If not for my taking the temporal anchor, they would have me in checkmate. From manipulating public opinion to using me to advertise their generosity and open-minded image, they were just brilliant. Fine, I will wait for a Holia here. I compromised knowing there was nothing to gain by blowing up now. Since I could not make a grand entrance, I decided to pull off a grand exit. People knew that I had not only arrived at Morningstar University, but also entered it. They wouldn't wait to see how things develop from there. And I will give them an exit worth their waiting for. When I said I will wait, I only plan to leave behind a clone manned by a few of my primordial spirits. This way the clone will have the strength to resist until I arrive in case of something unexpected. After all, Morningstar University was not to be trusted. They definitely had a final play in place, seeing how Dean Faust kept insisting on waiting for a Holia to return from the time vestige. Whatever it was, I was ready to use it for my grand exit. Young friend, why not wait in our guest house? We will inform you when she is out of the time vestige, Dean Faust proposed, seeing that I compromised and stopped demanding to meet Aholia or contact her right away. He reached for a foot now that I have given him an inch. I don't blame him. I would have done the same. But that didn't mean that I would just roll over to whatever he said. I silently noted that at first he wanted me to wait at the student and staff dormitory, but now he was asking me to use the guest house. This old guy, I don't think he would have changed his attitude towards me if I hadn't found the temporal anchor and taken it hostage. I guess regardless of one's reputation, others don't truly begin to respect them unless they have personally witnessed them at work. How about I just see if the time vestige will return from the past to the present if I destroy the temporal anchor? You must have taken some safety precautions for such an event, right? I threatened, not bothering to further negotiate with Dean Faust. Young friend, don't misunderstand me. It's just that Aholia and team have entered the time vestige to test their hypothesis about the time rule dementia. It would take them weeks or months to complete their research and return. Instead of wasting your time waiting for them, you could carry on with your work. Our guest houses are equipped with state-of-the-art card labs with all the latest machinery and array formations. If you need a bigger lab, our new research facilities happen to be only a few hundred yards from the guest house. It's just that we don't want you to delay your work over this, Dean Faust explained to me with a gentle smile and a twinkling glint in his eyes. I was creeped out by it. It was like he didn't view me as a human but an object, an opportunity, to be more accurate. The longer I stayed here, the more credible their open-minded image they advertised to the world would appear. Not to mention, there was bound to be interactions between me and their faculties and students, and if it were to lead to something like, say, collaboration or even an internship, then even better. I see what was going on here. I wanted the world leaders and organizations to see me as their equals, and now that they saw me as their equal, they saw an opportunity to make a lot of money in me. However, our history, my difficult attitude, and my alliances were making it difficult for them to openly suggest a collaboration. They wanted me, especially the wealth I could generate. As for the VR universe, it will always be there. They could slowly get to it once they had me. As they say, love and hatred might not be permanent, but interest was. Since the new wave of development and change in the card world would be led by the VR universe and me, they had no choice but to put away their little thoughts and our little differences, so that they could make money with me instead of watching me and my allies make money. Dean Faust, I appreciate the offer, but I am quite comfortable here on this branch, I said, as I chose the primordial clones to leave behind while I made use of my privilege with the Devil Merchant Code to transfer a rest of my soul into a pseudo-calamity core in the basement of the new Tyrant Sun Raven Guild headquarters. Well, please do as you see fit. I will leave behind a few staff to attend to you. If you need anything at all, just holler them, Dean Faust generously offered while signaling the demigod staff to leave, but a half a dozen of them remained. I didn't expect Dean Faust to leave behind 6 demigods to attend to me. He really thought highly of me. Had I not known that the Garden of Beginning was always under surveillance, I would have misunderstood that they were here to monitor me. However, just as Dean Faust was about to excuse himself, the time and space of the Garden of Beginning began to vibrate violently. Sensing this, Dean Faust immediately warned me, "Young friend, you have to get out of there now. Hurry, the time vestige is returning from the past. That's the eye of the time tunnel. If you get caught in it, it will be too late." Dean Faust hesitated but still chose to reveal the core secret about the time vestige just so that their young guest would not suffer the same tragedy their third Dean Lucine had suffered. Though she managed to survive it, she was never the same since that day forth. He didn't want the leader of the new generation of the card apprentices to suffer such a tragic fate so young, without fulfilling his duty of taking them all into the new era. I sensed the vibration even before Dean Faust warned me, as the source of the vibration turned out to be the temporal anchor. Standing on the temporal anchor, I was the first person to notice it. As the vibration in the temporal anchor intensified, the surrounding space and time began to vibrate and morph into a cyclone of sorts. Only when I listened to Dean Faust's warning did I realize that it wasn't a temporal cyclone, but a time tunnel used by them to send the time vestige and the other parts of the array back in the past. "Hurry, young friend, get out of there," Dean Faust exclaimed again. However, it was too late. He was in the eye of the time tunnel. The temporal and spatial forces during the time tunnel's formation were too great even for their Exdine Lucine, a venerable card demigod. If she couldn't escape it, how could a teenage card master possibly escape? Not to mention, he was at the eye of the time tunnel, where the acting forces were the strongest. Just when Dean Faust was thinking his young friend will be sucked into the temporal and spatial forces from the formation of the time tunnel and get lost in unknown time and space, he noticed something astonishing. His young friend unharmed by the combined forces of time and space with the time tunnel's formation. What are the odds of that? Dean Faust uttered in disbelief before he continued. Young friend, the calm is fleeting, and you must be prepared to get out of there somehow. Let me think. The eye of the time tunnel was the dangerous place to be caught in. It was where the temporal and spatial forces converge and diverge with the formation and collapse of the time tunnel. But there was a small spot in the eye that expanded as the forces began to form the walls of the time tunnel. It was only calm until the time tunnel was formed. Then it becomes the bridge connecting past, present, and future. Anyone unfortunate enough to be inside, it would be lost in time. Dean Faust didn't know if his young friend was lucky or unlucky to have found that one safe zone in the eye of the circle. However, they didn't have much time as only seconds remained for the time tunnel to be formed. Before that happened, the young man had to get out of there or get lost in time for eternity. That was easier said than done, as the walls of the time tunnel that kept him safe for now in that one spot were also what kept him trapped in that spot until the inevitable. In just a fraction of a second, Dean Faust processed his comprehension and understanding of space rule, time rule, and the time tunnel, but everything said that he should say his goodbye to his young friend now, because a couple seconds later it will be too late. In the next fraction of a second, Dean Faust's mind and heart underwent a huge turmoil. Suppressing his internal turmoil, Dean Faust finally bid goodbye to his young friend, pleading, Wyatt, I'm sorry, there is nothing I can do to help you. Also, I hate to have to ask you this, but this is important. It concerns the fate of every card apprentice alive and to be born. So, I will be shameless and ask, what will happen to the VR universe after your demise? Have you made any prior arrangements? If not, if you can find it in you to trust me, I promise you I will use the VR universe to usher the card world into a new era. Wyatt, I am begging you, please don't let our past differences rob the card world of what could be the biggest leap for the entire card apprentice society since its foundation. I swear in the presence of the card world, I will not only continue your legacy impartially, but pass it on to a worthy heir when it is time. I, who was monitoring the formation of the time tunnel from within the safe spot in its eye, was left speechless listening to Dean Faust's pleas. I could be shameless when I needed to be, but Dean Faust, he took to another level. What he was doing was akin to begging your dying enemy to give their will to you. Wasn't he supposed to be a brilliant mind of his time? I still didn't understand what made him think that this would work. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. At least this way I got to understand his true thoughts. I guess he thought it wasn't necessary to hide his thoughts from a dying man. Why was I not panicking when my enemies were panicking for me? That was because of the simple fact that the time rules of the myriad realms didn't affect me, and thanks to my celestial force, so did space rules. The only reason I didn't move or try to leave the eye of the time tunnel was that I was afraid my interruption might cause the time tunnel to backfire, putting the time vestige and the souls of those inside it in danger. Therefore, in order to ensure their safe arrival, I decided to do something I wouldn't recommend to anyone else. Using the forming time tunnel to travel to the past from where the time vestige was coming to the present. Was I not afraid of getting lost in time for eternity? No, because I had saved the energy signature and the vibration frequency at which the temporal anchor vibrated before commencing the formation of the time tunnel. I will use the temporal anchor's energy signature to navigate through time and resonate at the frequency it did to summon the time tunnel to find my way back to the present. It was a rule of thumb that all soul pathways were always in motion, and this motion often takes the form of vibration. Even if the temporal anchor appears motionless and in a state of rest, its soul pathways were always in motion. That was the natural vibration of the temporal anchor. When it activates to summon the time tunnel, its vibration frequency increases. I was planning on using the temporal anchor's energy signature and natural vibration frequency as a point in time to navigate through its temporal currents. This way I will always know where in time I was and not get lost in it. Then, Resonating at the temporal anchor's active state's vibration frequency, I can summon the time tunnel and return to the present. Both Hive Spirit and my calculations predicted that with the energy signature and vibrational frequencies of the temporal anchor, I have a good chance of going into the temporal currents of the card world and returning without getting lost. Especially with my immunity to the myriad realms time rule. Why go into the time and risk getting lost in it? Surely, there must be another solution that allowed me to move out of the time tunnel's way without affecting its formation. There were many reasons, and to name a few. The first reason was obvious. I didn't want to do anything that would harm Aholia. The second reason was my curiosity. I wanted to find out if the time vestige really traveled to the past. If it did, how come Morningstar University wasn't ruling the entire card world by now? Am I wrong to assume that if a greedy organization can go into the past, they would obviously do everything to be in power and maximize their profits, like rewriting the past in their favor? The third reason was my thirst for power. I wanted to begin comprehending the time rule. With my mutated ego gem's synchronous rate, I didn't need to put my life at risk to comprehend the time rule. I could do it normally by picking into the card world's womb or into the time rule source. This was also the reason why I dared to go into the card world's temporal currents. If all my preparations fail, I could just begin comprehending the time rule until it was strong enough to get out of the temporal currents and bring me back home. The fourth reason was I am part celestial. Getting lost in the temporal current might be scary, even a mind-breaking experience for the other card apprentices, but for me it was just a maze waiting to be solved. I could go on about why I chose this solution over any other solution I could think of, but I had already made my decision and the time tunnel was here. Be right back, buddy. I mouthed to Dean Faust as the time tunnel formed, sucking anything and everything in its path into the realm's temporal currents. Dean Faust stared blankly as his young friend was sucked into the temporal currents of the card world as the time tunnel formed and spit out the time vestige above the lightning-struck tree before leaving. "Damn you, you selfish bastard, Dalton Wyatt!" Dean Faust roared in agony, with bloodshot eyes, seeing the future of the card world die without leaving them a ray of hope for the world to recover from losing him. He appeared to have lost his academician's aura and looked more like a madman. "Damn you, Wyatt," haggard Dean Faust uttered in a daze, until the 6 demigods he arranged to tend to the selfish and arrogant bastard's needs rushed to his side and tried to console him. "Dean, control yourself. Dean, what's done is done. We can't waste time crying over spilled milk. Yes, Dean, we need to hurry and use the news of his death to our advantage. Sir, I suggest that we liquidate all our assets and investments in the VR universe while VR universe is still hot in the market. Also, we need to discuss how we are going to reveal this information to the world. After all, by now all the 5 regions know that Southern Hope is on our campus, and we invited him to stay as long as he pleased. The Southern royal family is going to be a problem. Let us not disclose anything until we have liquidated our assets and investments in the VR universe and made the necessary preparations against the Southern royal family. Yes, I agree and purpose that no 8th soul knows about what happened here until we have cut our losses and are ready to face the consequences. That's a wise idea. Hear, hear. I agree. I agree. I agree. But can we spread the rumors about us collaborating with Wyatt on VR Universe before we liquidate our investment in the VR Universe? That's a brilliant idea, but will we face backlash when we finally reveal his death? There is bound to be a backlash regardless of what we do, but the question is, if we stand to make enough such that the backlash is worth it? Considering the popularity of the VR Universe, a collaboration between us and Wyatt will definitely increase the public investment into the VR Universe. Based on the trends so far, I wouldn't be surprised if we make twice what we invested in the VR universe. FCK, that's a lot of money. Imagine how many researches and experiments we can fund with that kind of money. I hate to break it to you, but that's nothing compared to what we would stand to make more if we had actually managed to collaborate with Wyatt, or if he big-heartedly trusted his legacy to our dean. Keep dreaming. We saw firsthand how spiteful, arrogant, and narrow-minded he can be. He would never collaborate with us for orchestrating his kidnapping in cahoots with the central government. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if he collaborated with the other top universities just to spite us. In a way, his death is good for us. Shut up. All of you ungrateful, narrow-minded bastards, shut up. We still have time to save Wyatt. Go get the third Dean. We need her to go into past again. Dean Faust finally awakened from his daze, having figured out a way to save the future of the card world. Dean, Madame Lucine is. Just do as I say and don't question me. One more word from your mouths, and I will strangle you guys. Dean Faust warned his staff, and then reminded them who their third Dean really was. I know Madame Lucine. She would rather sacrifice her life for the future of the 5 regions than continue living as a loon. Just go get her before it's too late. I'm sorry, ma'am, Dean. Dean Faust apologized aloud on his knees before the third Dean of Morningstar University, Lucine Morgenstern. Then, he proceeded to kowtow, hiding streams of tears down his cheek, wetting his white beard. With a trembling but firm voice, he pleaded, "The university, the world needs you to go to the past again, Dean. I'm sorry I failed you." It was very difficult for Dean Faust to come to this decision. Watching their young guests sucked into the temporal current, he knew immediately that the only card apprentice at Morningstar University that can save their young guest was Madame Lucine, but he struggled internally to make a decision. It took a while, but he made the decision knowing Madame Lucine would blame him if he didn't do everything to save the future of the card world. Seeing Faust kowtow, the other 6 demigods were ashamed of themselves. Instead of seeing the bigger picture of what was at stake here and trying their best to protect it, they were focused on the small gains. After their initial hesitation, they didn't hesitate to join their dean and kowtow to the third. They were too disappointed in themselves to beg for forgiveness. They let their combined silence speak of their determination. Get up, we can discuss who did what later. Tell me exactly what I have to do before it's too late, Lucine asked without bothering to confirm the situation. Such was her trust in her staff. She had no idea what these 7 were going on about, but she knew that it must be big considering that their arrogant asses were kowtowing to her and crying a river. Dean Faust didn't get up. He continued to kowtow, unable to face Lucine. The same was true for the other demigods. After all, what they were asking Lucine was akin to sending her to her death. Ma'am, I have shared the info with your grimoire. Please save it as a periodic 5 minutes reminder. This way, even if you begin to lose your memory, you will know why and what you're doing in the temporal currents, Dean Faust informed, getting on his feet, planning to witness Lucine's heroics, assuming full responsibility for his decision. However, the other 6 demigods continued to kowtow, unable to forgive themselves. They couldn't understand when they got so consumed by the competition between the top 10 universities that they failed to see the bigger picture. They failed to live up to the ceremonial oath they took when they accepted their tenure. They tainted the legacy of Morningstar University's founders. Going through the file Dean Faust shared with her, Lucine set it as a recurring alert with a 5-minute interval in her grimoire without a hint of hesitation. Nobody knew the horror of entering the temporal current better than her. Yet here she was, preparing to enter it again, even though she had no recollection of the boy she was supposed to be rescuing from the temporal currents. She didn't doubt Dean Faust or question his decision, just prepared to execute it with her all. Lucine glanced over the time vestige above the lightning-stuck stump and rested her eyes on the 6 demigods kowtowing on her side. She willed her intent, forcing the 6 demigods to stand on their feet, and then glancing into each of their eyes, she began, "I don't know what you guys did, but I forgive you. But only you can redeem yourself in your eyes. I can't help you guys with that. I leave the rest to you." Listening to Lucine, the 6 demigods broke into tears like little children, vowing in their hearts to live a life they could be proud of, a life that would make their predecessors proud of them when they finally meet them in the womb of Card World. Before Lucine, they truly were akin to children. She was still Morningstar University's dean when a couple of them were admitted to the university as freshmen. Morningstar University was their identity, their life. They can't forgive themselves for forgetting the principles the university was built on. Seeing them like this, Lucine shook her head with a gentle smile, knowing that there was no punishment that she could give them that would be more effective than the one they would give themselves for the rest of their lives. However, she hoped that they could forgive themselves by the end. Lucine then stepped towards the lightning-struck stump unhurriedly, knowing that time was no longer an issue. No matter who goes first, they will be at the same point in time at the same time, unless the boy somehow manages to change his destination in time. Hopefully, his mastery of time rule wasn't high enough. It would be hard for a layman to divert from the path of the university's time tunnel. Since he was sucked in from one end of the time tunnel, he would be thrown out of the other end. As long as he stayed put at that point in time, it would be easier for her to get him out, with a simple in and out. Otherwise, the odds of either of them surviving would be slim. Yes, Lucine was heading into the time current only to return with the boy or search for him in time current for eternity. She was a card researcher. She didn't give in to the situation. She would think of thousands of ways to tackle the situation and patiently try them all out until she succeeded. With every failure, her resolve would only grow stronger, and her means would get wiser. The notion of giving up was utterly alien to her. Just then, several figures came out of the time vestige. Among them was a beautiful woman with an innocent vibe of a newborn baby. She appeared and felt so pure and immaculate that all the filth in the world seemed to avoid her, as if she were the bane of its existence. Looking at Lucine, she exclaimed, "Master, you didn't have to come personally to receive me." Before Lucine could reply to her filial disciple, Ahlia noticed the oddness in the atmosphere as her eyes glanced over their dean and 6 of the most reputed card demigod academicians of their university. They were quick to erase their tear stains, but the sadness and sorrow were obvious in their eyes. How could they not be? They were sending their memory-challenged ex-dean back into the temporal currents of the card world, knowing what it did to her the first time. They knew the odds of the third returning were very low. Still, they had to do this. If they don't manage to save the boy, they, Morningstar University, would go down pages of history as the sinner of the card world. What's going on? Ahlia skeptically asked, knowing that it had been long since her master had stopped waiting for her return in the Garden of Beginning when she entered the time vestige. Clearly, something was off. "Master, what's going on?" Ahlia repeated herself, feeling a sense of foreboding. "Nothing. You head to your lab and record your findings in our university archives. I will join you soon." Lucine didn't answer Ahlia. Instead, ordered her to leave, signaling Ahlia's exploration team to take her away. "Leader, let's go. The sooner we get our findings verified, the sooner we can publish them to attract generous fundings," a perky woman from Ahlia's team said, pulling her toward the exit of the Garden of Beginning, knowing her assignment. Ahlia shook her teammate's grasp off and grabbed her master's wrist. Taking her hand in hers, she glanced into her master's eyes as she inquired with a low but clear voice, "Are you planning to enter the temporal currents again?" Lucine's brows widened before she shook her head and replied, "You have always been very perceptive as a child. I could never hide anything from you." Lucine spoke from experience. After accepting Ahlia as her disciple, she soon learned that her discipline could read her like an open book. She couldn't hide anything from her. For example, Ahlia stopped bringing up or speaking of any topic related to her birth mother, having sensed that Lucine didn't like it. She knew her master didn't just see her as a disciple, but as her child too. "Yes, I am entering the temporal currents, and it is not up for debate. Just go and record your findings in the archive. I will be right back," Lucine sternly ordered Ahlia, but her eyes were pleading with the latter not to argue and just let her do this. "Why?" Ahlia asked her master, unable to think of what could be possibly so important that their dean would approve her master re-entering the temporal currents knowing the risk and odds. "That's top secret, and I have declared the Garden of Beginning under regulated zones. Only staff and students with my permission can be here. So, you lot, clear the Garden of Beginning or face disciplinary actions." Dean Faust spoke up before Lucine could, knowing the third couldn't lie to her disciple. She doted on her way too much unless it came to the latter's birth mother. He then signaled the other 6 demigods to take control of the situation. "Fine. I'm going with my master then," Ahlia declared, not bothered by Dean Faust's warning. Meanwhile, her teammates were already leaving the garden. After all, their mentor wasn't the freaking direct descendant of the founder of Morningstar University. In a sense, Ahlia was the princess of Morningstar University. Hence, all her monikers had the word princess in them. "No, you are not," Lucine exclaimed in panic, recalling the dread of being stuck in the tug-of-war between the spatial and temporal forces. If not for her adequate mastery of space and time rules, she would have been reduced to nothingness the first time she recklessly entered the temporal currents of the card world. Seeing her like this, Dean Faust and the other 6 demigods knew instantly that Lucine wouldn't control her disciple. If things continued as they were, they might not only risk losing the third, but her disciple to the temporal currents of the card world. They had to act now before Ahala managed to convince Lucine to let her tag along. Why? Do you want to finish what you couldn't back then? One of the 6 demigods maliciously blamed Ahala for conspiring to kill Lucine, using the temporal currents digging into the unfortunate past in the history of Morningstar University. No, I would never, Ahala defended in horror. All the memories she had suppressed in the back of her mind suddenly flooded her mind. Still, she maintained a strong front and argued, "My taintless trait makes me better suited for entering the temporal currents. If you are worried about my intentions, I will go in alone and complete whatever mission it is that you wanted my master to do." Listening to Ahala not only use his words against him, but bend the situation to her desire, the demigod was left speechless. The other demigods blamed him for not thinking twice before acting. One of them hurriedly countered and rejected Ahala's proposal. "No, that won't do. You don't have the required realm and enough mastery of space and time rules to undertake this mission. Don't argue and leave before we are forced to take disciplinary action against you." The demigod spoke facts. Ahala was a mere card king, and her mastery of space and time rule hadn't even reached the bifurcation point. Her achievements so far in the space and time rules were only thanks to her taintless trait. Otherwise, it was very hard for lower realm card apprentices to start the comprehension of space and time rules. Still, Ahala didn't accept defeat. Just as she was about to continue to argue, Lucine ordered aloud, "Stop it, Ahala. I know you want to help, but all you are doing is making my condition worse as I take on a very difficult mission. Though I can't go into the details, the entire world's future hangs in the balance of this mission's success. Stop being a nuisance and just return to your dormitory right now." Lucine was not only harsh with her words, but also signaled one of the demigod staff to drag Ahala away and put her under house arrest until she returns, or until her soul candle in the university's altar dies. Lucine doted on her disciple and knew the latter meant well, but there was a time and place for that, and this wasn't it. So, she steeled her heart and did what needed to be done. "You have to let me go with her. I can help her," Ahala begged. Despite her protests, she was dragged away by demigods while her master headed into the temporal river of the card world, connecting its past, present, and future. "I'm not conspiring about anything. I just want to help her." Going into the past was like going against the temporal current, one of the easiest ways for one to die unless you have an adequate mastery of time rule and its relevant meanings. Like in the case of Lucine, and there were some special cases like Ahala, whose powerful trait or physique allows them to achieve miracles. Dean Faust wasn't worried that his young guest had perished under the force of the temporal currents, because they all had witnessed his fight against the world hog devil rocking a mohawk, and knew for a fact that his mastery over time rule was enough to put many veteran and elite card demigods to shame. "Student Ahala, don't take my words to your heart. I was just too desperate to stop you from following your master into the time river. I know what happened back then was not your fault. It was a one-time freak accident, beyond your or anyone's control. I'm sorry you had to go through that and be burdened with the consequences that followed all alone." The demigod who blamed Ahala of conspiring to kill Lucine in Temporal River apologized, seeing that Lucine had entered the Temporal River and the temporal crack by the time vestige was being guarded by the Dean Faust himself. "Thank you, sir. But I was never alone. My master was always by my side. Not to mention, it was nothing compared to what master lost that day," Ahala said, recalling the price her master paid to save her from the Temporal River. The demigod and his colleagues sighed, listening to Ahala. They shared the immediate and deep-seated feeling that Ahala was blaming herself for Lucine being afflicted with time rule dementia. However, none attempted to console her, knowing a thing or two about self-blame and the subsequent drive for self-redemption. There was nothing they could say to her that would change the way she felt about herself. Back when Ahala was about to graduate and had slowly accustomed to her new life and identity, an accident happened as she visited the time vestige to take the readings of the temporal crack in space that made the formation of the time vestige in the physical plane possible. A stray wave of temporal force dragged Ahala into the temporal river. Her master, Lucine Morgenstern, jumped right behind to rescue her beloved disciple without any hesitation. Combined with Ahulya's taintless trait and Lucine's mastery of time and space rules, the rescue was successful. Ahulya, despite being thrown in the Time River, was unharmed, while demigod Lucine was afflicted with a deadly disease that made even mortals pity her. Things were never the same in Ahulya's new life since then. While Lucine brushed off her condition as a price to secure her beloved disciple's life, the rest of Morningstar University felt differently. They blamed Ahulya for the accident and Lucine's condition, which kept getting worse day by day, forcing her to cancel all her outside appearances and hide in the university campus. That day, Ahulya felt like the world was playing a cosmic joke on her. Just when she had forgiven and accepted her master and Morningstar University for forcing her mother to sell her to them instead of lending her a helping hand to protect her from the circle, life threw a curveball at her. Now, Morningstar University hated her, and she was in the stand defending herself to them. But at least her master was on her side unconditionally. Because of such complications and Ahulya's personal choices, Chief Denise Johnson and the world perceived that she was leading a tough life at Morningstar University. The attitude of staff and students who believed Ahulya was to blame for the misfortune that befell Ma'am Lucine only made matters worse. Despite being considered the princess of Morningstar University by many staff and students of Morningstar University, card apprentices across the 5 regions either had no idea who she was, and those who had heard of her used her as an example of the top 10 universities' elitist practices. The secrecy surrounding her origin and admission process didn't help. It only added fuel to the already blazing fire. There were nasty rumors like Morningstar University killing or holding Ahulya's entire family hostage to get her to admit into their university. Card apprentices believed Morningstar University fancied Ahulya's powerful trait but hated her tragic and humble origin, leading to her tough life in the Morningstar University. The fact that neither Morningstar University or Ahulya came out to clear these rumors only added legitimacy to them. The culprits behind this mess were the factions within Morningstar University. They were willing to go to any lengths to consolidate their power in Morningstar University. Ahulya, the disciple of the only remaining descendant of the founder of Morningstar University, was a huge variable in their struggle for power. Though they couldn't directly harm her, there were always other and more subtle ways to keep her in check and achieve what they wanted. For example, influencing public opinion has been a trend since the beginning of civilization. Not only was it versatile, but you could employ it from within the comfort of the shadows. Entering the temporal river through the temporal crack, Lucine carefully and seamlessly controlled her time and space rule power to go against the time current, into the past that was connected with their present by the time tunnel. Unlike the boy, she didn't have the aid of the temporal and spatial forces being released during the formation of the time tunnel. She had to navigate to that point in time herself. Traces of the time tunnel were still fresh, so she wasn't that worried about getting lost. It would be long before she joined the young man at that point in the time river. Hopefully, he was still there and didn't just wander around. Standing in the eye of the time tunnel as it formed, I sensed the change in soul pathways in my surroundings, but interestingly, I didn't feel the effects of the change while my surroundings clearly did. The surrounding air was being sucked into the temporal river through the recently formed temporal crack in the physical plane. I stood right in front of it. Except for a little spatial distortion, I felt nothing. I don't know if the temporal forces were unaware of my presence or feigning ignorance, but I felt I was being discriminated against by time. I couldn't help but imagine the temporal river screaming at me, "Go back to your damn world, you freaking transmigrator." Was it really the myriad realms time rule discriminating against me or something else? I don't know. Regardless, I was grateful for it until I suddenly had a grim foreboding. What if this made it harder or even impossible for me to master time rule? With that thought, I finally began to panic, and my worries were clear on my face. Fortunately, I knew the quickest way to clear this doubt, and that was to try comprehending the time rule. However, I noticed that the time tunnel was about to be formed, and I would miss the window to use the temporal crack of Morningstar University without paying a single cent. No sane person would enter the temporal crack unless they planned for their remains to be scattered across time. Well, that's highly unlikely and one of the best possible outcomes. However, usually the temporal currents will obliterate you into nothingness. The absolute worst-case scenario would be being obliterated into nothingness across the time, past, present, and future. It was like you never existed. Therefore, Morningstar University only made use of the time vestige to explore the temporal river. However, all these didn't apply to me, because the time rule of the myriad realms just refuses to affect me. I wonder if loves me too much or was just too disgusted to the point of not even acknowledging my presence. Hopefully, the former was true. Like every sentient creature out there, at a point in my life, I too have fantasized about controlling time. I would hate to learn that it wouldn't be possible for me even in this life. Be right back, buddy. Bidding goodbye to Oldman Faust, I stopped resisting the spatial forces. I let them carry me through the temporal river to where the time tunnel's other end was. In the blink of an eye, I found myself back in the Garden of Beginning above the lightning-struck stump. The time vestige, Dean Faust, and other staff of Morningstar University were nowhere to be seen, because they were in the present while I was in the past. Though I couldn't help but question myself. Was I really in the past? Just then I sensed a gaze on me. I turned to look only to find a familiar face. It was Lucine Morgenstern. As our eyes met, she exclaimed, "Oh good. You didn't divert from the trail. This makes things easy. I'm here to rescue you. Come, let us head back before our bodies and souls adapt to this timeline. I don't need rescuing, and I have no plans to leave just yet. Since I'm here, I might as well check out this so-called past. What time is it now? Exactly how far back in the past are we?" I asked Lucine. After all, the latter had been using the time vestige for centuries. "Wyatt, things here are not as simple as you imagine. Despite our mastery of the time rule, the longer we remain, the quicker our bodies and minds start to succumb to the current timeline, slowly overriding our memories until we believe this past is our present. Our time rule mastery only slows the time rule dementia compared to those who lack it. Ultimately, we all face the same fate, being trapped here for eternity. Therefore, let us exit now while the traces of the time tunnel are still fresh in the temporal river. Otherwise, we risk getting lost in the temporal river, unable to find our way back to our present," Lucine patiently explained, because Dean Faust valued the boy before her enough to ask her to risk her life to save him. Otherwise, she would have immediately used force to take him back to the present. "Doesn't that mean your being here will rapidly worsen your condition? Do you have a death wish? Please, leave. I don't want your death on my head," I politely rejected, gazing at Lucine as if looking at a damn fool. This was just insane. What kind of organization sends a person on their deathbed on a rescue op? Was there no one sane left at Morningstar University? Huh. Lucine stared at me dumbly in response. "FCK, did you already forget why you are here?" I remarked in shock. "Young man, mind your language. Cussing might sound cool, but it's rude and bad manners," Lucine lectured, but was interrupted by her grimoire notification. As she went through it, her expression grew grim. It appeared like she was about to have a panic attack, but then, understanding the gravity of her mission, she managed to control her emotions and prevent herself from overloading her mind and going unconscious. Soon, she urgently said, "Wyatt, I am here to rescue you." "Ma'am, we already had that conversation. Read and add the file I shared with your grimoire to the reminder. Also, reduce the reminder's time interval to every 30 seconds. I interrupted Lucine midway and shared a file, informing her about our conversation earlier. I plan to do so every time she forgets. This way she will quickly catch up and I can avoid having to have the same conversation over and over again. Now my worry was, how do I convince her to return to the present without me, before her time rule dementia grows serious, putting her in a coma or worse, death? Wyatt, don't be foolish. Without the time vestige, we're vulnerable. It is not just the time rule dementia. There are other things about this place that I can't go into now. But trust me, we need to get out of here now." Lucine broke the silence after she had made adjustments to her periodic reminder. There was this sense of urgency in her tone that told that she wasn't lying just to persuade Wyatt to leave with her. "That's not happening," I rejected, awakening from my thoughts. "Don't worry about me, worry about yourself. I can take care of myself and will return once I'm done. But you should hurry, from the looks of it. You don't have much time. How high is your mastery of time rule? It has been a good while since we entered this past. Yet, I don't see this timeline affecting you in the slightest," Lucine exclaimed, scrubbing her plan to use force to drag the boy to their present. just like how one can make out the rotting wood or rusting iron. It wasn't hard for Lucine, with her mastery of time rule, to observe the influence of the past they were in. To her shock, the boy before was untouched. It was as if the past they were in didn't influence him in any way. What was even more incredible was that she didn't sense any time rule power on him. How was that even possible? Surely, he had to be using his time rule power to fight the influence of the past they were in. Then, she should be able to sense his time rule power. Yet, she didn't sense an iota of time rule power on him. Not that it was just improbable. Unless his mastery of time rule was incomparable to hers. That was even more improbable. He was just a teenager. Even if he had been comprehending the time rule since he was in his mother's womb, regardless of any physique or traits, it should be impossible for him to form a time rule stream, as she was a step from forming a time rule stream. It took her centuries of hard work to achieve this, so she couldn't fathom how a teenager could. Lucine couldn't help but stare at the boy in skeptical awe. Though doubtful of his mastery of time rule, she could help but feel awe, as it was no small feat for a card master to make her question her worldview. Told you I can handle myself. I just smirked in response to Lucine's shock and proceeded to check my surroundings, planning to experience the past they were in before finding a place to begin comprehension into time rule. As for Lucine, I let her be thinking now that she knows I can handle myself here. She will eventually leave when she can't suppress her ailment anymore. Have you already formed a time rule stream? How many time rule meanings have you added to your time rule stream so far? Lucine asked the boy despite still being doubtful about whether his mastery of time rule had reached the formation of time rule stream in his ego gem. No, my condition is unique. Like how you can't talk about this past, I too can't talk about it. I answered Lucine, knowing that she wasn't going to stop pestering me until she got an answer. Listening to me put it that way, Lucine was both relieved and curious. She was relieved that she was just overthinking and the boy before her hadn't formed his time rule stream, and also curious about how he was able to resist the influence of the past they were in. Was it a special physique or trait or innate card? No, if it was either of them, she would have noticed it through changes in his energy signature. But there was none. He walked around with a slight influence from this timeline. It was as if he was native of this past they had entered. That was simply not possible since he was from the present she was from. Was it a special time rule meaning? Something that can resist time rule dementia? Lucine couldn't help but let her mind wander, trying to think out of the box. Since nothing she knew could explain how the boy was uninfluenced by the timeline of the past they were in. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked the boy, "Did you comprehend a rare time rule meaning? Does it allow you to resist time rule dementia?" I didn't answer Lucine and just let out a subtle smile, neither confirming or denying if her guess was correct. I didn't want to lie to explain my time rule immunity, as it would only limit the extent of what my time rule immunity was capable of in the eyes of those watching me. That was to say, I would have to lie in the future to explain why I was able to do what my time rule immunity helped me do. As the saying goes, one lie leads to 1,000 others. I didn't want to be caught in that cobweb. Besides, I couldn't bother to lie. Wyatt, what is going to take for you to tell me why you aren't being influenced by the timeline of this past? Lucine asked, knowing better than to jump to conclusion. Guessing and assuming was how you write fantasy stories and not find out the truth. There is nothing you can offer me to persuade me to tell you my secrets, I uttered, shaking my head. Besides, aren't you worried? Your condition is deteriorating fast. Don't worry. You have your secrets. I have my secrets, Lucine replied, trying to sound mysterious. Only then did I realize that. It has been a while, but her memory didn't lapse. It seems she wasn't lying. Curious about Lucine's secret, I used my primordial soul pupils to check her soul pathways and arrangements, especially of her brain. What I observed shocked me. There were 2 ethereal spirits in her body. One was from our present, and one was from this past. These 2 ethereal spirits were actively exchanging their soul pathways. There were 2 Lucine. One from our present, who was suffering from time rule dementia and timeline dementia. The other one was from this past, who was also suffering from time rule dementia. Both Lucine were suffering from time rule dementia. One soul pathway got transferred to this past, while one soul pathway got replaced by soul pathways from an unknown future, i.e. our present. This was going to be confusing, bear with me. To reiterate, Where do the soul pathways of the Lucina from our present go under the influence of time-ruled dementia? They go to the past. Which past? This past. To be exact, to the Lucine of this past who too was also suffering from time-ruled dementia, which causes her to forget the present and recall a future, i.e. the present of the Lucina from our present. Lucine from our present was losing her memories and soul pathways to this past. Lucine from this past was getting her memories and soul pathways overwritten by her memories and soul pathways from our present, i.e., one of her possible futures. Now that they both were in one timeline, Lucine of this past was giving the memory and soul pathways she gained due to time-ruled dementia back to Lucine of our present. Meanwhile, Lucine of our present, who was also suffering from timeline adaptation/dementia under the influence of this past, shared these memories back to the Lucine of this past. This way, Lucine from our present got her memories and soul pathways back, while avoiding timeline adaptation/dementia under the influence of this past, and the Lucine of this past got her memories and soul pathways back. By exchanging the memories and soul pathways that got interchanged between present and past or overwritten due to time-ruled dementia or timeline dementia, the two Lucine were not only able to maintain their sanity and stop their health from deteriorating. That was to say, Lucine of our present had not only found a way to avoid the influence of this past, but also a temporary fix for her condition when in this past. I wonder why she hadn't done the same in our past. Was she worried about the consequences of bringing Lucine from this past to our future? You are bold. You refined your other version in this timeline as your incarnation. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. I couldn't help but exclaim, understanding what Lucine had done. But I was totally impressed by the fact that Lucine could think of this solution when battling with raging time-ruled dementia and timeline dementia. No wonder she was still alive when most of her generation were either dead or were serving under the masters controlling the central government from the shadows. You're mistaken, but I can see why you would think that. Still, color me impressed. Lucine complimented the boy in genuine awe for almost figuring out her secret. I frowned and rechecked Lucine's soul pathways, this time more thoroughly. And what I found was bone-chilling. I didn't think there was someone else out there in the card world cruel enough to cut their soul like me, but Lucine proved me wrong. Lucine had not refined her version in this time into her incarnation. Instead, she cut off the part of soul that had succumbed to the timeline dementia of this past, and then refined that part of her soul into her incarnation and left it behind in this past. This way, she not only managed to beat the timeline dementia, left a way to suppress her time-ruled dementia in this past, but also experimented with a method to create a perfect incarnation of herself. Seeing how her incarnation had managed to develop an ethereal spirit, I think it's safe to assume her gamble was paying off. Her incarnation was so perfect that I mistook it for a version of her from this past. Do you have any more soul sour fruits? I asked with a grin, having found tiny traces of soul sour fruits in Lucine's two ethereal spirits. Soul sour fruits were miracle herds that can turn a half soul into a complete soul in a fraction of a second. Lucine had used 2 of these fruits, one to heal her soul after she had cut it in half and one to help the other half riddled with timeline dementia to turn into her incarnation. Holy crap, how are you doing that? Can you read minds? Get out of my head. Lucine screamed in panic, fearing the consequences if the boy could really read minds. I had read about soul sour fruit when I was researching soul division and healing. However, I did pay attention to learning these miracle herds were basically extinct across the myriad realms like the primordial pixies, world calamity tree, etc. Soul sour fruits were simply priceless miracle herds across the myriad realms among the sentient creatures who knew what it was, let alone card world. It was believed that those who had eaten soul sour fruit would gain a soul regeneration soul treat. That was, their soul could regenerate slightly faster than a regular soul, enough to make a difference. Lucine did gain this soul trait, but her incarnation appears to have gained it. I also read that one could use the soul that inherited this soul trait to create a soul healing potion that would function similar to a soul sour fruit. Only it would take several minutes to a few weeks to completely heal the soul based on the quality of the potion made. It appears Lucine also knew about this, explaining why she was panicking so much. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. However, I gotta hand it to you. You're every bit of what your reputation advertised. Congrats on finding a method to make a perfect clone/incarnation. Though it's prodigal method, still you did. I assured Lucine and congratulated her on her enormous achievement before repeating myself. Do you have any more soul sour fruit left on you? Lucine didn't immediately answer the boy, feeling naked under his gaze. He didn't seem like a villain, and Faust seemed to trust him, so she trusted him with her secret for now. No, but I have their seeds. I will give you one if you follow me back to our present right now. Nah. I rejected Lucine's offer without any hesitation. Yes, I know it's soul sour fruit seed, and with Dre by my side, I could grow any seed into a tree until fruition. Yet, I rejected her because I had a better deal for her. So, I proposed to her. How about you give me all the soul sour fruit seeds on you in exchange, I will help cure your time rule dementia? That way, you can freely use your perfect incarnation in our present instead of hiding it in your divinity as a buffer to control your time rule dementia when your condition worsens. Lucine was taken aback by the boy's proposal. She felt he was capable after all he saw through her and her perfect incarnation, but she knew the time rule dementia was something that even plagued Celestials. It was incurable. So, she shook her head disappointedly and remarked, "Don't joke around, Wyatt. That's insensitive." Did I laugh or snicker? I'm being serious. I don't make promises that I can't keep. I might be late, but I will deliver, I said, not knowing how I would convince Lucine to give me a shot. She was not like my usual clients. So, I didn't treat her appropriately without going into detail and leaving much to her imagination. Look, Lucine, you're a smart woman who managed to suppress time-ruled dementia, timeline dementia, and solve the perfect incarnation problem all with one move. So, I will not waste my saliva and get to the point. Agree with my proposal only if you trust me. Otherwise, don't bother. I trust you. All right, we have a deal then. Let's head back to our present so we can get started. Lucine enthusiastically agreed. So much so she insisted we head back to our present and get started on it right away. Don't get smart with me, I said passive-aggressively, deciding to fork the soul sour fruit seeds from Lucine's hands another way, one that I would not only enjoy but feel vindicated about this conversation with Lucine. Seeing the boy take offense at her little trick to get him to return to their past with her, Lucine suddenly felt that she had made the situation worse than it already was. She immediately apologized, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that this past is not what you think. We have to leave here before the time tunnel's traces disappear in the temporal river. Come on, Wyatt. I said I was sorry. The place is not what you think it is. Please, just listen to me. I will give you all the soul sour fruit seeds I have. Let us just return to our present." Lucine tried tempting the boy, seeing that ordering him or pleading to him didn't work. Also, he was too petty. A teenage girl being petty, she understood that. But a teenage boy, what's up with that? Listening to Lucine willingly giving me all the soul sour fruit seeds she had, I decided to forgive her. How could I not? Not only did she risk her life to save mine, but also came bearing gifts. We have a deal. You can't back out this ladder. All right, take my hand. I will get us back to our present. Lucine gladly agreed, reaching for the boy's wrist, but he pulled back, informing, "I agreed to cure your time-ruled dementia and not return to our present with you." What? You are still on that? Lucine asked bewilderedly, and she finally gave up, revealing, "Wyatt, listen to me. This isn't some holy land to comprehend time rule. Unless you plan to become devil food, I advise you to stop with your antics and quietly follow me." I knew it. This is not our past, but a variation of our past. Did we lose to the dark realm in the timeline of this past? I exclaimed, hearing Lucine confirm my guess. She had already confirmed that this was a different past, and not our past, considering how she, like me, kept addressing it as this past and not our past. No wonder our present didn't change despite Morningstar University meddling with the past using its time vestige. Before Lucine could speak, I overzealously continued. Have all the card apprentices been killed by the devils of this past? Does that mean we are the only remaining card apprentices in this past? Does that mean the devils are coming for us? And you are worried that with the time vestige and other parts of the array covering the Garden of Beginning having returned to our present, This array in this past is no longer strong enough to hold the devils of this timeline back from breaking into the Garden of Beginning. Am I right? What? No. I wish that were the case. Lucine paused midway, hesitating if she should tell the boy Morningstar University's deep-kept secret. However, he had already figured out most of it, so she decided to reward him with the truth, no matter how dark it was, and the bad light shone above Morningstar University's unblemished record. This is not the holy land for time rule that the 5 regions were led to believe. This is a prison designed to hold powerful demigods of the dark faction, 10 Commandments. 10 Commandments. I repeated, pretending to be clueless, trying to figure out how much Morningstar University understands the Dark Realm. Honestly, I was shocked to learn that Morningstar University was aware of the 10 Commandments. They seemed to have better knowledge of the Dark Realm when the rest of the 5 regions seemed to have no clue or forgot about it. Instead, they just think demons tried to invade them. Yes, 10 Commandments. They are a small faction in the Dark Realm. These guys are responsible for the first demon invasion of our world. The big guy imprisoned here is one of the leaders of 10 Commandments. We only managed to learn this from him much later, after we had won the war, Lucine revealed, going into details without holding back. She thought someone as capable as the boy before should know their true past so that they didn't repeat the same mistake. Really? What else did you guys find out? I asked curiously, feigning ignorance. No, I was not taking advantage of Lucine's good nature and trust in me. I was trying to gauge how to engage in an honest and rewarding conversation with her without revealing any of my own secrets. Also, didn't the Devil Merchant Code declare everyone in the 10 Commandments faction dead? It not only reclaimed the rights to the card world it sold to the 10 Commandments faction, but also resold it to the 7 Prince of Hell faction. What's up with that? As this thought crossed my mind, I immediately summoned my grimoire and checked out the Demon Codex page, only to find that I could connect to the Devil Merchant Code, but when I tried to use its functions, nothing happened. That was the first I had seen it do that, which meant one can access Devil Merchant Code here. Is this way the Devil Merchant Code declared their faction annihilated and reclaimed their assets? On the card world, it has been centuries since the first demon invasion, but in the Dark Realm it hasn't been that long. After all, 10 days in the card world was equal to 1 day in the Dark Realm. Judging by the time zone difference of the 2 realms, it has only been several decades on the Dark Realm since the card world's first demon invasion. No matter how I look at it, the Devil Merchant Code was too quick to declare the 10 Commandments dead and reclaim their assets registered with it. I used to think that though the Devil Merchant Code was ruthless capitalist, it played by the rules, but from what I was learning right now, it seemed that wasn't the case. I need to get to the bottom of this matter. After all, the fate of the card world depended on it. If my assumptions were true, then maybe I can do something to ensure that no dark race or faction can ever use the Devil Merchant Code to invade the card world. I calmed down, realizing I was getting ahead of myself. Clearly, the Devil Merchant Code wouldn't break its own rules. There was a point I wasn't seeing. Perhaps the 10 Commandments owed too much debt to the Devil Merchant Code in preparation for invading the card world. This debt kept growing with time as neither of the leaders of the 10 Commandments were available to make the loan payments on time for several years and decades altogether until the Devil Merchant Code was forced to reclaim their assets registered with it. But that didn't explain why it declared them dead when one of the 10 Commandments was alive in this past. I could see someone else making this mistake, but the Devil Merchant Code? No way. It was above such silly mistakes. Otherwise, the Interrealm Network, Interrealm City, and the whole thing would have fallen apart a long time ago. There had to be something I was missing here. Not much. It's just too strong for us to capture and interrogate. We can only spy on it through the time vestige. The devil imprisoned here calls himself Slay. Every time we think he has succumbed to timeline dementia under the influence of this past, he somehow manages to recall everything and recover, summoning a grimoire of sorts and screaming the words, Devil Merchant Code. We have yet to find out what this Devil Merchant Code is, but many believe it might be some kind of holy scripture that this faction of the Dark Race followed or worshipped. Those words are the only thing that has kept him from fully succumbing to the timeline dementia for centuries. I can't imagine how strong the being is that this devil follows or worships. This is the reason our predecessors were so adamant about building a sanctuary to escape in case we lost the demon invasion. You don't understand the horror we felt every time we failed to kill this devil, using every means we could think of. Since we are unable to kill it, I don't see how we are even going to face the entity it follows or worships. Lucine, for the very first time, confided her fears in someone other than her mentor. Then how does the time vestige factor into all this, actually? Don't tell me the bullshit about the array of the Garden of Beginning needing it, or that it's just a glorified elevator allowing travel between past, present, and future. There should be more than that to it, right? I asked, listening to Lucine bring it up again and again, claiming that without the time vestige we weren't safe here. So far, from what she said, I gathered that it was a safe zone for those who entered this past from our present. However, I felt there was more to it. I could get it out of Lucine, or will have to enter the time vestige to figure it out using my primordial soul pupils. You are right on both counts. The time vestige is both a safe zone and one big elevator into the card world's temporal river. As a safe zone, the time vestige protects the users from all the side effects of entering the past, while helping them learn to master time rule. As an elevator, the time vestige helps us to travel to multiple time prisons Morningstar University's predecessors created in the card world's temporal river, Lucine explained, a little proud of her predecessor's achievement in terms of time rule. But was interrupted by the boy, asking, "Wait, I thought your university only had one time tunnel connecting this past with our present." Listening to the boy's doubt, Lucine smiled and explained, "Unlike our time vestige, which is singular throughout the card world's temporal river, our time tunnel is not singular, but various versions of it exist in various pasts. These time tunnels connect each of these various pasts in a sequence that only the core academicians of our university know, forming a network of time tunnels throughout the various pasts we have explored using the time vestige, allowing us to access all the time prisons our predecessors created in various pasts with the cost of maintaining and operating only one time tunnel. Though it's tedious and complex, it's economical." I sighed in realization. Because the time vestige was singular throughout the card world's time rule stream/temporal river, as in only one in all of the card world's time, I assumed that the time tunnel was also singular, but it wasn't. I had no idea how Morningstar University managed to ensure that the time tunnels of various versions of the past didn't connect with the same past, but rather with different pasts, forming a non-repeating, non-looping, and uninterrupted chain of network of time tunnels connecting all the time prisons Morningstar University had created to trap the devils and enemies they couldn't defeat. Clearly, they put a lot of thought into creating their very own labyrinth of time. The work and resources that went into making this happen were no joke. I was impressed. This was the moment I truly felt they were deserving of their reputation of being one of the top 10 universities in the card world. They had earned it. However, knowing about Morningstar University's labyrinth of myriad past trapping various powerful devils, I felt that the information they gathered on the Dark Realm or Lucine was revealing to me was seriously lacking. I'm sure they knew more than the Ten Commandments faction and mistaking the Devil Merchant Code's Devil Codex as the Devil's Holy Scripture. I don't believe that they didn't manage to interrogate the devils trapped in their labyrinth of myriad pasts. Not even a single one of them. I don't believe it. I mean, they had several centuries, and you are telling me they didn't manage to crack a single devil trapped in their time prisons? That didn't sound like someone who had managed to make a labyrinth in time. What about the resources of the alternate pasts? Can you bring them into the time vestige? I asked, knowing that resources from the past cannot be brought into the present or future. They will instantly rot into dust regardless of their grade and properties under the influence of the card world's time rule stream, or temporal river. Similar to how anything from the future and present that enters the past will be inflicted by timeline dementia. Young man, you ask all the right questions. Yes, you can take the resources of the past into the time vestige and use them for research, studies, or experiments, but nothing permanent. If you use them on yourself or in card creation, then you or anything you created using resources from the past will turn into dust once you return to your present. However, as long as you don't break the time taboos, the time vestige is the best lab to conduct some of the most expensive research and experimentation without being conscious of funds or resources, Lucine answered giddily. As a researcher, one of her greatest regrets was the rare resources lost in experimentation, but this way that regret was no more. They looted the precious resources and items from Time Prison and used them to conduct experiments in Time Vestige without wasting a single penny. Even I was a little envious of this hack of Morningstar University and grew even more motivated to master the time rule. I am sure that since they were capable enough to create a freaking labyrinth in time, they knew to find alternate paths that were very identical to ours in every way possible to loot resources from to conduct their little experiments. Otherwise, it would be hard to trust the results they get from their experiments. These results might not be right in our present. So, what about new knowledge and information? Do you guys steal it from a past identical to ours and test it out in our present? I asked, thinking, why stop at resources and items? Why not loot their unique knowledge and information as well? Oh yeah, we do it as well. Big time. Why do you think we have double the copyrights and patents compared to other top 10 universities? However, so far, we haven't managed to find something of substance that could change how we live and see the world. Maybe one day we will. Lucine sighed, expressing her regret. To her and Morningstar University, this was not stealing but akin to archaeology. Therefore, not only was she not ashamed to admit this, but also a little proud. I thought she was being greedy but also understood where she was coming from. Any other respectable and reputed university in Morningstar University's place would do and feel the same. How come with such a cheat you guys still haven't managed to become the #1 university of the card world? I indirectly asked Lucine about other top 10 universities, wondering if they too had their own secrets, like Morningstar University. Otherwise, it would have been hard for them to keep up with Morningstar University, which had its own labyrinth of myriad paths to mine data from. Young man, is this your first time out of your lab? Or are you just ignorant enough to underestimate the top 10 universities? Considering you are from the southern region, I bet on the latter. You guys have nothing to show for yet, are very proud of themselves. Don't think I didn't notice your judging eyes. At first it was amusing, but now it's just annoying, Lucine remarked, listening to the boy question why they didn't hold the #1 university position in the card world despite having the labyrinth of myriad past. Lucine found the boy's judging eyes amusing when she initially thought he was just an ignorant genius from the improvised South. However, that amusement soon turned into annoyance when she realized he wasn't the ignorant genius she had assumed him to be. No, Lucine wasn't looking down on the boy. She found him looking down on Morningstar University amusing. However, when she began to sense that he had the capital to look down on Morningstar University, she no longer thought it was amusing but annoying. How dare he look down on Morningstar University? She lost it when he collectively looked down on the top 10 universities by asking her why Morningstar University wasn't already the #1 university. Yes, there was little to misunderstand about what the boy said, but that was what made it so infuriating. Telling her that her rivals weren't good enough was the same as telling her that she wasn't good enough. Clearly, Lucine didn't like this feeling of not being good enough compared to him. It had been a while since she felt like that from a fellow card apprentice, let alone one from a lower realm. As for her lashing out, it was instinctive. Calm down. I also noticed the amusement in your eyes towards me. You don't see me complaining, I defended, staring into Lucine's eyes. Man, you people from the central region are so entitled. Whoa, what do you mean by entitled? It's not our fault that students across the 5 regions want to join us, Lucine remarked, but it made no sense to me. So I asked in puzzlement, what? You know what I mean. You are the one who dragged the entire central region into this, Lucine replied, not bothering to expand on it. So, you attacked the southern universities? Are you 12? I looked at Lucine in disbelief. Instead of a generous elder, she was now acting like a spoiled little brat. Young man, have you no shame? You're the one who looked down on my university and verbally attacked the central region, forgetting I'm your elder. Yet you remember I'm your elder only when I defend my university and nation? Lucine spoke the first thing that came to her mind. She didn't care how it made her sound. She just wanted to win this argument against the boy. She was competitive like that. Wait, I only brought up the central region because you brought up the southern region first, and when did you become my elder? That's beside the point. I just wanted to know if the other top universities had their own aces like your labyrinth of myriad pasts. I meant no offense by it. I explained, no longer planning to continue bickering with Lucine, who seemed to be desperate about this for some reason. So, I let get away with it. Why didn't you directly ask that then? Lucine complained before proceeding to answer me. Yes, all top 10 universities have inheritances left by their predecessors. Not just us. The royal and noble families, the big sects, and hidden clans. They all have an inheritance from their ancestors. Not all of these inheritances are as glorious as our labyrinth of myriad pasts, but they are enough for them to maintain their feeble existence for several generations. This is precisely why we are able to survive despite the tyranny of the current government. By chance, do you know what the inheritances of the other top universities are? I asked, pushing my luck as much as possible, hoping Lucine was still feeling generous after our friendly banter. Just a little, like how the 5 regions think that Morningstar University's inheritance is the Garden of Beginning and the Time Vestige. No outsider except you knows about our labyrinths of myriad pasts. I don't know why, but there is something oddly satisfying and addicting about sharing a secret. So, what do you think? Is Morningstar University where you see your future? Lucine asked, though I felt she was conveying that if I said no, she would have to silence me. You are too honest. Are you sure it's okay to share this information with me? I asked Lucine, ignoring her attempt to get me to enroll at Morningstar University. Also, I was a little concerned if she should be so honest with me. I got the feeling she didn't share everything she knew with me, but I also felt that what shared with me was more than enough to get her into trouble. Should I be concerned? What are you going to do with this information? Post it on the Grimoire network. It will get deleted or buried in piles of useless posts right after you post it. Besides, I know you are smart enough to know better than to do that, Lucine said nonchalantly while I was stuck trying to figure out if it was a threat or a warning from his well-wishing elder. You really don't know who I am, do you? I said to Lucine, finally confirming that she truly had no idea who I am except for what Dean Faust told her about me. Why are you famous, or someone important, or something? Sam wrote that you are the card world's future. I don't know why he would think that, but I bet he had a good reason to do so. Honestly, I haven't been keeping up with current news. It's already a miracle that I'm talking to you without forgetting midway and wondering where and what I'm doing, Lucine explained, not wanting the boy to misunderstand her. Also, she knew that though her bet on creating a perfect clone had worked, she knew it wasn't a cure or permanent measure against her time-rule dementia. Forget about it. I brushed off answering Lucine on that. Instead, asked her, so, who far into the past have you guys traveled? We can travel back to the point when our predecessor used his time rule mastery to turn the lightning-struck stump into the time vestige's temporal anchor, Lucine answered, dodging the core of the boy's question. I rolled my eyes at Lucine. She couldn't have been more obvious. You would think someone with her experience and age would know how to lie, or just be straightforward. Say no if you don't want to answer. Why bother with these tricks? Was it because she was overwhelmed by me and was unable to say no to me? I know that. I asked you, how far back has Morningstar University traveled in time? I asserted, not leaving her a way out. Either she gave me a firm no, or the answers I sought. I can't tell you that. It's one of our core secrets. I'm willing to make an exception if you join us, Lucine proposed. She not only gave the boy firm no, but also made it so he would stop bringing it up and pestering her. Was that hard? I remarked, eyeing Lucine, who was still waiting for my response about enrolling at her university. Not bothering to answer her, I asked, I still don't get why you didn't just use the time vestige to come find me in this past. That's because I wasn't sure I would find you here. So, I needed to trace your path, which isn't possible with the time vestige. Sam thought that with your mastery of the time rule, you couldn't help but struggle against the spatial and temporal forces and, as a result, go off trail into the vast temporal river. But, not only did you not struggle and not go off trail, you made it all the way here and stayed put. I was worried I would have to scour the time river for eternity in hopes of finding you. Lucine explained her difficulties and the risks she took on just to rescue the boy. A part of her felt it was a miracle that she found him so easily. The only problem was he was showing no sign of returning with her, despite her persuading him and doing her best to satisfy his curiosity about her labyrinth of myriad pasts. They had been here long enough. They needed to leave her quickly. Besides the timeline dementia, there was another thread in here. Oh, I see. Now excuse me. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it to try and start my comprehension of time rule. I informed Lucine honestly and let her be, having made myself comfortable on a flat boulder by the lightning-struck stump to commence my comprehension of time rule. I didn't dare to be seated on the lightning-struck stump, as there was a tiny tear in space and time above it. It wasn't as obvious as when the time tunnel was summoned, but it was there. I didn't want to repeat the mistake young Ahoya once did. Movement of truth. I muttered to myself, sitting on the boulder in lotus position, preparing to see if I could comprehend the time rule, wondering if it would elude me like the entire myriad realms time rules avoided me. Before I could close my eyes, Lucine interrupted me, asking me if I misspoke. You mean continue your comprehension of time rule, right? Don't you already have a certain mastery of time rule? Also, are you surprisingly stupid enough to comprehend time rule in a time prison? I never said that I had a certain mastery in time rule. I was honest because Lucine would find out once I try to comprehend time rule, and also because I didn't want to lie to someone who had risked her life to rescue mine. What's the point of power if I can't afford to be honest to people I care about? Yes, I considered Lucine a friend now. This complicated my plans to use Morningstar University as a stepping stone to announce my plans to the 5 regions, but I had made changes to the plan when I learned that all top universities had their own inheritance, each as useful as Morningstar University's labyrinth of myriad pasts. The top 10 universities wanted my VR universe, and I wanted their inheritance. I'm sure we could negotiate something. Besides, in these tough times when demons were about to invade our world for the second time, we need to be united and not fight amongst ourselves. As the Southern Hope, I needed to take a lead and set an example to all. Let me repeat myself. I am not doing this because I am greedy for the inheritance of the top 10 universities. What? Then how did you survive the temporal and spatial forces and the temporal currents on your way here? How are you resisting the timeline dementia? I get it, you are kidding me, right? Lucine lost it and bombarded the boy with questions without giving him an opportunity to answer. Funny, for a second you almost had me there. Think what you want to think. I'm not kidding now, nor was I kidding when I said I can cure your time rule dementia. I replied nonchalantly, shrugging my shoulders. And why shouldn't I comprehend time rule in a time prison? You say you aren't kidding, but you don't know why you shouldn't comprehend the time rule in a time prison? Lucine remarked, wondering if anything this boy told her so far was true and not just some convenient lie he spun up on his feet. But seeing that he genuinely didn't know why, she decided not to be petty and answered him. That's because the timeline in the time prison is looped to trap the prisoner in here. If we comprehend the time rule where the timeline is looped, we will be inflicted with time rule dementia. What? I never heard of that. I exclaimed in shock as Lucine revealed to me that comprehending time rule in a looped timeline would lead to being inflicted with time rule dementia. There was no mention of this in the book I learned about time rule dementia. Considering that the book stated that time rule dementia was a disease that mostly plagued celestials and was not seen among any known races in the myriad realms, when Lucine was the living contradiction to that, I'm guessing the book was outdated. Wasn't it outdated? It did mention that except celestials, no known races could survive time rule dementia. So, they never had a living subject to determine the cause and effect. Lucine's case was special. She only managed to survive because she boldly cut most of her infected soul and had 2 soul sour fruits to save whatever was left. It was a gamble. She lived to tell the tale, but she didn't manage to fully get rid of her time rule dementia. It took 2 miracle fruits to save Lucine's life, but still she wasn't fully cured and lived as a memory-challenged loon. This was enough to tell how deadly time rule dementia was. 100% mortality rate excluding celestials. That's not surprising. I only knew that comprehending the time rule of a looped timeline causes time rule dementia after I comprehended the time rule of this past in desperation to save Ahoya. I guess you are not stupid after all, Lucine answered, explaining how she was inflicted with time rule dementia. That explains why your soul pathways were vanishing into this past of all the pasts when in our present. No, that's not right. Midway through my realization, I paused and glanced at Lucine to find her grinning with ecstasy. Ignoring her weird expression, I continued. You used your incarnation as an anchor to ensure that the soul pathways of your brain that vanishes into the past because of time-ruled dementia vanishes into this past, and not across the various possible pasts of the card world. By doing so, you not only ensured your divinity knew where to find the vanished soul pathways to help with you passively recover, and also use the soul pathways that vanish to this path to nourish you incarnation. That way it wouldn't be tainted by this past's energies, yet continue to grow until it was ready to help you actively manage the time rule dementia. I thought it was all a coincidence. You lucked out and managed to create a perfect clone without getting it tainted with this past's energies. But turns out you knew what you were doing. That's just ingenious. How did you manage to think and calculate all that while protecting yourself and rescuing Ahoya? That's no longer in the realm of the card apprentices. I was really impressed by what Lucine had done to survive the time rule dementia. She not only thought of a solution to a mortal disease in a few seconds, but she thought of a solution that she could use and perform at that instant. That was to say, a solution within her capability and means. For one to have that kind of presence of mind and concentration when you were surrounded by certain death, it was just monstrous. Lucine immediately became a living reminder for me not to underestimate the card apprentices. Lucine allowed herself to bask in the admiration of the boy for a few seconds before she shook her head and humbly revealed, "No, I'm no genius. It's just the effect of my origin card, Premodem Savant. It turns me into a savant a few seconds before I die. The triggering conditions of my origin card are very strict and demanding. I don't dare simulate these conditions just to trigger it, fearing the consequences to follow will not be something I can handle. So, it's basically useless in regular times. If anyone should be considered a genius, it should be you. I can't believe you managed to figure out the solution I opted for. How did you even manage to do it? I didn't even reveal anything to you. It's as if you just saw right through me. It's just uncanny. Premodem Savant, that's an interesting origin card. But be honest, you never really tried to trigger it by putting yourself in harm's way in a controlled environment," I said, not believing Lucine for a second when she claimed that she didn't try to trigger her origin card. From what I learned about her so far, she had a curious brain like mine, and it was simply impossible for her not to try and figure out ways to control her origin card. It would go against everything we stood for. Lucine rolled her eyes and reluctantly agreed. "Yes, I did try to figure out how I can control my origin card, but I learned that as long as I knew I was safe, it was simply impossible for me to trigger my origin card. So, I had my colleagues fake try to kill me without telling me, even erased the related memories, but nothing worked. It was as if my origin card had a mind of its own. Soon, I stopped trying. So far, I only managed to trigger my origin card that one time. You know what that tells me? It tells me you've never stepped outside the bubble that Morningstar University has created around you. And it also tells me that you're in the wrong profession, or that your fated ingredient chose the wrong card apprentice. You should have joined the army or one of the guilds. With your origin card, by now, you would have become one of the strongest in the 5 regions, or even found a way to grow beyond the limits of the card world's power system. Your card is clearly meant for someone who embraces danger, someone who doesn't let the risk of death wash away their greed." I spoke my mind to Lucine the same way I would to a friend. I believed she always possessed an adventurous spirit suited to her origin card. Otherwise, she never would have found her fated ingredient to create such an origin card in the first place. I suppose life simply happened. What do you know, young man? You speak as if you know me, but you don't. When I was your age, I had already traveled to the farthest point of the way beyond that any card apprentice has ever reached. I spent 3 months there, exploring, documenting the terrain, and studying the monstrous flora and fauna with the help of the local supreme beings. Don't tell me I lack an adventurous spirit. I'm just as adventurous as any card apprentice out there. Maybe even more. And what about you? Have you ever even seen a supreme being, let alone spoken to one?" Lucine remarked, excitement flaring in her voice. It seemed I had struck a nerve. Truth has a way of doing that. "Let me guess. You weren't alone, but traveling with a team of demigods," I said, already knowing how her mind worked. She wasn't aware of her privileged life. I wasn't blaming her for being born into a powerful lineage. I was trying to help her understand that it was precisely that privilege which kept her from ever pushing herself far enough to trigger her origin card during any of her adventures. Besides, I had not only seen and spoken to a supreme being, I had played with one. Her name was Bloodette, the Blood Supreme, and we were the best of friends. Of course, I'm not an idiot. I considered every possible scenario and made the necessary preparations before entering the way beyond. I even hired a team of Diamond Array Masters from the Central Array Master Association, just to be safe. Why do you think my expedition was successful? Lucine replied with a confident nod. She was more than a little proud of herself. I would be too. A 17-year-old card apprentice pulling off a successful expedition into the unknown depths of the way beyond was indeed something to be proud of. In her, I saw the same overcautious nature and obsessive preparedness that I possessed. We were alike. We took calculated risks, always making sure the odds leaned in our favor. But sometimes, a person has to leap without thinking. She had done that when she rescued Aholia, triggering her origin card for the first time, and now, she was doing the same to rescue me. Because of my humble origins and ambitions, I took such leaps far more often than I should have. But in Lucine's case, her royal background ensured she never had to take those leaps herself. Someone else always stepped in to take them for her, until she was the only one left, forcing her to take the leap this time. Otherwise, I don't think that Morningstar University or Dean Faust would send her out to rescue me. I was impressed that Lucine gracefully stepped up when it mattered, proving that Morningstar University was right to dot on their princess, the direct descendant of their founder. I understood that there was nothing I could say or do. Lucine would have to realize it on her own. So, I simply shook my head and agreed with her. Impressive. Now let us get out of here. Now that I learned I shouldn't comprehend the time rule inside the time prison, unless I wanted to suffer from time rule dementia, it quickly lost its attraction to me. With Hive Spirit having already used my primordial soul pupils to collect and record all the data of this timeline, I was no longer interested in continuing to explore this past. I planned to return to our present. So, I approached the lightning-struck stump in this past, and, upon touching it, resonated with the frequency of the stump in our present, summoning the time vestige that was anchored there to retrieve us. We could travel through the temporal river, but without Lucine's support, I would be swept away by its current. This time, there were no temporal or spatial forces from the time tunnel that sucked me into this past to suck me back to our present. If I wanted to return, I would need to summon the time tunnel myself. Since Morningstar University had no idea where in their labyrinth of myriad paths we were to help us, and since I was already forming the time tunnel, I might as well call upon the time vestige to take us back with it. Sensing the temporal and spatial shifts around us as I resonated with this timeline's temporal anchor, Lucine quickly realized what I was attempting to do. Her astonishment only grew as she saw the time tunnel beginning to form, confirming that I had succeeded. Having heard earlier that I had not yet begun to comprehend the time rule, she couldn't help but ask, "Wyatt, how are you doing this? Told you I can cure your time rule dementia. Do you regret it now?" I teased, knowing this should be enough for her to understand that I hadn't been lying. I truly believed I could help her. For someone in her situation, even that small promise was something worth giving a shot. Lucine was left speechless when she realized I had taken offense at her not believing me about my claim about helping her cure her disease. Just as she was about to reply, we were both startled by a loud, eerie laughter. Eheheya, my patience and gamble have paid off. I finally get to be free of this damn place. I turned toward the source of the laughter, only for Lucine to suddenly rise into the air. She summoned her diamond grimoire and ordered, "Wyatt, once the time vestige arrives, take it and leave. I'll hold this devil back. Don't worry about me. Sam will know what to do next." "That's brave of you, little girl. Unfortunately, neither of you is leaving this damned place." "I am," the voice responded, mocking her resolve. It belonged to Slay, one of the 10 leaders of the fallen 10 Commandments dark faction from the Dark Realm. I silently watched a slim, dark silhouette slowly revealing its figure from one of the lush green giant trees of the Garden of Beginning, wondering how my primordial soul pupils missed it. I guessed it wasn't hiding here to begin with. It only arrived after it sensed the stray temporal and spatial forces as I summoned the time vestige, and only dared to show itself knowing that I can't stop the formation of the time tunnel and the arrival of the time vestige midway, not wanting to risk losing the time vestige between this past and our future. The silhouette fully revealed itself to be an 8 feet tall, pale pink-skinned, female humanoid with a rounded head featuring a long, thick, dark pink, semi-rigid appendage that extends backward from the base of its skull reaching its knees, curling slightly at the tip, a white sleeveless toga its hairless body. Looking into its pair of beady, pitchback eyes, I couldn't help but frown, trying to guess which race the devil belonged to. It took me a second, but with my primordial soul pupils and the hive spirit's help, I recognized her race. The Devil Slay was an Ovumite, an all-female race born within the grim peaks of one of the 13 deadliest places in the Dark Realm, Shrouded Hills. There were only 1141 Ovumite recorded throughout the history of the Dark Realm, each one stronger than the other and believed to be alive to date, starting the rumor that they were unkillable. Many believe Ovumites weren't this strong when they came down the Shrouded Hills, as they consumed the essence of their most formidable enemies, using it to get pregnant in pursuit of conceiving a new body that blends the strengths of both bloodlines. As the new form develops, the old body serves as its womb and its first meal. When the rebirth is complete, the former flesh collapses, hollow and spent, while the new form emerges stronger than before. In undergoing this rebirth, they remain forever young and vigorous, each transformation leaving them stronger in body and sharper in mind than they were previously. Yet this power comes at a terrible cost. They do not reproduce. Every potential offspring is consumed in the act of renewal. To grow is to sacrifice the future for the perfection of the self. Begging the question, how were the known 1,141 Ovumites born in the first place? No one knows, because those who dared to travel up those slopes were never seen again. But the passing winds carry the wails of these lost souls down the hill, serving as a stark reminder to the rest. I didn't know a lot about the Ten Commandments faction, but from what I heard about them, I knew this faction was almost considered a semi-ruler class organization. Fortunately, the celestial world's penalty applied to the devil in this time prison too. As a result, the semi-ruler class devil's strength was reduced to the semi-noble class. Still, it posed a challenge for the strongest of card demigods, whose strength peaked at the chivalry class. So, it was no surprise that Morningstar University's founders trapped this one in the time prison. How is this possible? Lucine muttered to herself, realizing that even though the devil had become aware of the time prison, the timeline was not looping back to the moment of the devil's original entrapment. Normally, the time prison would endlessly reset, erasing the devil's memories and awareness each time it regained them. That was how the prison subdued its captives, an infinite cycle of revelation and oblivion, giving no chance to act on the truth. Out of my way. I'd rather not kill you too and ruin my fun, Slay said, advancing slowly toward the lightning-struck stump. She knew with centuries of suppressed rage and frustration churning within her, holding back would be a Herculean task for her. She would likely end up killing the two instead of merely disabling and confining them, contrary to her plans to trap them in this time prison and give them a taste of their medicine. A terrifying yet satisfying release. What's the point of trying to escape this time prison? Lucine countered. You've been here so long, surviving on the soul energy of this past, that the moment you step into our present you'll crumble to dust. Your body has already been tainted by this timeline. Returning to the original one will destroy you. So you might as well give up and make yourself comfortable here. So are you, puny demigod, Slay sneered. Yet you still plan to return to the original timeline, because you know that if one has enough mastery over the time rule, this level of tainting won't matter. She scoffed at Lucine's attempt to mislead her again. Besides, it was only her body that had survived by feeding on the soul energy of this timeline. Her soul remained untainted. With her power, she didn't even need a physical form to escape this backwater realm and take her revenge come time. Lucine knew she knew that, yet she still tried to act clever. Did she take her for a fool? Slay had been willing to hold back, but this one was forcing her hand. Wait, I remember you, Slay suddenly exclaimed, her tone shifting into something sharp and delighted. You're the one who used the soul sour fruit in here to offset the toll of crossing the taboos of time and weaken this time prison. And now here you are again, helping me. Is this fate? Anyway, you're the one I should thank for my freedom. I owe it all to you. Hee hee. Slay laughed wildly, recalling every small event that had led her to slowly unravel the rules of the time prison until this very moment. She reveled in the chance to throw it all back in Lucine's face. Change of plans. I will use you to create the soul sour potion to make up for all the time I lost trapped in here. Keep dreaming for another eternity, Lucine shouted, hearing Slay's plan and deciding to use her own life to correct her mistake. The bloodshot intensity in her eyes made her resolve clear. She would stop the devil even if it was the last thing she ever did. "You are not enough," Slay replied, disappearing from sight and reappearing in front of Lucine with her massive hand wrapped around Lucine's neck. Lucine struggled, trying to breathe, trying to break free, but her strength didn't answer her call. It appears, coming in contact with the devil, her prowess betrayed her. The fight ended before it even began. Slay then turned toward the low-tier card apprentice, deciding to kill him. Tormenting him would bring her no satisfaction, not when she could instead turn Lucine into a soul-sour fruit, destroy the card world, and claim its will fragments all for herself. With that thought in mind, the appendage on her head snapped forward like a whip, striking toward his skull. "Celestial blood fate domain," I uttered just as Slay's pseudopod hovered a mere inch away from shattering my skull into fragments. At my words, the entire world seemed to freeze. Everything was instantly washed in a blood-red hue. Slay's pseudopod, no matter how hard it strained, couldn't close that final centimeter to reach my eyes. It was as if an invisible force opposed it. Feeling the celestial domain unfold, Slay's pitch-black, bead-like eyes widened with excitement. "Hybrid celestial," she breathed. She tossed the demigod in her grasp aside, flinging Lucine far from the lightning-struck stump where the time vestige had already arrived, and turned her full attention toward me, locking onto my gaze. As she stared, something primal stirred within her, a sensation she hadn't experienced in ages. My cold, indifferent expression only intensified it. Saliva began to spill from the corners of her mouth. Wiping it away with the back of her hand, she murmured, almost reverently, "Your existence, our fated meeting, makes every moment I spent trapped in this damned time prison worth it." Listening to her confession, a revolting feeling twisted in the pit of my stomach, and I unconsciously took a step back. The last time I had felt something like this was when I learned about Jill Norley's physique, carnivorous womb. Those were memories I neither wanted to relive nor entirely forget. To an Oviumite, encountering an organic hybrid celestial was the equivalent of their wet dream manifesting into reality. In the myriad realms, hybrid celestials were even rarer than Oviumites, and finding one with an organic physical body was nothing short of a miracle. So, no one but Slay could truly understand the level of ecstatic joy she felt at this moment, especially now that she believed she could escape this damn time prison anytime she wanted to. The Oviumite racial ability allowed them to steal the essence of the strongest beings they defeated in battle, using it to conceive a new body superior to their current one, while retaining all of their realm and power. For a race like that, an organic hybrid celestial was the perfect prey, an evolutionary shortcut straight to the perfection they sought. Oviumite abilities fell into the same realm of unsettling as Jill's carnivorous womb physique, which allowed her to use the essence of a mate her physique deemed worthy and conceive a child with similar talents, physiques, abilities, and most importantly, their realm. As disturbing as these abilities were, the first thing that passed through my mind was, at least Jill was one voluptuous babe. As if saying I wouldn't mind cooperating with Slay if her aesthetics matched my kinks. For some reason, even in this situation, my mind chose to complain about the Oviumite's physical features instead of worrying about how to fight an enemy from a race considered unkillable in the Dark Realm. Even I was concerned about my own priorities at that moment. To think that of all the myriad realms I would find you here, under these circumstances. "I suppose there is such a thing as fate and destiny," Slay murmured, her intense gaze leaving my eyes to travel over every inch of my body, like a foodie savoring a pastry on display before placing an order. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle and quick," Slay assured me, mistaking my disgust for fear, as she retracted the pseudopod that still couldn't close the final centimeter between us no matter how hard it strained. "Kneel," I commanded, the word leaving my mouth filled with sheer disgust, just as Lucine, her fall cushioned by my celestial domain, finally regained her footing and rejoined us. "Huh," Slay uttered in disbelief as her knees buckled. To her shock, she realized she no longer had control over her own body. Every countermeasure she attempted failed, and ultimately, she kneeled before me. Seeing this, Lucine froze mid-step, her eyes flickering between me and the kneeling Slay. She had experienced firsthand how helpless she was against Slay, even when Slay had been weakened by the card world's will. Lucine was not weak and to be underestimated. She was among the top 50 strongest in the 5 regions and only half a step away from forming her own time rule stream, and had a couple of hybrid runes. Yet, none of that mattered in front of Slay. She couldn't even summon her strength in that battle. That feeling of helplessness was something she could never get used to. Yet now, the very devil who had filled her with dread was kneeling before a mere card master. The astonishment faded quickly, replaced by a chilling realization. Just how strong was this boy? Was he truly a card master? Or a card demigod pretending to be one? Was it the boy's celestial rule domain? While Lucine was still in a daze from the sudden shift in the battlefield, Slay roared, as expected of a hybrid celestial. Fortunately for me, you are still young and haven't matured yet. Unfortunately for you, I have a world calamity stake. Hee. Summoning what appeared to be a massive wooden pillar shaped like an oversized stake. With all her strength, Slay drove the gigantic wooden stake into space, and time at that point in the physical plane piercing through my celestial blood fate domain. What in the actual hell? I blurted out, watching in disbelief as Slay, who should have been completely powerless inside my celestial blood fate domain, summoned a massive wooden stake. She drove it straight into the very fabric of space and time of the physical plane, piercing directly into my celestial domain. As Slay nailed the stake into space and time, my celestial blood fate domain burst like a soap bubble. The blood-red hue that had drenched the world began to run and fade, dripping away like paint washed off by rain. As the domain shattered, Slay rose steadily to her feet, releasing the overwhelming aura of a Simirular class being. Both Lucine and I were taken aback. Dread could be seen in Lucine's eyes. This chain of events, none of it made sense. Inside my celestial blood fate rule domain, Slay shouldn't have been able to access her storage treasure, let alone summon a stake of that size and muster the strength to force it through dimensional layers and rupture my domain as if it were nothing. Only after activating my primordial soul pupils did I understand. The stake called the World Calamity Stake was actually crafted from a single twig of an actual and fully grown World Calamity tree. Refined through dark arts, it was made to resist and even negate suppression from the will of the realms themselves, celestial forces included. There was a reason why World Calamity trees were capable of devouring and destroying entire worlds. They possessed an innate resistance to the will of any world they invaded. No matter how overwhelmingly strong a world's will was, it could not suppress the tree's realm or existence the way it would suppress any other foreign invader. The World Calamity Stake was crafted specifically to exploit this trait. By refining a twig from a fully grown World Calamity tree, the devils created a tool that could negate or resist the suppression of a world's will. They came in a set of 9 stakes, used to set up the Celestial Binding Array. In it, celestial force and other celestial abilities become useless. With it, they could easily destroy realms' wills and harvest fragments of those realms' wills without being hindered by the worlds while suppressing their realm. The array was required to suppress an entire realm, but nailing a single World Calamity Stake was enough for a small part of it. In other words, it was the power of the World Calamity Stake that allowed Slay to resist my celestial blood fate domain and drive that wooden stake through the fabric of space and time. By doing so, she not only shattered my domain, but also nullified every celestial ability within the stake's area of influence. This meant I could no longer use my celestial force, nor could I borrow the card celestial force. I couldn't even re-establish my celestial blood fate domain. At the same time, the world's will suppression that had been limiting Slay's realm vanished entirely. As a result, her true strength was fully released, allowing her to display the complete might of a Simirular class being. With the limit on her realm removed, Slay rolled her neck and shoulders with a satisfied expression before releasing a long, refreshed sigh. This was the first time she truly felt whole in a long while. Lucine's mind simply shut down. She had barely begun to grasp my strength when the battlefield shifted again in Slay's favor, within mere seconds. The sheer, incomprehensible power radiating from Slay made Lucine question everything she thought she understood about the world's power system. Morningstar University had indeed documented that there were subdivisions and classes within the card demigod, or devil, realm. They had learned this after centuries of observing the devils imprisoned within the labyrinth of myriad pasts. But no one had ever expected the gap between those classes to be this massive. So it was no wonder that Lucine, as an upper chivalry class being, was left utterly stunned the moment she sensed the full presence of a semi-ruler class entity for the first time. The gulf of power between them was not just large, it was vast, immeasurable, and beyond anything she had ever conceived possible. "Hey, you still sane?" Slay sneered, glancing at Lucine, who looked as though her very soul had slipped out of her body. The sight amused her. If Lucine was already breaking down just from her unrestrained presence, Slay wondered how the girl would react once she discovered what Slay could truly do with this power. Lucine could only stare blankly at her, beyond even the ability to respond to mockery. She appeared hopeless, and even as if she had surrendered when actually, all of her attention and focus were on figuring out a way out of their predicament, knowing Slay wouldn't risk damaging her. Slay chuckled, taking her time and savoring the moment. In her eyes, the two card apprentices before her were not enemies. They were blessings handed to her by fate. One was a miracle potion, and the other was a shortcut toward her ideal, perfected body. She had already broken one of them, and the other still had some fight left in his eyes. As expected of a hybrid celestial, Slay approached me slowly, step by step, with the ease of someone who believed the battle was already over. There was not a shred of caution in her movements, only confidence. She met my gaze with a playful glint and spoke. "You're small, and definitely not my type. But I suppose I'll have to settle for you, my prince." Then she straightened slightly, as though making a formal introduction. "Your Highness, allow me to introduce myself properly. The commandment of negative passion, covetous devil Slay Salios, one of the 10 leaders of the 10 Commandments faction." The sudden change in Slay's tone caught me off guard. But it became clear she may not have respected me as her next mate. But my identity as a hybrid celestial clearly came with a different kind of acknowledgement. A strange wave of desire surged through me, sudden and overwhelming. I found Slay irresistible. Dark impulses pressed against my mind, thoughts of forcing her down and claiming her flashing through my head before I could stop them. The very fact that such ideas appeared there made my stomach twist in disgust. Slay's smile widened as she watched my internal struggle unfold, my reluctant mind and my traitorous body betraying me. She could feel it. She knew. The heat flushing through me, the tension I couldn't hide. My pants crotch area bulged and pulsated, a visible reaction that left no room for denial. I agree that it had been a long time since I did it, but this level of honest reaction from my body wasn't normal. This wasn't me. No, the problem wasn't from me. It was her. Did she use some kind of aphrodisiac on me? No, that couldn't be it. Lucine was standing right there, untouched by whatever I was feeling. I didn't feel a thing toward her, not even a flicker of interest. It was as if my entire awareness had narrowed to only Slay. As if the rest of the world, Lucine, the battlefield, everything, had been pushed out of my senses. There was only Slay, only her voice, only her presence, like there was no room left in me for anything else. "What's wrong, my prince?" Slay asked, voice dripping with honeyed mischief. "Do you need assistance?" The playful smile vanished, replaced by a slow, predatory grin that showed far too many teeth as sadistically informed. "Then get on your knees and beg me, your highness." Clearly, Slay was holding a grudge for the moment I forced her to kneel before me. I felt guilty about that. Guilty why? Why in the hell would I feel bad about that? What the FCK was happening to me? Had she slipped some kind of love potion on me? No, impossible. If she had, the hive spirit would have detected the influence immediately. The hive spirit hadn't raised a single alarm, which meant that whatever was affecting me wasn't an aphrodisiac or a charm-type potion. That left only two possibilities: unique curses or runes. But curses wouldn't work on me. My resistance to them was too high. So that meant it was a rune. A unique one. One specifically designed to bypass reason and directly influence instinct. "Wyatt, stop listening to her." Lucine's voice entered my mind, strained but steady. "If you can, shut off your senses and erase every memory of her, leaving enough to fight her. Don't hold back. Finish her off as quickly as possible. Because the more you know about her, the more you look at her, hear her, smell her, feel her, taste her, think of her, the stronger her hold on you becomes. Even your own strength will betray you for her. She had understood the effects of the commandment of negative passion. Covetous devils slay Celios without me helping her. Lucine didn't hesitate. She immediately used her celestial rule dementia, methodically erasing her memories of slay. Not all of them, just enough to strip away attachment, familiarity, recognition of form, leaving only what was necessary to fight her and nothing more. This way, she ensured that Slay's ability would only be able to influence her a little, even negligible. As long as she keeps erasing her memoirs of Slay periodically, she was fine. Got it, I replied back, impressed by Lucine's deduction ability. She was spot on. Slay was the embodiment of negative passion itself, capable of invoking desire and passion in anyone, men and women alike. Then, using these desires and passions as twisted chains to manipulate them and everything of them. What Lucine failed to realize was that Slay's ability grew stronger when the target already held someone else in their heart. The deeper the affection, the quicker the corruption took root. It wasn't her fault she overlooked this. Only someone who loved would ever notice the pattern. And Lucine, she seemed long past such things. But me? In the midst of this chaos, I came to confirm that I was in love. I just didn't know with whom. Was it Anna? Susan? Or both? The confusion only made Slay's influence worse. There was something else, some similarity I recognized about her ability. It reminded me of the carnivorous womb's effect on Jill. Jill's carnivorous womb invoked overwhelming desire and passion in its host, forcing them to mate with a partner chosen by the womb itself. The host had no control. Slay's power worked the same way, only reversed. Not only did she get to choose her mate, but she invoked desire and passion in her mate, bending their instincts and reason so they would mate with her willingly, or mindlessly, to be more accurate. And just like in the case of the carnivorous womb, Slay's victims had no control. As I compared Jill and Slay, the abilities of their physique, the way their powers affected desire, I couldn't ignore the similarity. The thought struck me suddenly, almost absurd at first. Was Jill a failed attempt at creating an Oviumite? The moment the idea formed, the seriousness of it sank in. It was possible. Disturbingly possible. After the first demon invasion, it was no secret that many card apprentices turned to demon and devil merchants, trading morality for power. Some sought forbidden knowledge. Others experimented with dark arts beyond the boundaries of reason or ethics. So, it was possible demigod Norley, known as the Mad Researcher, was one of them too. I carefully select my words because I have no evidence, but my gut told me that he was one of the worst offenders. So it wouldn't be surprising if he had acquired genetic material of an Oviumite by trading with demon/devil merchants and used it in his experiments that grind thousands of innocent souls to fuel his research until Jill, his adopted daughter, the result of that madness and the light that guided him to his current Sani life. Of course, this was still speculation, but it wouldn't remain speculation for long. If I compared the soul pathways I had saved from Jill with Slay's soul pathways, the truth would become obvious almost immediately. And when I did, yes, Jill truly was a failed hybrid between a card apprentice and an Oviumite. Judging from her soul pathways and Oviumite soul pathways, it was a miracle she had survived at all, let alone managed to grow as much as she had. What are you two scheming? Slay asked, her voice low and amused, having sensed the silent mental exchange between the hybrid celestial and the miracle drug. Her black eyes narrowed as she noticed the subtle shift in Lucine's gaze, her influence weakening. Oh, so you figured out my racial abilities. How adorable. But tell me, does that change anything? Lucine didn't answer. Instead, her aura surged, rising sharply, violently, until it reached its absolute limit. Her energy clashed against Slay's overwhelming semiruler presence, like a candle flame pushing back against a roaring inferno. She was ready to stake her life here, to hold Slay off long enough for me to escape. Slay's laugh was soft and cruel, dripping with mockery, seeing Lucine ignorantly using her tiny chivalry-class realm to resist a semiruler realm. She tilted her head, amused beyond reason. Even if I just stand here without lifting a finger, you still wouldn't be able to harm me. In fact, Her grin widened, sharp and predatory. You'll end up on your knees, begging me to use your insignificant little existence. Space-time rule fusion. Hybrid rune. Black hole. Lucine mentally activated one of her hybrid runes, focusing her intense sense solely on Slay. Soon, the spatial and temporal forces in Slay's surroundings began to distort, defying their natural state. Time in that area slowed to an extreme crawl, while space itself began to stretch inward. As a result, in that spot, a tiny black hole was about to form, its pull threatening to collapse everything in the vicinity. The consequences of pushing spatial and temporal forces to their limits were terrifying. However, Slay, who stood at the center of this collapse, only grinned. There was not a single trace of panic or concern in her expression. Her grin actually grew wider. She didn't try to retreat or defend herself. Instead, she taunted Lucine. Is that all? It will take more than that for you to even scratch my body. Come on now, don't hold back. Give it your all. Prove me wrong. Maybe, when I am destroying this stupid realm of yours, I will spare your friends and family, and take them as my slaves. I could see that Lucine was giving everything she had, but a semi-ruler class Ovumite's body was simply too strong. The amount of spatial and temporal force her hybrid rune, gravity, could influence to generate a black hole wasn't anywhere near what was needed to affect Slay. Lucine's hybrid rune was powerful enough to let her challenge opponents above her realm. However, it still couldn't bridge the vast gap between the chivalry class and the semi-ruler class. And that was without accounting for Slay's own mastery over the rules of space and time. Maybe if Lucine had already reached the peak or even upper noble class, things might have turned out differently. But reality was rarely so forgiving. Even so, this wasn't the end for her. With her hybrid rune, Lucine could tear open space and time and escape, either into the void or into the temporal river. She would have done so already, if not for the fact that she didn't plan on leaving me behind. Are you done? Slay asked Lucine with a smirk. Then, without even waiting for her response, she used her mastery of space-time to gather the Lucine's pebble-sized black hole on her index finger and flicked it out of the garden of beginning, into the void of this past. Seeing this, Lucine's mind snapped. Disturbing a black hole of that scale should have been enough to annihilate the entire central academic city. Yet Slay had handled it as casually as tossing aside a pebble. It was proof that Slay's mastery over space-time, combined with her realm, could create a black hole many times larger, which meant that if she were not being suppressed by the world's will, Slay could have erased the entire central region off the face of Card World with a single strike. And on top of that, she worshipped, or served, someone known as the Devil Merchant Code. Against beings of that level, they had never stood a chance to begin with. Do you want to try again? Slay asked, though the hopelessness and defeat in Lucine's eyes made the question unnecessary. Losing interest, Slay turned back toward me, her beloved hybrid celestial, with a slow, amused smirk. With the discovery of a miracle drug and a hybrid celestial, Slay's initial anger and frustration had eased. Her focus was no longer solely on taking revenge for being confined in a time prison. She was now thinking about her return to the Dark Realm. She had been gone for a long time, and she knew things would have changed in her absence. So, there was no need to rush. Her first goal was to completely subdue and secure both the miracle drug and the hybrid celestial, then use them as leverage to stage her comeback. With her racial ability and the hybrid celestial's essence, at present she had no real need for the miracle potion. Instead, she planned to trade Lucine away. And once she had extracted enough essence from the hybrid celestial to conceive her new body, she intended to continue harvesting his essence and sell it to her sisters. They would pay any price to obtain the essence of an organic hybrid celestial. However, that plan carried its own risks. Many of her sisters had already reached the ruler class long before she had descended the shrouded hills. And beyond that, the card celestial was still waiting for her in the original present, someone she would inevitably have to face once she retrieved the world calamity stake and returned from this past using the time vestige. Because of that, she needed to mentally and physically subdue the hybrid celestial. She needed to make him her love slave, someone who would obey her every command and desire, regardless of the harm it brought to himself. She needed him firmly under her control, so that nothing unexpected could happen during her escape from the card realm and throughout her comeback in the dark realm. I was awe-inspired watching Lucine produce a black hole, only for Slay to casually toss it into the void as if they were playing catch with a ball. As far as I knew, there were two hybrid runes capable of producing black holes. The first was the hybrid rune, gravity, and the second was the hybrid rune, black hole. Both were based on the same Newtonian principle that gravity is the curvature of space-time, yet they achieved similar results through entirely different methods. Hybrid rune. Gravity was formed by the fusion of the Earth rule and space rule meanings, enhancing the user's invisible gravitation pull on surrounding mass, much like how a planet pulls its moons into orbit. According to Newtonian law, everything with mass exerts its own gravitational force. Hybrid rune. Gravity allowed the user to amplify their personal gravitational field and manipulate how it interacted with other gravitational sources. This meant they could alter their own gravity to fly, or increase it to crush everything around them. However, hybrid rune. Gravity could only create a black hole through self-destruction, similar to how a dying star collapses to form one. To do so, the user would have to compress their own mass inward, forcefully folding space into itself, literally turning themselves into a black hole. It was basically a more devastating form of self-implosion. Meanwhile, hybrid rune, black hole, formed by fusing space and time rule meanings, allowed the user to manipulate the space and time of themselves and anything within their range. In other words, they could directly alter the curvature of space-time around themselves or any target nearby. As a result, they could control the gravitational forces acting on themselves and on anything within that range. Hence, by pushing the curvature of space and time to extremes, they could force any point in space to collapse into a black hole. I had yet to start the comprehension of the Earth, space, and time rules, let alone their meanings, and fuse them to forge hybrid runes. So all I could rely on was my scientific understanding and the descriptions I had read in the Infinity Library to interpret what I was witnessing. I could use my primordial soul pupils to examine the fused rule meanings within Lucine's and Slay's hybrid runes, but then I would be risking rule contamination. I wasn't willing to pay that price just to satisfy my curiosity. It was far too steep a cost to scratch an intellectual itch. From what I could gather, Lucine had used the hybrid rune, black hole, to create the tiny black hole, while Slay had used a combination of both gravity and black hole hybrid runes to stably move it atop her index finger and casually chuck it into the void so that it wouldn't detonate halfway through. With this, Slay not only outperformed Lucine in every aspect, but also displayed flawless control over mass, space, and time. Combined with her semi-ruler class realm and her racial ability of negative passion, she was practically invincible. How was anyone supposed to fight something of that caliber? Lucine's despair was justified. Sniff, sniff. Suddenly, I caught a familiar fruity scent in the air. It was the fragrance of the incense sticks I had made for Dre, crafted from the bark and oils of the world calamity tree. My gaze snapped toward the gigantic wooden stake embedded in the fabric of space-time. The flat end of it was slowly burning. No flame, just a red-hot ember glow, releasing thin trails of soot. The enormous stake, made from a twig of a world calamity tree, now looked like a colossal incense stick filling our surroundings with a refreshing but mesmerizing fruity scent. Seeing this, panic surged through me and a heavy sense of urgency gripped my chest. I had planned to use that gigantic world calamity tree wooden stake as the evolutionary material to unlock my fifth transformation. I didn't think I could find another evolutionary material of similar or better fit for my transformation. And even if such a material existed, I wasn't sure I currently had the strength to obtain it. After all, world calamity trees were extinct, and any materials derived from them were heavily regulated and grossly overpriced. When Slay first took out the stake, my mutated ego gem had reacted with a strong internal urge. It tried to tell me that I could use the stake as an evolutionary ingredient for its next transformation, but I had been taken aback by the fact that Slay was able to ignore the influence of my celestial blood fate domain to pay heed to it. But once I knew, I had been keeping my eye on the wooden stake. So, imagine my horror when I saw it slowly burning. Feeling I would lose the opportunity forever, I felt an urgency to retrieve it before it burned away to ash. I wasn't the only one unhappy about this. Slay was as well. Her face twisted in irritation as she said, "It seems we will have to speed up our introductions, my prince." I frowned when through my primordial soul pupils I learned the stake was burning because the card Celestial had finally noticed the oddity in one of its past and was attempting to deal with it. However, the ability of the tool crafted from a ruler-class world calamity tree twig was holding it back, at the cost of slowly burning away its own durability. If all 9 stakes of the set had been nailed into the space-time fabric around the card Celestial in a proper array formation, they would have fully restrained it and left it helpless. But with only 1 stake in place, the card Celestial could still force its way through. It was only a matter of time. No wonder Slay's smug expression had soured so suddenly. It was like she had just swallowed a fly. Not only was the wooden stake priceless, but being noticed by the card Celestial meant that she could no longer escape without confronting the card Celestial. With the combination of the gigantic wooden stake tool and the hybrid Celestial, she should have known better. It was impossible for her not to attract the attention of the card Celestial. Still, she wasn't overly worried as she had the Devil Merchant code backing her. As long as she was willing to pay, anything was possible. Slay wasn't the only one in a predicament, so was I. I had to get a gigantic world calamity tree wooden stake tool before the card Celestial fully reduced it to ash. Aside from restricting the invaders' realms, the card worlds had never directly acted against them. I never understood why. But if I had to speculate, then based on what I was experiencing now, it was most likely because it had never considered the invaders a true threat to its existence. At least not until Slay used that stake-shaped tool carved from the twig of a world calamity tree. That was what finally frightened it into intervening. "My prince, please do not resist. I do not wish to harm you. But if you leave me no choice," Slay warned, drawing out a slave globe meant to capture both Lucine and me. Her other hand reached for the stake tool, clearly prepared to flee this damned realm the moment she secured us. However, she froze mid-sentence as my body began to expand, slowly, steadily, until I stood nearly 9 feet tall. Before she could react, she realized the transformation had only begun. From my skin, one after another, 24 identical heads emerged, each accompanied by a pair of humanoid arms and legs. They sprouted all at once, intertwining and layering over me, forming a grotesque lattice. They wove themselves together like living links, wrapping around my form until my entire body was encased in something resembling chainmail. Only this armor was composed of heads, limbs, and faces. As the transformation settled, the newly formed appendages dried and hardened, solidifying into a macabre exoskeletal plating fused with my skin. The most unsettling part was the eyes. Even hardened, they moved, rolling, twitching, each face shifting through expressions that were impossible to read. Anger, grief, agony, joy, madness. Every emotion flickered across them, as though 1,000 different souls were screaming through the armor, all at once. 1,000 curse armor. I intoned silently, the words resonating through my mind. I nodded in quiet satisfaction. Then, fixing my gaze on Slay, I asked, "Well then, how do you like it?" My curse armor was formed from approximately 1,024 ruler-class curses, though calling it that precisely lacked a certain impact. So, I stuck with the name 1,000 curse armor. The 1,000 curse incarnation was my strongest form, and 1,000 curse armor was my strongest armor. Wearing the strongest armor over the strongest form, I felt untouchable, as if there was no existence I could not face. And when I fueled this greatest combo of mine with pure primordial energy, I reached a state that was undeniably my peak. I allowed myself to reveal this only because the card Celestial could not observe anything occurring here. The stake-shaped tool carved from the twig of a world calamity tree severed its perception in these parts entirely. That meant I did not have to worry about it discovering that I could summon and wield primordial energy. And to be honest, Slay was the kind of opponent I was trying to find to test my full power against. An opponent with whom I could fight, unleashing my full power without holding back. "My prince, now you are my type," Slay said with a glint in her black beady eyes, and soon complained in annoyance. "Your Highness, do we have to do this? Now, can't you just obediently enter the slave globe?" She turned to look at the stake, and her heart ached seeing its durability slowly burning away. My prince, this form of yours is my type, Slay murmured, a glint flickering in her beady, black eyes. But almost immediately, her expression twisted into irritation. Your Highness, must we really do this? Right now? Could you not simply enter the slave globe obediently? Slay unconsciously glanced at the stake-shaped tool curved out of the twig of a world calamity tree. I could clearly see the pain in her eyes as she watched its durability continue to burn away. I understood what she was feeling as I too felt the same, which was exactly why this needed to end quickly. Meanwhile, Lucine, who had already lost the will to resist after witnessing Slay's flawless command over mass, space, and time, was now overwhelmed by a conflicted storm of emotions. Horror twisted her expression as she watched my transformation, disbelief tightening her breath at the powerful presence I exerted. And yet, despite her misgivings about my chances against Slay, despite the dread that clung to her like a second skin, a faint, unbidden hope surfaced within her. A hope that perhaps, somehow, I could stand against Slay, and we would survive this ordeal. My prince, forgive me, but I will have to be rough now, Slay said, just as the appendage atop her head snapped forward like a whip. It lashed toward me at a neck-breaking speed. The moment the meaty club at the end of her pseudopod was about to strike me, I shifted my weight and sidestepped, catching it in my right hand. In my grasp, it writhed and stretched, straining violently to break free. When brute force failed, it instead coiled along my arm, tightening and twisting in an attempt to crush or contort the limb into submission. Slay's lips curled into a knowing smirk, seeing me play right into her arms. Her racial ability's influence on her targets grew stronger with any form of direct physical contact. Even if the pseudopod could not physically harm me, prolonged touch meant her influence would seep in, slowly, steadily, attempting to erode and claim me the longer our bodies remained connected. Wyatt, what are you doing? Let go. Lucine's voice sounded sharply in my mind, strained with urgency. Didn't I warn you? Her ability's influence deepens the more exposed you are to her. The longer you stay near her, the more you see her, smell her, hear her, touch her, the more you, her voice trembled, taste her, the stronger her hold on you becomes. Let go of her pseudopod. Now. She repeated her deduction of Slay's racial ability, desperate to make me understand before it was too late. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing, I responded to Lucine, while simultaneously directing her to move as far away from the stake as possible. And whatever you do, do not try to pull the stake out. Don't ask why. Just trust me. For once, stay away from it. I had already noticed her searching for a chance to remove the stake while I was keeping Slay occupied. She believed that if the stake was pulled free, the card worlds would resume its suppression, forcing Slay's realm back down. She had no idea that Slay had provoked the card celestial itself, and it was now pushing with everything it had to break through into this space-time and take care of the puny threat once and for all. Fine. Lucine conceded, though reluctantly. She trusted that I must have a reason strong enough to justify my actions. However, if she knew my true intentions, if she understood the unnecessary risks I was taking, I doubted she would be willing to gamble alongside me. Lucine had never once considered reaching out to the Morningstar University or other card apprentices of this timeline for help. She didn't want to place any additional strain on the time prison's loop. If a native card apprentice of this timeline were to realize that someone from the canon timeline had turned their timeline into a time prison with a never-ending time loop, it would only complicate matters further. There was no telling what consequences might follow, or how those consequences might ripple back and affect the canon timeline itself. And there was another reason. Each time the time prison loop reset, Morningstar University in this time gets destroyed in an explosion caused by a failed experiment. That blast would gravely injure Slay, who gets thrown into the time prison. In that weakened state, she would always summon that same grimoire-like tool and eventually begin to scream, "Devil Merchant Code," again, and again, and again, until she realized something was off. Then she would begin to scrutinize her surroundings. First the remains of the university, the 5 regions, then the world itself, and eventually the timeline, until she uncovered the truth and reset the timeline and memories back to the beginning, continuing the cycle. This was why no card apprentice from Morningstar University ever arrived, despite the chaos erupting in the Garden of Beginning. They had long since monitored and recorded every possible reaction Slay would have within this time prison. They had carefully mapped a safe path to enter this world only when necessary, to search for resources for their projects in the time vestige. Morningstar University in this timeline was chosen precisely because it was already fated to be destroyed. It was a timeline that could be sacrificed, made into Slay's eternal cage. Call it hypocrisy or something else if you like, but in the end, Lucine's ancestors had taken a perfectly functional timeline and turned it into a time prison just because Morningstar University gets destroyed here, despite the fact that it was merely an alternate branch of the canon timeline. You too. I am starting to feel left out, Slay remarked with exaggerated melancholy, clearly sensing the mental exchange between Lucine and me. I frowned, noticing that she was no longer rushing to subdue me. Instead, she had eased into a conversational pace, waiting, letting her racial abilities' influence seep in, increasing her hold over me with time. This caused me to wonder if my grip on her pseudopod had startled her more than she let on. I hadn't expected caution from her, especially when she believed she still held the advantage. "Stop teasing me already," I remarked proactively, my gaze sharpening. "Show me what you've got," I said, trying to confirm if my guess was right. "All in good time, my prince. Have a little patience," Slay replied, with a calculated smile. Seeing the hybrid celestial suddenly erupt with so much power out of nowhere had unsettled her, not to mention the eerie and baleful aura surrounding him. She began to doubt that, having pushed them into the corner, the hybrid celestial was planning to bring her down with him, to sacrifice himself to save his friend's life. This way, one of them gets to live and stop her from returning to the canon timeline. Slay didn't dare to underestimate what a hybrid celestial was capable of. Not to forget, the hybrid celestial was her shortcut to perfecting her body and making a quick comeback in the dark realm. There was just too much on the line to act willful. So she chose the safest approach, even if it meant letting the wooden stake carved from the world calamity tree's twig erode itself away. She blamed herself for the mess. "This is what I get for playing with my food." Sigh. I exhaled, realizing Slay truly had no intention of fighting me, let alone confronting me directly. Just then, I felt the subtle slackening of her pseudopod's grip around my wrist. It was deliberately slow in order not to alert me. She was preparing to discard it before I could use it against her. It wasn't even a sacrifice, considering she already intended to abandon this physical body after returning to the canon timeline. It was tainted by this timeline, after all, so she had indeed noticed something. Had she seen through my use of primordial energy? I had been careful, extremely careful, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. If there was a moment to act, it was now. "Evil ceiling, thousand curse coffin," I chanted mentally, activating one of my ultimate techniques, knowing that if I tried to fight her head-on, she would simply avoid me and stall, waiting for her racial ability to erode my will, which was never going to happen considering my 1,000+ primordial spirits. Therefore, I needed to end this in one decisive strike without giving her a chance to respond. "SHD," Slay snapped, instantly sensing the shift in my soul signature. Her instincts screamed at her. Without hesitation, she tried to sever the connection, discarding the pseudopod entirely, terrified that I might use the physical contact between us to drag her down with me with my last breath. "Evil ceiling, thousand curse coffin," with my chant, the eyes of all 1,024 heads woven into my curse armor ignited with a dangerous radiance, as though each one had awakened. The expressions on the heads varied, vivid, shifting, disturbingly alive. Each face twisted and contorted, embodying the curse that its primordial spirit had housed to become a full curse incarnation. At the same time, the fingers and toes of the interwoven hands and legs began to twitch, first faintly, then unmistakably, before fully awakening. As primordial energy surged through them, their dried up and hardened skin flushed with a menacing red radiance, radiating a paradoxical sensation of searing heat and bone-deep cold. Within a fraction of a second, the interwoven mass of more than 1,000 heads and their paired limbs began to unravel. They detached from my skin in a smooth, organic motion and latched onto Slay's pseudopod still coiled around my wrist. Tearing from my form, they crawled and slithered upward along the pseudopod in a grotesque, synchronized surge. Slay, who had already been on high alert and was subtly preparing to sacrifice her pseudopod, reacted the instant she saw this. She immediately severed the pseudopod attached to her head and moved back, putting distance between us while the corner of her lips turned upwards in a grin. The detachment of the appendage revealed her smooth pink head, the elongated, bulbous skull angling diagonally to support the whip-like pseudopod with its hardened, fleshy club-shaped tip. With the bridge between us severed, the 1,000-plus curse incarnations crawling along the pseudopod had seemingly lost their path to their target. At least, that was what Slay believed. But these were curse incarnations powered by primordial energy. The moment they had latched onto her pseudopod, escape had already become impossible. They would haunt her to the end of the world. They were inevitable. The smug look on Slay's face froze the moment she realized the hybrid celestial was no longer encased in his grotesque flesh armor. A faint itch began crawling across her skin. At first, it was merely irritating. Then, in the very next breath, it surged into agony. It felt as though something was burrowing beneath her flesh, clawing and tearing, struggling to rip the skin and crawl to the surface from the depths of her soul. Tormented, Slay looked down to see her pink skin stretching taut, the outlines of tightly packed heads, arms, and legs pressing from beneath, like ceramic wrap pulled to its absolute breaking point over a mass of writhing faces and limbs. The sight was grotesque, so much so that it wasn't only Slay who felt terror. Everyone who witnessed her current state was struck with the same chilling dread. Lucine nearly fainted at the sight of human faces and limbs pressing outward from beneath Slay's skin, like the distended belly of a pregnant woman long past her term, with a grotesque outline of the baby's head and limbs forming on it, as if stuffed inside a jam-packed jar made of flesh, stretching to its limits to make room. Lucine couldn't tear her eyes away from the grotesque spectacle, but eventually her gaze shifted to the one responsible for it. Just like Slay, she had sensed the sinister, baleful force behind his power. Her mind instinctively leaped to the worst possible conclusion. She wanted to stop him, to tell him not to throw his life away for hers, but she had no idea how they could prevent Slay from returning to the canon timeline. She simply wasn't strong enough and out of options. In that helplessness, Lucine finally understood the privilege she had been ignorant of her entire life. She wanted to risk her life and drag Slay down with her, but the bitter truth struck her. Aside from the crude, self-destructive detonation of her own divinity, she possessed nothing. No cards, no runes, no techniques that allowed one to gamble life for overwhelming power. She had never needed them before. Only now did she begin to understand what the boy had been trying to help her realize earlier, when they spoke of her origin card. So this is why my origin card had only triggered once and never again. Meanwhile, I frowned, observing that Slay's body was not just strong, but it was very versatile. Her body not only withstood the initial wave of more than 1,000 ruler-class curses powered by primordial energy, but continued to resist. It was a clear demonstration of just how terrifying an Ovumite physique truly was. However, the struggle did not last long. Hive Spirit and had extensively studied Slay's soul pathways and arrangement, perceiving the weak points of her physique, allowing the curses to make a targeted strike. As such, the tug-of-war between Slay's physique and my curses ended in my favor. The heads and limbs burst through her skin, tearing it to bloody shreds, and began to weave themselves together. Fingers linking with fingers, toes hooking around toes, forming a macabre lattice. In moments, Slay was encased in a coffin made of interlocked heads and limbs, with only her face left exposed, positioned as the grim centerpiece of the grotesque construct. Until the very end, aside from the initial shock, Slay remained confident that her physique could suppress my curses. After all, through countless cycles of selective breeding, she had forged a body that could, in principle, be considered immune to curses, even if they were of higher class than her in strength. But reality struck without mercy. Of course, she struggled, fought with everything she possessed, only to find that the very strength and physique she took pride in had been bound, suppressed, and rendered useless the moment she was restrained and sealed within the flesh coffin. Encased in the evil-sealing 1,000 curse coffin, Slay's once overwhelming presence, the aura that had dominated the battlefield, disappeared in an instant, removing the immense, unruly pressure on the others. Lucine, inching toward the stake cautiously, asked, "Is it over?" Prepared to remove the stake at the first sign of aggression from Slay. "Yes. So, just step away from the stake for now," I said, reassuring Lucine and asking her not to remove it until I gave the signal. "No, I'll stay right here, just in case," she refused, shaking her head with a grim, steady resolve. I couldn't help but find it a little endearing, like a fully domesticated husky refusing to step outside into winter snow, choosing heated floors over loyalty, yet still trying to look brave. "Don't worry, I won't remove it unless there's no other choice. And, are you all right?" Lucine added, unable to hide her concern. She had sensed it. My energy signature had already fallen back to the Cardmaster realm. She couldn't help but wonder what price I had paid to wield that power. The guilt sank in sharply. She had come here to save me, yet she was the one being protected. The realization left her embarrassed, almost ashamed. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just give me a minute to finish this. Then we can leave this bloody past behind us," I replied, turning my attention to the coffin. I had used every curse in my arsenal to seal Slay, so naturally, my realm had reverted to its original state. The evil sealing 1,000-curse coffin, with Slay bound within it, slowly drifted toward me. It stood upright, allowing our gazes to meet directly. Sealed at the very moment she believed she had finally escaped her time prison, I had expected frustration or agony on her face. Instead, the greed in her eyes for me only deepened. "My prince, you truly surprised me," Slay murmured, her voice disturbingly serene, as if she had simply discovered something she desired even more, having realized that the hybrid celestial was far stronger than she had ever anticipated. As a member of a race born to fight and pursue the ultimate perfected physique, Slay, though clearly disappointed, accepted defeat against me gracefully. Unlike the ancestors of Lucine, who had tricked and trapped her in their temporal prison, he had defeated her body directly, overpowering her physique in a fair and honest fight. Because of that, she felt no anger toward him. Instead, her desire toward him only intensified. To her, the stronger the hybrid celestial proved to be, the further she could advance toward physical perfection by claiming his essence. This realization alone filled her with hope and joy. In her eyes, he had not defeated her, but had proved himself to her. This mindset prevented her from having a mental breakdown, having been sealed right when she was beginning to think that not only she was free, but hit the jackpot. Seeing her current mental state, I found myself both impressed and relieved. It made the conversation I intended to have with her far easier than I had anticipated. And truly, she had nothing to be ashamed of in falling victim to my evil sealing 1,000-curse coffin. It was one of the ultimate techniques I had devised specifically to counter beings on the level of the deviant devil Mamas Mulias, Librarian Jr., Elder Chaos Dwarfs, and similar entities. Actually, the fact that her physique had nearly resisted it, if not for the curses exploiting its precise weak points and being fueled by primordial energy, spoke volumes about her strength. Yet that realization brought another to the forefront. Perhaps my ultimate techniques were still not as strong enough as I would like them to be, to restrain beings capable of traversing anywhere in myriad realms as if they were merely strolling through their neighborhood. "You seem to be in a rather good mood for someone who just lost everything she held in the palm of her hand," I remarked, teasing lightly before steering toward the point. "What can I say? I'm an optimist," Slay replied with a calm and conversational tone. "I don't dwell on what I lose, only on what I stand to gain. After all, you have to give something up to make room for more, don't you think?" She spoke as though she weren't sealed and a prisoner, but a couple of friends talking over a cup of coffee, instead of standing on opposite sides of the bars. I wasn't sure what fueled her composure, and I didn't have the time to deduce it. The wooden stake carved from the twig of a world calamity tree was burning faster now, the embers consuming it at a visibly accelerating rate. If this continued, in just a few more minutes, there wouldn't be enough material left for me to offer to my primordial calamity soul gem as an evolutionary ingredient to satisfy one of the conditions for unlocking my 5th transformation. Haha, you're right. Then, if you don't mind my asking, what exactly are you trying to make room for? I asked, marking the beginning of the negotiation. Slay was far more valuable to me alive as a bloodkin than dead or reduced to a mere Calamity Daughter gem. If I simply wanted a ruler class Ovumite Calamity Daughter gem, I could have fed her a daughter gem and been done with it. But for obvious reasons, I intended to recruit Slay as bloodkin, not convert her into a daughter gem. In most cases, I would first recruit the target into a Calamity Daughter gem and then prompt them into bloodkin. But with Slay, I needed to take a different approach to maximize the potential of her marvelous physique. For that, she had to be brought in as bloodkin from the start. Thanks to the extraordinary physiology of the Ovumite, Slay would not simply turn into a Calamity Daughter gem when fed one. Instead, she would conceive a new body through it and be reborn as a perfected primordial Calamity Daughter gem. Now imagine that process occurring under the influence of my cursed bloodline. From what I had learned through my existing bloodkin, as long as the target willingly surrendered themselves and allowed their body to become a Calamity Daughter gem, they would be chosen by the cursed bloodline and reborn as bloodkin. Given that, and considering our current circumstances, I believed I could negotiate with Slay to join me as one of my bloodkins. Did this negotiation really need to happen now, of all times? Yes, because I didn't have a storage card capable of storing away the evil sealing 1,000 curse coffin. And knowing a Celestial's temper, the moment the card Celestial arrives, it would erase Slay from existence without hesitation, to eliminate even the slightest perceived threat to itself. Like everything else up to this point, this was now or never. If the negotiation failed, I could always cut my losses and convert her into a Calamity Daughter gem. Then Card Celestial will have to show mercy, or else I had other methods to ensure the safety of my daughter gems. An evil sealing 1,000 curse coffin forged from 1,024 curse incarnations, each harboring a ruler class curse, sealed away every facet of the ruler class Ovumite, was something only an unranked storage item card could hold. Slay might have appeared calm and compliant on the surface, but beneath that facade, her will fought fiercely against the curses suppressing her strength. Even sealed, her body never ceased its struggle, instinctively resisting the curse's grip. Empowered by her indomitable will and innate resilience to curses, she relentlessly strained to break free from her confinement. If not for the continuous flow of primordial energy sustaining the 1,000 curse coffin's sinister seal, her physical form would have eventually overpowered the curse's influence and shattered it entirely. Honestly, I doubt evil sealing 1,000 curse coffin would have been able to successfully seal Slay if not for the primordial energy. Even without the threat of the card Celestial discovering my use of primordial energy or turning its wrath on her, I doubted I could remove the evil sealing 1,000 curse coffin sealing Slay from this past to our present. Currently, Slay's body's innate resistance to curses and the coffin's primordial soul-powered bindings were locked in a situation similar to the river and the dam. I feared that the temporal and spatial turbulence within this time vestige might disrupt that balance, shifting the scales in Slay's favor. This only proved that even without their high realms, the semi-ruler and higher-class dark races were monstrously powerful. Their racial physiques and inherent traits were nothing to underestimate. They were much like me, beings whose true strength couldn't be measured by realm alone. Any other regular semi-ruler class devil would have been easily subdued by the evil sealing 1,000 curse coffin, even without it being fueled by primordial energy, but not Slay. It wasn't that she was stronger, rather, through her racial ability, she had refined her body's resistance to curses to its utmost limit. It mirrored the way I was immune to the laws of time. Unfortunately for her, that resistance wasn't absolute. Perhaps one day, just like her, I too would discover the limits of my immunity to the time rule. But I was sure before that unfortunate day arrived, I would be prepared for it. What else could it be but my pursuit to perfect my body to its zenith? If you're willing to assist me, I'll owe you a debt. We Ovumites always repay our gratitude, Slay replied, her tone resolute and devoid of hesitation. Her words made it clear. Her sole obsession was evolving her body to the absolute pinnacle of the myriad realms. In essence, she was declaring her willingness to set aside the differences between us and even owe me a favor, so long as I aided her. Hearing her out, my brows tightened. She was speaking as though she still held control, as if she could shatter the evil ceiling thousand curse coffin at any moment. It seemed I would have to remind her of the reality of her situation. This wasn't a negotiation between equals. It was more like a death row inmate making a final plea before the execution. She knew she held no leverage to bargain with me. I held her life and death firmly in my grasp. All it would take was for me to pull out the stake, and the card celestial would take care of the rest. Yet, she was acting tough. With all the doors shut, she had no choice but to bluff. Beggars don't get to choose. Here's the deal. I will not only give you my essence, but also help you refine your body to perfection, if you swear absolute loyalty to me. Otherwise, I'll remove the stake and let the celestial will erase your pitiful existence from this world. You don't have all day to decide, I said, my gaze switching to the stake driven through the space-time fabric of the physical plane. I had laid all my cards on the table, without deception or pretense. After all, one cannot be tricked into becoming my bloodkin. The cursed bloodline only accepts those who embrace their fate willingly and completely. That's why I had to be transparent and honest with Slay. Now the choice lay entirely with Slay. She could either submit to a lifetime of servitude, trusting my promise to help her refine the perfect body, or die at the hands of the card celestial. Knowing the Oviumite's obsession with achieving bodily perfection, I was confident the odds were in my favor. Even if she chose death, it wouldn't matter. I would simply turn her into a Calamity Daughter gem. After all, a semi-ruler-class Oviumite Calamity Daughter gem would serve me far better than a dead Oviumite ever could. You know, the last person who made me that promise, in exchange for my loyalty, left me to rot in this damn time prison. Slay spat, her voice dripping with venomous resentment. I don't even know how long it's been, but it's been long enough for me to stop believing he'll ever come back for me. And now, you come offering the same deal. Tell me, how do you expect me to react? The Ten Commandments faction was annihilated by our predecessors. I replied evenly. The Devil Merchant Code liquidated all your assets to recover its debts, and now this Seven Princes of Hell faction hold its right to our world. It's not that no one from your faction wants to save you, Slay. It's that no one from your faction remains to do so. As for trusting me, I honestly can't say. But as long as you're alive, we can find out together. So what's your choice? I didn't give her the luxury of dwelling on her emotions. Time was slipping away fast. 1/4 of the stake had already turned to ash, and I needed at least half of it intact to fulfill the evolutionary conditions for my 5th transformation. I wasn't worried about her holding a grudge against me over our predecessors ended her faction. If she did, then good. She had another reason to live. 7 Princes of Hell? Who the hell are those bastards? How dare they set their sights on the property of the Ten Commandments? Who gave them the nerve? Slay roared, her voice booming with fury. Thankfully, her power and realm were sealed. Otherwise, our eardrums would have been blown apart. Even in her rage, she wasn't stupid. She didn't dare lay blame on me or the card apprentices for the fall of her faction. She was doing everything she could to redirect her anger elsewhere, forcing herself to stay focused on the negotiation. She already lacked leverage. Giving me a reason to withdraw would only make things worse for her. From the very beginning, it was clear that she wanted to bargain for her life. But eternal servitude wasn't a price she was willing to pay. She was desperately trying to lower the cost, to get out with something left of herself to make a strong comeback. Funny how life turns on its head. Once, she held her freedom in her hands. Now, she was reduced to bargaining for her very survival. Once she finished venting her anger, Slay turned her focus to me and asked, "If I agree to your deal, how do you plan to guarantee my loyalty? Do I have to sign a soul contract?" She knew her situation better than anyone. As a devil merchant, she understood the rules of negotiation inside out. But reality wasn't something she could sweet-talk her way out of this time. There wasn't enough time left for her usual clever tactics or slow, calculated bargaining. The situation was desperate. This was a now-or-never moment. The instant the celestial will descends, it would be over for her. She had known the risk from the very moment she drew out the stake carved from the twig of the World Calamity Tree. Nope, nothing like that. Oviumite's reputation speaks for itself. All I need from you is to serve me willingly and wholeheartedly, I said, making it clear that I wasn't forcing her into servitude. She was choosing it, in exchange for her life. For a dark entity, Oviumites were known to be honorable, so long as they weren't deceived. They despised trickery more than anything. When they descended from the shrouded hills with pure intentions and open hearts, unaware of the deceitful ways of the dark realm. But the realm saw them as naive outsiders, simple folk to be exploited and fooled at every step. Unfortunately for their deceivers, the Oviumites possessed exceptional bodies that made enslaving them nearly impossible. Quick to learn and even quicker to evolve, they soon outgrew any chains meant to bind them. Their adaptability was their greatest gift and their greatest weapon. That's why you'd never find an Oviumite slave in the entire Dark Realm. Every one of them, given time, would rise to a place of power, admired, feared, and even worshipped by those who once looked down on them. Ah, Slay muttered, clearly taken aback that a hybrid celestial from the backwaters of the Myriad Realm knew so much about her kind. Only then did she begin to realize how badly she had underestimated me, even though she had tried her best not to, given my celestial heritage. One more thing, she continued, regaining her composure. How do you plan to handle this realm's celestial will? It has already marked me as a threat. It won't let me go. Now that she had shown a hint of willingness, her cunning started to surface again. If I didn't have a plan to deal with the celestial will, that weakness would become her leverage. The negotiation was far from over. She hadn't agreed to anything yet, just left the door open. Unfortunately for her, I wasn't going to grovel just to get her to take the final step. Why would I? Even if I didn't know how to counter the celestial will, but she did, it didn't change the fact that she was still my prisoner. Whatever method she had to save herself would only matter after I chose to release her. Until then, she could only wait to die. You'll have to trust me on that. I have my ways, I said calmly, my tone carrying just enough mystery to keep her guessing. I didn't bother calling out her little trap. After all, fighting for her life was her right, just as protecting mine was my own. Slay's eyes narrowed as she studied me, realizing I hadn't taken the bait. I kept my impatience well hidden, my expression steady and unreadable. I couldn't afford her knowing that time was strangling me just as much as it was her, perhaps even more. She still had time until the stake was completely burned, but I only had until half of it turned to ash. A quarter was already gone, and with each crackle of the burning wood, my unease deepened. Seeing my plan was taking longer, I found myself wondering if a semi-ruler class Oviumite bloodkin was worth losing a perfect evolutionary ingredient for unlocking one of the conditions of my fifth transformation. On the one hand, I didn't know if conditions would ever perfectly align for me to get a powerful and capable semi-ruler class bloodkin like Slay. On the other hand, I didn't know if I could ever find wood from a ruler class world calamity tree. It was a dilemma that I wouldn't have to face if Slay were to stop dragging this negotiation out and give an answer right now. Fine, I agree to willingly and wholeheartedly serve you. But I want your essence up front. As, if you fail to protect me from the realm's celestial will, our deal is off, and I will do everything in my power to protect myself. Slay finally agreed to my offer only after adding a condition of her own. Sure, we have a deal then, I said with a controlled smile, knowing what was going through Slay's mind. Unfortunately for her, regardless of what she had planned, once she willingly ingested my primordial celestial daughter gem, I would win. Lucine was slowly inching toward the stake driven into the space-time fabric of the physical plane, despite my clear warning not to. Thankfully, she didn't try to remove it. It seemed Slay's earlier burst of full power had left a mark on her, a lingering trauma that wouldn't fade so easily. She only felt safe when she believed she had some measure of control over the situation. I couldn't blame her. I'd probably feel the same if Slay had used her racial ability to turn my own strength against me. Being betrayed by your own power, your own body, wasn't something a mind could recover from easily. Lucine no longer felt safe in her own flesh, nor in her mind. I honestly couldn't imagine how anyone could cope with that kind of violation. She would have to work through that, just as she was doing now. As Lucine listened to my exchange with Slay, her expression kept shifting, curiosity, disbelief, then something sharper. She was clearly startled to realize that I knew far more about the Ten Commandments and Slay than I had ever let on. It dawned on her that my secrets went deeper than just hidden strength. A flicker of grievance crossed her face. She couldn't help but feel as though she'd been used, deceived even. But it wasn't my fault she had underestimated me because of my age, and talked more than she should have in hopes to have me enroll into Morningstar University. However, she got over it quickly, at least outwardly. When she realized I was planning to recruit Slay, her shock was almost comical. That was the kind of idea people whispered about, but never dared to attempt. It wasn't that no one had ever thought of it before. Many card apprentices had tried to subdue or enslave a devil, but such attempts usually ended in tragedy. Devils would rather embrace death than serve a lowly card apprentice from some backwater corner of the myriad realms. After all, they couldn't truly die outside the Dark Realm. It merely sent their souls back into the embrace of the Dark Realm's womb, waiting for an opportunity for revival. That simple fact made enslaving them nearly impossible. Sure, a card apprentice could force open a gate to the Dark Realm and destroy a devil there permanently, but that was a gamble no sane person would take. The risk far outweighed the reward, especially when facing a creature armed with powers and schemes most couldn't even begin to comprehend. Lucine couldn't help but wonder how I actually planned to pull it off. Still, she wasn't entirely in the dark. She had caught fragments of the exchange between Slay and me and seemed to have pieced together part of the picture. From what she could tell, I was using the imminent arrival of the card world's will as leverage, turning it into a leverage against Slay in my plan to enslave her. What puzzled her, though, was how seriously Slay seemed to take the threat. Devils didn't truly die outside the Dark Realm. At worst, their essence would disperse and eventually return to the womb of the Dark Realm's will. Yet Slay's unease was unmistakable. She was genuinely afraid. Lucine frowned, realizing there was more at play than she understood. There had to be something hidden, some detail that only Slay and I knew. Something that made even a devil fear death outside her own realm. Unless, no way, Lucine whispered under her breath, her mind racing. Could the realm's celestial will truly possess the power to kill a devil outright? The more she thought about it, the more it seemed possible. After all, the might of a celestial will was something far beyond her comprehension, something that transcended the laws she knew. No wonder he told me not to pull out the stake, she realized, her pulse quickening as the pieces began to fall into place. After all, the stake was one thinking keeping the celestial will's power from influencing this past. Understanding that, Lucine's awe grew. Maybe, just maybe, he really could pull it off. Perhaps she was witnessing history in the making. The moment a mere card master succeeded in doing what no one else in the card world's history ever had, subduing a devil. Under Lucine's astonished gaze, I summoned a primordial calamity daughter gem and held it before Slay's lips. This gem, I said calmly, is the crystallization of my essence. It contains everything you need to conceive yourself a new body. Slay didn't hesitate. She parted her lips and accepted the gem without a trace of suspicion. She knew well enough that if I'd intended to harm her, I wouldn't need her consent to do it. She wasn't worried about swallowing the essence now because as an ovumite, she could simply store the essence and choose to conceive her new vessel at her convenience. However, the moment she tried to swallow it and store it within her body, her confidence faltered. To her shock, the gem instantly dissolved in her mouth, flooding her body with its essence before she could react. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized her body had already become pregnant, the process of growing her new vessel in her womb beginning on its own. But her terror wasn't born from the act itself. It came from what it meant. The body being nourished within her was tainted by the temporal laws of this timeline. When she eventually returned to her original timeline, this vessel would disintegrate into ash for breaking the taboos of the time rule. Even if she abandoned it and regenerated another, that one too would be marked by the same curse of time. By being born in this past and not the original present, the very origin of her new body would be breaking the taboos of the time rule. If things continued as they were, she once again stuck in an endless loop, a slow, suffocating curse that would force her to shed body after body until she finally surrendered her flesh altogether. As an ovumite, her body was her greatest pride, the purest expression of her strength, lineage, identity, and her existence itself. Every curve, every cell carried the essence of her race's perfection. To be forced to abandon that, to watch it wither and crumble away under the punishment of time, was a fate far crueler than death for her. If she had to give up her body, she might as well die. For an ovumite, losing their form wasn't just a loss of power. It was akin to losing their purpose, the breaking of the very core that defined their existence. Hey, Wyatt, what's happening? Lucine asked, reaching for the stake as she noticed the evil sealing thousand curse coffin fading with each passing second. Its once brilliant glow dimming, as though its power was being drained away. Observing this, Lucine immediately assumed the worst. She believed that after getting what she wanted from me, Slay had broken off the negotiation and was now trying to escape from the evil sealing thousand curse coffin. In her frustration, she blamed me for being foolish enough to trust a devil without securing a soul contract first. What she failed to remember was that we were inside a version of the card world's past, and any soul contract made here would hold no power in our present. Especially now, when the Celestial will couldn't access this timeline due to the stake carved from the World Calamity Tree's twig. Relax, she's one of us now, I assured Lucine, keeping my tone calm but offering no details. Yet, the doubt in her eyes and her hand hovering mere inches from the massive wooden stake told me she was past the point of taking my word for it. Sighing, I added, don't worry. The essence of the cursed coffin being absorbed by her will ensure her obedience to me. That's all I can say. You understand how this works, don't you? No, I don't. In fact, I think it would be wiser if I just pull out this stake, Lucine said, feigning ignorance as her hand inched closer to it, her eyes fixed blankly on me. Stop playing dumb. This isn't funny. It's serious, I said in a low, firm tone, watching her using the stake to toy with me. Even though I knew she wouldn't actually pull it out, I still played along. The last thing I wanted was to provoke her into doing something reckless. I'm playing dumb. No, you were, she snapped back. You made me reveal classified secrets of our university and turned me into a fool by acting like a naive but genius student when you clearly are not. Aren't you ashamed to act like a helpless little card master when you clearly are a lot stronger than anyone I have met so far? And why does she keep calling a hybrid celestial? What does it even mean? She was blaming me now, angry that, in her attempt to impress and recruit me by sharing info of her university's hidden inheritance, she had been outplayed. Now that I had saved both our lives, she twisted it into me, claiming that I tricked her into exposing what she shouldn't have by pretending to be weak when I clearly am not. When she put it that way, it did sound like I'd led her on. I hadn't forced her to tell me anything, but I hadn't stopped her either. That wasn't my fault. She should have known better. Still, her friend would have stopped her. And then there was the issue of Slay addressing me as a hybrid celestial, something I had no idea how to explain to Lucine. Hybrid celestials are those who can conjure a celestial rule domain, like me, for example. I told her, keeping my explanation vague enough to stay technically true. Then, steering the conversation away, I added, I didn't trick you, Lucine. You were too eager to recruit me into your university. Don't pin your mistakes on me. A mistake I wouldn't have made if you'd been honest with me, she shot back, stepping away from the stake and closing the distance between us in the heat of the argument. Hey, I'm just a humble card master, I said with mock innocence. It's not my fault that you, a card demigod, happen to be weaker than me. Are you sure you're not a fake card demigod? I wore an expression of genuine doubt as I spoke, and it hit her exactly as I expected. Lucine froze, her eyes narrowing into a chilling glare that silently asked if I'd really just said that. How dare you? She snapped, her voice rising with fury. I am a true card demigod. You're a fake card master, a shameless fraud pretending to be weak when you're clearly strong enough to stand among the greatest in our world. Before I could respond to her outburst, Lucine's tone suddenly shifted. Is that thing all right? She asked, pointing toward what remained of the evil sealing thousand curse coffin, now reduced to a grotesque, meter-tall egg of hardened flesh. Yeah, she's fine, I replied to her casually, my gaze drifting to the burning stake nearby. The embers had nearly consumed halfway through its length. By my estimate, I had only a couple of minutes left before it was too damaged to serve as an evolutionary ingredient for my fifth transformation. Unfortunately, that wasn't nearly enough time for Slay to give birth to her new body. Yes, I knew that by having her conceive her new body here in this past, I was taking a risk of it breaking the time rule taboo and being punished by the time rule when in our present. But that risk only applied if the newborn drew nourishment from her current body, which was tainted by this timeline. Slay's new body, however, was being nourished by the ruler rank 1024 curses and primordial energy. There was no danger of temporal contamination. In fact, this method not only strengthened her body's resistance to curses, but also allowed her to use the primordial energy to form a pure, stable vessel, free from the usual hidden defects caused by her selective breeding, where she tried to inherit traits and talents from countless mates. This approach made her evolution both efficient and safe. Her new body would be stable enough not to collapse from the conflict of incompatible physiques, traits, and abilities by having them undergo fusion with the help of primordial energy to become the best of the two worlds. By the way, you don't happen to have a high-rank dimensional storage card, one that can hold an alive egg, do you? I asked Lucine, my eyes fixed on the massive wooden stake that was moments away from burning halfway through. Now that the evil sealing thousand curse coffin and sleigh had, in a way, fused into this grotesque egg before me, I no longer needed a delicate unranked storage card to carry it. Any storage card capable of storing living things would do. This was my last chance, my only shot at salvaging at least half of the gigantic stake carved from the twig of a ruler-class world calamity tree so that I might still be able to use it to unlock the evolutionary condition for my fifth transformation. Why? Lucine began, but she stopped midway as realization dawned on her. Summoning her grimoire, she asked quickly, "Do you want me to store the egg for you? Would it be possible if I were to equip it to store the egg?" "Yes. Just store it, hurry," I shouted, cutting myself off as I rushed toward the burning stake. Every second mattered now. I had to pull it out of the space-time fabric before the embers consumed it precisely halfway through, before the last chance to use it as an evolutionary catalyst went up in smoke. Just as I pulled the stake free from the space-time fabric, my eyes met Lucine's. We had moved in perfect sync. She had stored the grotesque egg away in her card at the exact moment I secured the stake and fed it to my primordial calamity soul gem. But before I could sense the chances in my mutated ego gem, the world itself seemed to shudder. The celestial will of the card world surged into the timeline like a tidal wave of divine fury. Its wrathful presence pressed down on us, crushing the air from our lungs. It wasn't just me who felt it, she did too. Lucine had met the celestial will before during her venture into the spiritual plane to comprehend rules and their means. This time, however, was nothing like her past encounters. She stiffened under the suffocating weight of its attention. During her previous encounters, the celestial will had always regarded her with distant indifference, neither cold nor kind, a force greater than her that watched over her existence, giving her a sense of security in this vast expanse. Now it was different. "Wyatt, what's going on?" Lucine asked, her voice low and strained, eyes darting around as the air itself quivered under the crushing weight of divine pressure. Her heart raced. For the first time, she personally felt its attention. However, this time, it was different. Now, she could sense unexplained anger from it. She could feel the celestial will's gaze on her, not distant or detached as before, but focused, seething. Its fury was unmistakable. Was it because we tampered with time rule, knowing the time taboos? No, that wasn't it. As the labyrinth of myriad past had existed for centuries, the celestial will had never reacted like this before. Then it hit her, the egg. The grotesque, pulsating mass she had just sealed inside her SSS-ranked dimensional storage card. That had to be the reason. The celestial will was after Slay. Her pulse quickened as the oppressive presence pressed harder against her spirit, demanding her to hand over the egg, and she turned to me, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "Wyatt, is it because of the egg?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, hesitant but needing to know before making her next move. "Yes, it is. Give me a second. I'll work something out," I told her, keeping my tone steady even as the divine pressure bore down on us harder. Closing my eyes, I used my dual presence, one anchored in the physical world, the other extending into the spiritual plane, to help project my celestial voice across the fabric of both realms. Through that resonance, I tried to convey my intent to the card celestial, that I had already disposed of the stake carved from the world calamity tree's twig, and that Slay had been subdued. Neither posed a threat to it anymore. It was my first time using the celestial voice and vision to communicate with another celestial. The only other time had been with Daly, who, lonely and seeking kinship, had welcomed my hybrid presence rather than rejected it. The card Celestial, however, was different. I couldn't find it on either plane. It had concealed itself deliberately, yet I could feel it watching, its will pressing against mine, vast and incomprehensible. FCK, where the heck is it? Unable to locate it, I had no choice but to cast my voice into the void, a cry across the plains, earnest and desperate. I shouted my explanation, hoping the Celestial will would listen, and that it would calm down before it decided to bring down its wrath on us both. It's stupidly strong and unreasonably stubborn. As the moments dragged on and I got no response from the card Celestial, while its divine presence continued to press us, I began to regret my greed for the stake. If I had known that just speaking with a Celestial, let alone persuading it to forgive Slay, would turn into such a nightmare, I would have risked everything to procure it. I felt this way now that I had the stake and had no way to return it, even if I wanted to. That's how greed works. When you don't have something, you crave it desperately, convincing yourself it's worth any cost. But once it's in your hands, the thrill fades, and all that's left is the weight of what it cost to get it. It was times like these I couldn't help but wonder if I was a gambler, a thrill-chasing adrenaline junkie. I wonder if that's the adventurous spirit the people speak of. Wyatt, I'm sorry. I have to take out the egg, Lucine said hesitantly, her tone heavy with uncertainty. On one side stood their creator and provider. On the other, a teenager she had once considered a friend, a teenager who had hidden things from her and let her make a fool of herself. Come to think of it, why was she even hesitating? She respected his intelligence and strength he achieved at his age. Also, Sam spoke so highly of him. True, but he was also an arrogant manipulator who liked to play the wolf in sheep's clothing. No matter how hard she tried to justify it, she couldn't find a single good reason to risk offending the celestial will of the card world for his sake. No, Lucine, don't. I warned, my voice laced with both urgency and desperation. Just ignore it. It's nothing more than a big old crybaby throwing a tantrum to get its way. Lucine froze, her grimoire hovering over her hand. The words I'd just said echoed in the air, and she turned to me with a look of sheer disbelief. Had she really just heard me call the card world's celestial will the supreme consciousness of their realm, a big old crybaby? And at a time when it was already furious? Wyatt, have you completely lost your mind? She shouted, her voice trembling with panic. Do you have a death wish? Shut the hell up before you drag me down with you. Her terror was so raw it almost made me laugh. If the situation weren't so dire. The way she looked at me, anyone could tell she was seconds away from throwing her hands up and screaming, I'm not with him. I don't even know this idiot. Instead, she hurriedly pulled out the egg from her dimensional storage card, terrified that the celestial will might crush us both like bugs in its fury. I could only watch helplessly as all my effort, all the careful planning, went straight down the drain. But just as I braced myself for the celestial will to obliterate Slay's egg, something entirely unexpected happened. The divine pressure pressing down on Lucine, and the egg suddenly disappeared. Instead, it intensified several times over and focused entirely on me. It felt almost deliberate, as if the celestial will was silently commanding me to bring out the gigantic stake carved from the twig of the world calamity tree. I was taken aback by the card celestial's actions. Why would the card celestial spare Slay's egg? Could it be that it had finally confirmed Slay no longer posed a threat now that she was a calamity daughter gem? If so, that was uncharacteristically merciful of it. Come to think of it, it hadn't even tried to override Lucine's grimoire or her cards to destroy the egg, even though it easily could have just when it found the egg in Lucine's card. Instead, it allowed her to make her own choice, respecting her will. For all its power and authority, the card celestial had always treated its children with fairness, whether it was outsiders like Corey the reincarnator, or even me, a mere transmigrator. Especially me, as unlike Corey, I wasn't born here. I couldn't say for certain that the card celestial knew I was a transmigrator, but honestly, how could it not? Something that vast and all-seeing would have noticed the moment I set foot in its world. Wyatt, just take out the stake. Your life is more important than that thing, Lucine urged, her voice trembling as she watched me stand unmoving under the crushing pressure. She couldn't understand why I was still resisting, why I wouldn't just yield before the will of the world itself. From her point of view, the celestial hadn't bothered to destroy Slay's egg. it might not even bother with the stake either. But if it did decide to act, I would be the first to die. As she looked at me, frustration and confusion warred within her. How could someone clever enough to deceive her so easily be so foolish now? To challenge the world's will over a single artifact, no matter how extraordinary it was, seemed like pure madness. The stake might have been powerful enough to shield this timeline from the Celestial's gaze, but it wasn't worth gambling one's life for. Lucine couldn't help but wonder what had come over me. What kind of stubborn pride or hidden reason made me defy a being that could erase me with a thought? I can't take it out because I used it, I admitted, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. Within its domain, lying to the card Celestial was impossible. It would see right through me. So I gambled on the truth, hoping honesty might earn me a shred of mercy. But the moment the words left my mouth, the divine pressure bearing down on me surged. It was as if the very air turned solid, crushing my lungs and bones, each breath becoming a battle. Lucine's eyes widened in horror as cracks began to ripple through the space around me. The invisible weight was focused entirely on me now, pressing with a fury that made my vision blur. I could almost feel its wrath, its voiceless question reverberating through my mind. You used it? At that moment, I realized my gamble had backfired spectacularly. The truth hadn't earned me favor. It had only deepened its rage. I really wanted to find and strangle the idiot who said, "The truth will set you free." Unless, of course, by free they actually meant dead. In that case, my bad, my guy. I'd had enough. If you don't believe me, come on then. Let's fight it out. I roared, letting every ounce of my meager celestial force explode outward. The air around me trembled as my power collided head-on with the overwhelming intent of the card Celestial. It was like throwing a pebble at a mountain, futile, reckless, and utterly suicidal. But at that moment, I didn't care. If it wanted a fight, I'd give it one, even if it crushed me to dust in the process. Holy SHD. Lucine gasped, staring at me, using celestial force to fight the world's celestial will's intent with her mouth hanging open. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Me, a mere card apprentice, actually using celestial force against the world's celestial will itself. It was, in her words, the most absurdly stupid and impossibly brave thing she had ever witnessed. Bizarre didn't even begin to cover it. As far as Lucine knew, a card apprentice could only wield celestial force by borrowing it from the card world, the very same entity I was now challenging. To her, watching me do this was like seeing a son flaunt his father's money before his father. Was it not the stupidest and daring act? And from the look on her face, she was absolutely certain that at any second, that father was going to make me regret every reckless word and action. But then, something no one expected happened. The divine presence vanished. Just like that. The crushing weight that had been pinning me down disappeared as if it had never existed. With the sudden release of pressure, my celestial force erupted uncontrollably, launching me skyward like a cannonball. I tore through the air, the world below shrinking in an instant, the echo of Lucine's shocked gasp fading beneath me. For a heartbeat, I hung there amid the clouds, gasping for breath, half expecting the will of the world to return and finish what it started. But there was only silence, vast, heavy, and impossibly still. "Don't leave. You owe me an explanation," I yelled in both human tongue and celestial voice. Before long, I calmed down thinking, who knew the card Celestial would be so reasonable? If I were in the card Celestial's place, I wouldn't have let things in like that. Knowing that something capable of threatening me was still out there, walking free, would have gnawed at me. Even if the odds of it ever being used against me again were almost non-existent, I wouldn't take that chance. No, I'd make sure it was gone, utterly erased. That's what any being with real power would do. Mercy was a luxury only the invincible could afford. I wonder if the card Celestial was aware that it couldn't particularly be considered invincible in the myriad realms. Did it ever talk with the other Celestials? Did it even have friends? Or was it some kind of aloof, divine loner hovering in this corner of the myriad realms? No, that didn't seem right. Considering how deeply the dungeons were woven into its ecosystem, each one connected, thriving, and interdependent on other realms. I'd bet the card Celestial wasn't a recluse at all. If anything, it probably was the social butterfly among Celestials. Networking through celestial channels, exchanging insights into rules source and the origin source, taking a step toward their version of transcendence. If that weren't the case, then I might just have to ask daily to reach out to the card celestial, to try and befriend this possible loner among the celestials. If anyone could charm a solitary celestial, it would be someone like Daly, desperate enough for a friend to chat up even a cosmic recluse. Otherwise, Card Celestial might continue to stupidly show mercy to its enemy, believing it was invincible when it was totally not. Besides, with the coordinates I will be providing daily, finding it through the celestial channels would be child's play for her. All she'd need to do was show up, smile, and start talking. And knowing daily, she'd keep talking until even the Card Celestial gave in and listened. I know I should have been relieved that the Card Celestial had dropped the matter, that it hadn't pursued me further for using the stake carved from the World Calamity Tree's twig. But instead of relief, a strange unease coiled in my chest. Something about its silence didn't sit right. Was it really that laid back? Or was this the calm before something worse? Did all Celestials just let things slide like this? Before I could think further, Lucine's voice cut through the air. "Wyatt, what just happened?" she demanded, flying closer, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How did you even use World's own celestial force to clash against the World's will? Not only that, you made it back down." Her tone was half awe, half panic. To her, what I'd done wasn't just impossible, it was sacrilege. And yet, I had done it. "I can't believe what I just saw," Lucine went on, not even giving me a chance to reply. Her voice trembled with lingering disbelief, yet there was a strange spark in her eyes, a kind of wild excitement pushing through the shock. The fear that had frozen her moments ago was now replaced by a rush of awe and curiosity. It was as if witnessing something so impossible had jolted her out of reason itself. She hovered closer, her words tumbling out in a rush. Are you the chosen one? The true son of the card world?" I ignored Lucine's excited rambling and made my way toward Slay's egg. My focus shifted entirely, away from the celestial and Lucine's disbelief, to the fragile, grotesque thing that pulsed faintly with life before me. The egg throbbed in a steady rhythm, its surface glistening with faint curse energy. As I drew closer, it gave a heavy thump, almost as if recognizing my presence. I could feel the dark, intricate weave of the 1,024 curses at work within, feeding and reshaping Slay's essence into her new body. I had fed her enough primordial energy. Any more would do her no good. Primordial energy was more about qualitative change than quantitative change. Besides, with the card celestial around, I didn't dare to use primordial energy. I crouched beside Slay's egg, examining the flow of energy, making sure there were no disruptions or anomalies. I trusted the card celestial, but I had to do my due diligence. Everything seemed stable. The cursed nourishment was holding steady. It was enough. Satisfied, I turned back toward Lucine, who was still talking a mile a minute, half in awe, half in confusion. Stretching out my hand, I cut her off mid-sentence. "Lucine," I said calmly, "lend me your dimensional storage card." After Seed's birth transformed my seed world into a true realm, I hadn't found the time to craft any storage cards of my own. For the most part, I relied on the standard ones I'd obtained by trading Phantom Mushroom wood with Jill Norley. They were decent enough, capable of holding herds or even monster eggs, but nowhere near capable enough for Slay's egg. Sure, I could have carried it back to our present physically through the time vestige, but why go through that trouble when I could simply borrow a dimensional storage card? "No way, it's personal," Lucine shot back instantly. Her card held all her prized possessions, perfumes, jewelry, clothes, delicates, and more. Sure, specialized item cards existed for such things, but she preferred the touch of mortals' peak craftsmanship and ingenious alchemy over mass-produced cosmetic or designer cards. She liked it when other women asked her where she got her perfume or jewelry or clothes, because not only were they stunning, but they were refreshingly unique. There was no way she'd let me near the one holding those private treasures with such high personal value. "Here, take these storage cards and transfer your items into them before you hand me the dimensional storage card," I said, taking out a few empty storage cards as if I didn't hear her rejection. "Here, take these storage cards and move your things into them before handing me the dimensional storage card," I said, pulling out a few empty ones as if her refusal had never reached my ears. "Didn't you hear me?" I said no. Lucine began sharply, but I cut her off before she could finish. Hurry up, I urged, glancing around. The celestial will's tantrum has already drawn too much attention. If we stay any longer, the card apprentice of this timeline will find us. Why can't I carry the egg? Lucine demanded, glaring at me with clear irritation and no intention of giving in. Fine, I sighed, smirking slightly. You carry the egg. But if anything happens to it, I'm holding Morningstar University fully responsible. My tone dripped with mock seriousness, hoping to intimidate her into surrendering the card. This is my university's labyrinth of myriad pasts, and Slay is our prisoner, Lucine shot back sharply. If anything, you should be the one paying me for allowing you to recruit such a powerful and capable devil servant. Before I could respond, she strode over to Slay's egg and stored it in her dimensional storage card, completely ignoring my protest and doing it without a shred of hesitation. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in amusement, wondering if Lucine had conveniently forgotten that while this might be her university's labyrinth of myriad pasts, I was the strongest one here. As for her taking Slay's egg, I wasn't particularly concerned. Once Slay was reborn in her new body, she would seek me out no matter where, or in whose possession she was within the card world. After all, she was my most powerful calamity daughter gem, or bloodkin, second only to Daily, of course. I had done everything I could to help Slay to be chosen as my bloodkin, but there was no way to predict how the cursed bloodline would react until her new body finally took shape. You sure you want to take this conversation there? I asked with a teasing grin. Did you forget how I ended up here? Considering everything I've had to do and suffer because of your university's failure to properly manage its own labyrinth of myriad pasts, I'd say I'm more than entitled to a generous compensation package for the trauma and emotional distress I've endured. Lucine, who had been smugly satisfied after claiming Slay's egg, froze. Her confident smile faltered into a tight, uneasy frown. Man, Morningstar University sure is irresponsible, I went on, feigning a sigh. They put their guests in mortal danger. If I weren't as strong as I am, I'd have died long ago. I really feel bad for the poor students who have to study there. How are they supposed to study if they are busy defending themselves from the university's poor management? You take those words back, or I'll destroy the egg for good. I won't feel an ounce of guilt. She's a devil who's slaughtered countless card apprentices and others, Lucine warned, summoning her diamond grimoire to defend her university's honor. Nope, I don't lie. Go ahead and destroy Slay's egg, and forever be known as the sinner who denied the 5 regions a powerful ally for the coming second demon invasion. I shot back, daring her. I knew she actually wanted Slay to serve me even more than I did. Morningstar University had been monitoring Slay through the time vestige for centuries. They knew exactly how strong, intelligent, and dangerous she was. For generations, they had tried to unravel her secrets, studying her every word and deed. Yet all their efforts had ended in miserable failure. Now that Lucine had witnessed me subdue Slay, she saw a rare opportunity. Through me, Slay's master, her university could finally uncover what they had sought for ages. That's why Lucine wanted Slay to become my servant even more than I did. It also explained why she hadn't immediately removed the egg when the card world celestial will appeared. She did in the end, but the hesitation mattered. To defy the will of the world, even for a few breaths, was to defy the very voice of the gods for a card apprentice. That brief act alone showed how much she wanted me to succeed in binding Slay. Still, Lucine wasn't foolish. She knew I was far too cunning to be trusted blindly. That's why she needed leverage, something or someone, to help her keep me in check and ensure I cooperated with Morningstar University. That's why she argued with me to store Slay's egg with her. Unfortunately, she was overestimating Morningstar University and herself to take Slay's egg. I don't have time to argue with you. I'm heading back, Lucine said curtly, rolling her eyes as she turned toward the time vestige. She knew better than to waste her breath. Debating with me was pointless when I clearly understood far more about the situation than she did. Still, countless questions swirled in her mind. Everything she had seen and heard in this past unsettled her. How had I managed to defy the card celestial? And why had Slay kept calling me hybrid celestial? She wanted to ask me directly, but she already knew how that would go. I would never give her a straight answer. So, instead, she tried to piece it together on her own, replaying every word and every sign she had witnessed. But Lucine's understanding of the myriad realms was too limited. She had glimpsed too little and grasped even less. Her reasoning, confined by her shallow worldview, couldn't possibly lead her anywhere near the truth. Even if she had somehow understood everything she'd seen and heard, she still lacked the perspective to interpret it correctly, much less uncover the reality hidden behind it. Lucine's understanding, her entire worldview, was confined within the boundaries of the card world. She was like a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, staring up at a narrow circle of sky, while the answers she sought lay far beyond the boundaries of the well. On some level, she knew this too. That was why she didn't bother arguing any further about who owed whom in this entire time vestige ordeal. Yes, I had saved her life, but she was only here because she had come to save mine. It evened out in the grand scheme of things. Unless, of course, Lucine was foolish enough to feel grateful to the very person who dragged her into danger in the first place. She seemed like the type, but something told me that this time, she wouldn't. She was still stewing in quiet embarrassment, after all. The realization that she had revealed too much, that she had gone so far as to recruit me into Morningstar University without understanding the full extent of what I was, weighed heavily on her. Now that she did know, she was desperate to shift the blame, convincing herself that I had deliberately manipulated her into exposing the university's core secrets. Well, perhaps I had nudged her along a little, but in truth, she had done most of the work herself. She was the one who kept talking, sharing things she never should have, all on her own in hopes of tempting me into enrolling into Morningstar University. Had Lucine known my history with Morningstar University, especially their conspiracy with the central government to have me kidnapped, she would have never dared to tempt me into enrolling there using such means. The very thought would have frozen in her throat. Shaking my head, I followed her into the time vestige that hovered above the lightning-struck stump. The vestige was a kind of subspace. Within it, Morningstar University had constructed an entire campus, towering spires and intricate structures veiled beneath an SSS-rank kaleidoscopic maze-array formation. It turned out that the formation Henrix once mentioned wasn't merely a defense mechanism. It was capable of traveling in time along with the time vestige, and even moving in and out of time vestige entirely. All along, while I was within the Garden of Beginning, the maze formation had been residing here, hidden in plain sight. The time vestige itself served as the core of this colossal array, and, like the vestige, it was utterly unique across all timelines of the card world. What truly caught me off guard, however, was what awaited inside. Morningstar University's campus within the time vestige was teeming with life. Card apprentices moved about in quiet focus, some immersed in research and experimentation, others lost in comprehension of the elusive time rule. Then there were those that maintained the records on various timelines of the card world and the time prisons their founders had created. The air thrummed with a strange, solemn energy, the pulse of knowledge and ambition suspended between centuries, just like the original Morningstar campus. I hadn't expected to see so many people living within the time vestige. It made me wonder if this place was the true final sanctuary the founders of Morningstar University had once spoken of, a haven meant to preserve the card apprentice community should the demons ever conquer the world, and not the Garden of Beginning. Whatever the case, card apprentices living here and working made sense. As long as these apprentices gathered the ingredients and materials they needed from any timeline, they could continue their experiments here indefinitely, without worrying about breaking the time taboos and regardless of where the time vestige was anchored in time. It would only be a concern if they ever wished to return to their original timeline. Even then, they would just return to the original timeline. What truly astonished me, though, was that Lucine had chosen to reveal this hidden campus to me at all. The time vestige I stood in now was nothing like the one Morningstar University presented to the 5 regions. That one was a carefully constructed illusion, a controlled image meant for display. But this was the real-time vestige, a secret realm where Morningstar's true research and ambitions were cultivated unknown to the outside world. They had deceived the 5 regions about nearly everything. The number of people who could access the time vestige at once, the sheer amount of resources required to sustain it, even the true nature of its operation. If the 5 regions ever learned the truth about the time vestige, let alone the labyrinth of myriad pasts, chaos would erupt. A war wouldn't just be likely, it would be inevitable. So why wasn't Lucine worried about revealing it to me? Did she truly trust me not to use this knowledge against her or Morningstar University? Or perhaps she believed I already knew enough to deal them irreversible damage, and that revealing more would change nothing, only make the inevitable worse. Wyatt, you can comprehend the time rule here. We have chambers equipped with arrays that enhance focus and induce a state of calm. If you wish, you're free to use them, Lucine said, her tone composed yet unexpectedly open. Her words caught me off guard. For someone as cautious and calculating as her, this level of transparency was rare. Maybe she no longer felt the need to conceal anything. Perhaps she believed I already knew too much. Or maybe, on some instinctive level, she understood that hiding humanity's final sanctuary from me was pointless. What do you want? I asked Lucine, finally concluding that her kindness had a purpose. As for my previous inner monologue, I wasn't naive enough to think she was being nice out of pure goodwill. Why? Because people being good to me without wanting something in return always made me uneasy. The only ones I was ever willing to bear that fear for, in this life, were Susan and Anna. What do you mean? Lucine asked, her tone carrying genuine confusion. But as my words sank in, a disdain-filled smirk curved her lips. Get over yourself. The time zone inside the time vestige shifts depending on which timelines we travel between in the temporal river. And since you suddenly summoned the vestige from that past, our tight schedule got thrown off. We'll need to make a few quick stops before heading back to our present. Until then, you might as well be productive and comprehend the time rule. I knew that. I lied, though the truth was it had completely slipped my mind while I was busy worrying about what Lucine was planning with her sudden kindness towards me. This was why I said my biggest fear was someone showing selfless kindness to me. I can't figure them out. That makes me vulnerable to them. And I hate feeling vulnerable. It's as simple as that. So, how long do I have to wait here? I asked Lucine, ignoring my spiraling thoughts. Months, maybe even a year or two, Lucine said casually. But don't worry, only a week or two will pass in our present. Also, with your talent, your time here should be more than enough for you not only to begin comprehending the time rule, but also to reach the bifurcation point and gain a small understanding of one of its meanings. 2 weeks. No way. I can spare a day at most. I blurted out, panic rising in my voice. A lot of people depend on me. Without me, they will fall into chaos, total chaos. The thought of being cut off from the myriad realms for 2 weeks made my stomach twist. I had too many commitments waiting for me in the card world, the Lil Red Storm world, and the Dark Realm. If I didn't handle them on time, all my plans would go up in smoke. You should have thought about that before jumping into the temporal river, Lucine remarked, her tone sharp with quiet reproach. Her words made it clear. She knew I hadn't been dragged in by stray temporal and spatial forces. I'd chosen to follow them. Before I could deny it, she went on. How do I know that? Simple. If you have a way to resist timeline dementia, then you clearly have a way to handle temporal forces. And with your strength, resisting spatial forces wouldn't be difficult either. Young man, you reap what you sow. Ha ha ha. I laughed, trying to sound casual, then added, I'm sure we can work something out. For instance, I could help you with your time rule dementia, at a discount, of course. And in return, you help me get back to our present within a day. Up to your tricks again, huh? Lucine sneered, her gaze dripping with disdain. Let me tell you a secret, young man. I never once believed you could help me with my time rule dementia, let alone cure it. Sure, you're strong enough to defeat an unranked devil, capable enough to defy the world's will, and clever enough to summon the time vestige. I have no idea how you managed all that as a mere card master. But none of it is reason enough for me to believe you can solve an illness that has plagued even the Celestials. My expression darkened instantly at her words. She was treating me like some con artist always trying to deceive her, when in truth, I'd done nothing but be sincere with her from the start. Are you holding me hostage? I asked, suspicion creeping into my voice as I wondered if this had been her plan all along, to trap me inside the time vestige. Or are you forgetting that I can control the time vestige? I added, exaggerating the claim just to drive the point home. Also, I was feeling cornered within the time vestige. Young man, Do you know what the first thing I did after entering the time vestige was? Lucine asked with a playful tone, with her lips curling into a teasing grin. Breathe, I replied, pretending to play dumb. Yes, she said, rolling her eyes at my childish response. And with a smirk, she continued, and I told the staff to activate the resonance disturbance field. Go on then. Try commanding the time vestige to take you to the temporal anchor in our present. Her confident smile screamed, checkmate, sucker. I didn't even bother trying. I'd sensed the resonance disturbance field as soon as it was put up and didn't mind it, believing it was being used for someone's research. Now, thanks to Lucine, I knew it had been set up specifically to target me. I had no plans to do anything about it. I feared in my struggle for control over the time vestige with Morningstar University, any number of small variables could cause all of us to be lost in the temporal river for eternity. So I was right. You did use resonance synchronization to summon the time vestige to that past from our present. Ha ha ha. Lucine burst into laughter, taking my silence as her victory. And judging by the look on her face, she truly felt like she'd just made a major discovery. Lucine had been hailed as a genius since birth, praised, admired, and even worshipped for her unmatched intellect by her teachers, colleagues, and students alike. But everything changed when she met this young man. He understood and accomplished things that defied her comprehension, making her feel intellectually cornered and outclassed. That was why this moment meant so much to her. It was proof that she could still keep up, if only for a fleeting second. This meant he wasn't beyond her. She will not only catch up to him, but overthrow him. This feeling is refreshing. It has been a while since I felt like this. Maybe days ahead won't be so boring after all. I had underestimated the time vestige. It turned out to be far more than what I expected it to be. Morningstar University did a good job ensuring that other card apprentices never learned about its true capabilities or the possibilities it could unleash. Inside the time vestige, they could obtain any number of rare or extinct ingredients from the labyrinth of myriad past. They could also conduct experiments without worrying about time limiting their research. With the time vestige, they never had to fear falling behind their competitors. Rather, it was their competitors who had to worry about keeping up with them. With so much time and so many resources at their disposal, it was no surprise that they produced countless useful and practical patents and copyrights each month. What was truly surprising was how the other top universities managed to keep up with such an overwhelming advantage and stay in the race for so long. The more I thought about it, the greedier I became for the inheritances held by the other top 10 universities. Learning this alone made my trip to Morningstar University worthwhile. What's with that creepy look in your eyes? What are you thinking? Lucine, who had been celebrating her minor victory, froze when she noticed the expression on the teenagers' faces. She could tell he was up to something, and her guard shot up instantly. It is important that I return to our past as soon as possible, I stressed to Lucine so she could understand that I wasn't just saying that, but it was true. I am sorry, Wyatt. There is nothing I can do. If you don't follow the schedule, you will lose a lot of money. Enough to affect our university's overall performance. With the Grand Academician Bowl coming up, we really can't afford this loss. It will affect our ranking. You know how seriously we take our ranking. Lucine rejected my plea, saying that the loss there made his request unreasonable. What if I cover your losses out of my own pocket? Would you set sail for our present immediately? I offered to compensate them so we could return as soon as possible. It would put a dent on my wallet, but that was nothing compared to the losses I'd suffer if I were stuck in here for 2 whole weeks without any contact to the outside world. No. Lucine rejected me without hesitation before explaining. First of all, I don't believe you have that kind of money. Secondly, no amount of payment can make up for the setback our various researches will suffer if the time vestige goes off course, taking time out of our already delayed schedule just to drop you back in our present. Wyatt, forget it and wait. Sigh. I let out an exaggerated breath at Lucine's reply. I wanted to shout, somebody, please, I'm begging you. Tell this stupid woman who I am and what I'm worth. At first, it had felt refreshing to meet someone who didn't know my achievements and treated me like a normal person, but now it felt as if Lucine was going out of her way and finding new ways to underestimate me. Lucine frowned at my long sigh and said, You do realize most card apprentices would gladly pay an arm and a leg just to spend a day or two in the time vestige. Yet here you are, crying and complaining even though you get to stay for a year or two for free. Aren't you being a little entitled? I no longer had the patience to argue with this woman. All I wanted was to return to our present as soon as possible. So, with a heavy heart, I made an offer. How about this? I'll cure your time-rule dementia for free. And if I manage to treat it to your satisfaction, you repay me by getting me back to the present within a day. How does that sound? I wasn't worried that Lucine would go back on her word after I delivered. In this time vestige, I was the strongest, strong enough to force things to go my way if I wanted. But I wasn't a bully, and besides, Lucine had risked her life to come rescue me. Even if I didn't need the help and ended up saving her instead, the intention still counted. Especially when I remembered how, back when that Voltronian bastard terrorized Earth, the very people I considered as friends had turned against me, fearing for their lives. So, Lucine, a stranger, risking her life for me, moved me. It seems you really are desperate if you're willing to put your trust in me. Returning to the present within a day must be very important to you, Lucine said solemnly. She listened to me with a serious expression, as though she finally understood my situation and was giving it genuine thought. Lucine nodded. I understand your situation. I can get you back to our present before a full day passes there. But in return, I don't want you to cure my time-rule dementia or compensate us for any losses we'll suffer by helping you. Instead, I want Slay to cooperate with us in studying the Dark Realm. What do you say? Finally, I shouted in my mind as Lucine revealed what she wanted more than anything. I had suspected this, but I didn't expect her to go after it so directly. This was good. Nope, that price is way too high, I replied. How about this? You make a list of everything you want to ask Slay, and I'll have her answer the questions I'm comfortable letting her answer. If you want information that's truly valuable, then we'll discuss the price separately. Basically, as long as you're willing to pay what it's worth, aside from sending me back to the present as soon as possible, I'll have Slay cooperate with you. I had long planned to make the card apprentices of the 5 regions aware of the Dark Realm and the myriad realms. People needed to understand what lay beyond our world's borders, the threats waiting out there, as well as the opportunities. I hoped that knowledge would unite them under a new purpose, pushing them to build towards something greater instead of fighting over the scraps they currently had. The ambitious, like Emissary of Light, Matron, and even Supreme Leader especially needed to be reminded that the card world wasn't the end, but only the beginning. Countless adventures and opportunities were waiting beyond it. There was no need for them to make the boundaries of the card world as the ceiling of their ambition. Just like how Gideon managed to carve a place for himself in Devil Merchant Code and even Dark Realm. Now that Lucine had brought it up, I decided it was time to start waking the 5 regions to the reality of the Dark Realm and the myriad realms. So I agreed to let Slay cooperate with her interrogation under my supervision. I would decide how much they learned and what they learned about those realms, keeping everything firmly under my control. No, I wasn't trying to become a dictator of the card world. I only wanted to protect the 5 regions. Even without knowing what the so-called demons and devils truly were or what they were capable of, plenty of card apprentices had already chosen to become demon or devil worshippers back in the days. So, imagine what would happen if they learned the entire truth. Would they even bother resisting the second demon invasion? Or would they simply give up, believing it was pointless? That's why it was crucial to control what they learned, how much they learned, and when they learned anything about the Dark Realm and the myriad realms. This way, I could guide the narrative and make sure the information did more good than harm. Otherwise, I'd be helping the 7 Prince of Hell faction secure victory before they even stepped foot into the card world. No way, Lucine said, rejecting my proposal without much thought. If we agree to that, we'll only learn what you want us to know. That gives you the advantage. Acting on information filtered by you would be no different from preparing a bed for you to sleep in. We might as well skip the pretense and just do whatever you want. Lucine, there's no way I'm giving you what you're seeking for. Just accept what I'm offering and don't force my hand, I warned, letting a bit of intimidation slip in to push her toward a compromise. With my strength, taking control of the time vestige wouldn't be difficult. The only reason I was holding back was for the sake of everyone inside it, especially Lucine. She needed to understand that this negotiation was happening only because of my goodwill toward her. She really shouldn't keep pushing her luck. Are you threatening me? Lucine asked, narrowing her eyes at me. Was I not obvious enough? Or do you want me to try taking control of the time vestige by breaking the resonance disruption field? I said calmly. I knew that if Lucine was smart enough to use the disruption field against me, then she was certainly smart enough to understand the countless things that could happen if I actually tried to force control over the time vestige by shattering it. One of the most likely outcomes being the time vestige getting destroyed in the struggle, leaving the few of us lucky enough to survive drifting endlessly in the temporal river for eternity. I had been patient and considerate until now, but if she planned to use the time vestige to hold me hostage and force her way, then I wasn't going to sit back any longer. If she wanted to fight, I'd gladly show her that not only was I always ready for one, I fought to win, no matter the cost. Just ask the Viltronian bastard and his minions back on Earth. Oh, wait. You can't, because I massacred every last one of them. You wouldn't, Lucine exclaimed, realizing exactly what I was implying. She was sharp, no doubt about that. I cut her off with a smirk. Why wouldn't I? I don't know about the rest of you, but with my talent, I'm certain I can survive in the temporal current long enough to make it back to our present sooner or later. Lucine glanced around, her eyes sweeping over Morningstar University's second campus, the SSS rank kaleidoscope maze array, and all the card apprentices within it. At that moment, she realized I wasn't the one trapped here. They were trapped here with me. Only then did she understand the grave mistake she'd made by revealing this side of the time vestige to me. However, a part of her, one that had been studying me closely since the moment we met, urged her to call my bluff and push the stakes even higher. But when she looked at the thousands of card apprentices scattered across Morningstar University's second campus, she hesitated. These people were the future of Morningstar University. The very fact that they were in Morningstar University's second campus meant they weren't just talented, they were loyal. These were the students chosen to lead and shape the university's future. And the amount of time and resources invested into nurturing thousands of such card apprentices was staggering. Even setting aside the material losses, the sheer effort required to gather this many gifted and loyal students again would be unimaginable. Losing them would cripple Morningstar University's standing and set them far behind in the top 10 university race for years to come. Clearly, Morningstar University couldn't afford to lose these card apprentices, making it harder for Lucine to call my bluff even though every fiber of her being was telling her that the Wyatt she knew wouldn't do that. But she couldn't take any chances with the future of Morningstar University. Fine, you win. I'll settle for interviewing Slay under your supervision, Lucine finally conceded, even though she was convinced I was bluffing. After all, it wasn't just the university's talented and loyal card apprentices on the line, but the time vestige itself, and with it, the labyrinth of myriad pasts. Losing a group of apprentices was unfortunate, but recoverable. Morningstar University could train a new batch with enough time and recourse. But losing the time vestige meant losing something irreplaceable. Without it, the labyrinth of myriad pasts was practically useless. In the end, the risk was far too great for her to gamble on. Her personality wouldn't allow it, not when she carried the responsibility of being a direct descendant of Morningstar University's founders. Making the safer choice was the only option she could accept. That offer expired. Choose wisely next time, I said, pulling back my offer to Lucine with a playful grin. By giving in, she'd practically admitted that she would bend over to my whim if I pushed her hard enough. I would have respected her more if she had simply walked away instead of responding to my bluff. Not only did she back down, but also revealed just how desperately they valued a one-on-one interview with Slay. At first, I genuinely wanted to work with Lucine, but after watching her try to chip away at my goodwill at every turn, I'd had enough. Now, I would show her what it truly meant to negotiate with Dalton V. Wyatt, the card apprentice who once tricked a devil into handing over a demon merchant token without even realizing what the devil merchant code was. What? This is too much, Wyatt, Lucine complained, feeling that I was being an obnoxious jerk bullying her with my strength. Too much? I'm being too much? I shot back. I offered to cure your terminal disease, offered to pay for your losses, and even agreed to let you interview Slay under my supervision. Yet none of it was enough for you. You kept demanding more, waving around the fact that I jumped into the temporal crack of my own accord. If you were smart enough to deduce that, then you should also be smart enough to grasp the consequences if I had not let the temporal and spatial forces drag me into the temporal river. Either the time vestige would collide with me and reduce me to dust, or I'd tear open the wall of the time tunnel trying to escape, both of which could have caused serious damage to the time vestige, not to mention the card apprentices in it. I'm not claiming I did it for Morningstar University. I did it for Aholia, and because I was curious. But instead of appreciating the consideration I showed, you not only trapped me here, but tried to weaponize that fact against me. And now you think I'm the one being too much. I hit her so hard that from the look on her face, I half expected her to hand over her lunch money and run off crying to her mama. Really, Mr. Saint? You could have walked out of the eye of the time tunnel from its end in our present by going against the stray temporal and spatial forces instead of giving in to them. That way you could have moved out of the time vestiges without tearing the tunnel wall. Lucine mercilessly shot back. Don't pretend you didn't know that. You knew exactly what you were doing. You were just hoping I wouldn't know and that I'd let you have your way out of guilt. She looked at me with open disdain, as if saying, I've seen through all your tricks, you charlatan. I couldn't push against the stray temporal and spatial forces because of my special card to resist the time rule. If I used that resistance to fight the temporal currents, it could have disrupted the formation of the time tunnel and possibly damaged it altogether. Trust me, I did what was best for all of us at that moment. I argued back, explaining the challenges I was facing at that moment that she had failed to account for. I didn't hesitate to employ deceit to keep my secrets safe. It would be stupid of me if I ended up spilling my secrets for the sake of winning an argument. Do you think I enjoy diving into a river when I don't even know how to swim? Because that's exactly what your accusation sounds like. Why would I willingly jump into the temporal river when I don't have even a shred of comprehension of the time rule? I did it because it was the only logical move to make sure the time tunnel reached our present safely. I kept my explanation brief, just enough to make my point without going into the finer details. Listening to my explanation, Lucine stared at me for a moment before snapping, I call bull. What? I asked, taken aback. She was the first person I had ever hinted to about my immunity to the time rule, even if I wasn't totally honest, and said it only indirectly. So it stung a little. Not only did she refuse to believe me, she dismissed it right to my face. I said I don't believe you, she repeated, then muttered under her breath. Special card that resists the time rule, he says. More like a special card for spewing nonsense. Her sneer deepened, and the disdain in her eyes for me sharpened like a blade. You don't believe me? I asked, my tone turning dangerous. An unspoken challenge hung in the air. If you don't believe me, then come. Let's settle it. Why would I believe you? You're the same guy who keeps trying to fool me by claiming you can cure my time rule dementia. Lucine fired back instantly, not even pausing to register the threat in my voice. She was too worked up to notice it at all. Even if I pretend you aren't trying to trick me and you genuinely think you can cure a disease that even Celestials can't, there's only one other explanation for why you believe that. You're insane. A complete loon. So which is it? Are you a loon or a con artist? She didn't hold anything back. When she wanted to, she could be one mean broad. That's it. I've had enough of this, I snapped, reaching out to grab Lucine by her pale white, thin wrist, uttering, Celestial blood fate domain. Soon, the entire time vestige was dyed in shade of red, and before Lucine could even react, I seized her soft, slender wrist and pulled her into my embrace. She let out a startled gasp. Wyatt, what are you doing? She exclaimed in shock. Lucine's immaculate eyes widened in shock, and her soft white hand strained to break free from my grip, but it was pointless. The moment she was pulled into my embrace, feeling my warmth and catching my scent, her lips tightened in a strange, conflicted tremor. Her eyes grew misty as she struggled harder, offering resistance that was more emotional than physical. With my 1,024 curses already used to seal slay, I had to rely on my celestial rule domain to suppress Lucine's strength and overpower her. Fortunately, Lucine wasn't trained in martial arts and had never developed her physical abilities. My celestial blood fate domain was the perfect counter to someone like her. What am I doing? I'm going to forcefully cure your time rule dementia, I said. And if you dare resist my treatment, I'll blow this entire time vestige to hell while we watch from the temporal river. I leveled the threat at her before she could fully process if I was still capable of displaying the same strength I had used against Slay. If you want to kill me, just say it. Don't hide behind excuses about curing my time-roll dementia. It's pathetic, Lucine snapped. But despite her words, she stopped struggling and stayed in my hold, still as a cornered cat pretending not to be afraid. Her proud expression didn't match the way her body quietly surrendered to the moment. She was the last living royalty of the Morningstar University after all. Honestly, I wouldn't have been able to pull this off if not for her fear that I might unleash my full power I used to face Slay, not to mention the celestial blood fate domain. Sometimes a person's own mindset becomes their prison. In Lucine's case, after watching me take down Slay, someone who had toyed with her, with effortless ease, she'd already decided that I wasn't just stronger than her, but stronger than anything the combined forces inside the time vestige could muster. So when I applied even a little pressure, she folded instantly, convinced that resisting would be pointless and would only make things worse for her. This was the power of suggestion. With my arrogant, cutting words, I made her believe I could still summon the same strength I'd shown against Slay. And it wasn't hard, especially since she had already witnessed firsthand just how much power I could bring out when I needed to. It wasn't just Lucine whom my celestial rule domain was suppressing. Even the card apprentices who had been watching our heated exchange from afar, those who had immediately tried to rush over when I pulled her into my embrace, were caught under its influence. Luckily for me, the strongest among them were only elite card demigods. With my celestial rule domain striping away their soul energy and rule power privileges, they struggled just to approach me as I held Lucine hostage above Morningstar University's second campus. They glared at me from below, scrambling in all directions as they searched for a way to reach us and rescue their ex-dean. Shut up. I regret the moment I told you I could cure your time-roll dementia. I have no idea what possessed me back then. But congratulations, you're the first person in all 5 regions to receive my services for free, I said as I kept a close eye on the card apprentices inside the time vestige, making sure those little troublemakers weren't plotting anything stupid while I forced Lucine to undergo my treatment and also changed the course of the time vestige back to our present. Wyatt, I am sorry. Lucine apologized, and just when I wanted to remind her it was too late to apologize, she began, I was wrong. You are not a con artist trying to trick me. Clearly, you are a mental patient. I believe you can cure me. It seems my teasing and constant rejection elevated your condition. Shut up, you dementia patient. I know how insane this sounds, but everything will make sense once you're cured of your time-roll dementia. Then I will collect my debt with interest, I said, sending her a list of ingredients. Have one of your trusted students fetch these, the real versions, not any substitutes from labyrinth of myriad pasts. The time vestige didn't just store counterfeit ingredients from various pasts. It also held genuine ones meant for real experiments. After all, where else could you find a perfectly controlled environment like this? They ran trials here, conducted research here, and even did the volatile projects that would be far too dangerous to handle in the outside world. Not to mention the benefit of the time differential. Honestly, the time vestige would make an excellent place for a sweatshop. Wyatt, these things are costly. Do you have the money to pay for them? Lucine asked after going through the list of ingredients I shared with her. Why would I pay for those ingredients? I am using it to cure you. If anything, Morningstar University should pay for them. If they are not willing to pay for them, then you pay from your pocket. I argued. I was crazy enough to force my services onto her for free, but I wasn't stupid enough to also pay for it. The reason I was going this far to cure Lucine's time-roll dementia was simple. I had reached out to help her again and again, and each time she shot me down. If she had just rejected me, I could have accepted that. But she rejected me while insisting I was a con artist trying to deceive her. If I didn't cure her now, she, and plenty of others, would take that as proof that I really had been trying to trick her and that I was a con artist. That I couldn't tolerate. Only I knew the internal battles I fought back when the 5 regions branded me as the silver milk fraudster. At the time, I could understand why people believed it. But now it was just infuriating. Wyatt, listen to me. I will get you the help you need. We can find the best card medics the card world has to offer, Lucine said, still trying to convince me that I was mentally ill and needed treatment. I cut her off in annoyance. Someone does need help, all right, but it's you, and I'm going to make sure you get it. Once you're cured, be ready to pay the ultimate price for getting on my nerves. Now, tell your people to bring me the ingredients I asked, or I'll go find them myself. What infuriated me most was that Lucine wasn't pretending. She was genuinely concerned. I knew time rule dementia was a condition even the Celestials couldn't cure, but after everything I had shown her, shouldn't at least a part of her consider that I might actually be capable of what I claimed? Instead, for reasons known only to her, she stubbornly chose to believe I was a con artist trying to deceive her, rather than allow for the possibility that I knew what I was doing and that it wouldn't hurt to at least try my way. Wyatt, don't make any hasty decisions. Someone will bring you the ingredients. But while we wait, can you explain how you intend to cure me? Lucine asked, clearly trying to figure out what the mad version of me she had in her mind planned to do to her in the name of treating her time rule dementia. A part of her still believed I was trying to kill her, and that curing her time rule dementia was nothing more than a ruse I had crafted to justify my actions to Morningstar University and the 5 regions. But she couldn't think of a motive. However, I never made a habit of explaining my plans and methods to my clients. They told me what they wanted and how much they were willing to pay, and the rest was my problem. How I delivered the results within their budget was entirely up to me. That was always the arrangement. So if I couldn't be bothered to explain myself to paying customers, why would I bother explaining anything to someone I was forcing to undergo my treatment? Getting no answer from me, Lucine didn't back down. She continued, you do realize the problem isn't with me, but with the part of the time rule I unintentionally comprehended while rescuing Ahoya from that past, right? The punishment for breaking a time taboo is the same as rule contamination. There's no cure for it. It's a dead end. It's not something anyone can fix. Even the all-powerful Celestials are helpless against it. 5 more minutes. If they don't bring me the ingredients I asked for, we'll go get them ourselves, I warned, cutting off Lucine's attempts to stall. I had already given her the list of what to bring, yet she stalled at every turn. First, she didn't even pass the list to her students, and now they were dragging their feet on purpose. Realizing this, I told her to make them move faster. I would have gone to get the ingredients myself, but I couldn't risk revealing any weakness in front of Lucine. If she realized I couldn't summon the same strength I used against Slay, the situation would turn against me in an instant. Then, I would truly become her hostage. My celestial blood fate domain was absolute, but its consumption of celestial force and rule power was equally insane. Right now, I was sustaining it with only my card master realm strength. It was just enough to keep things stable, nothing more. If Lucine and the other card demigods inside the time vestige decided to act together, I wouldn't be able to hold the domain for long unless I found a way to compensate for my lacking realm. In here, cut off from the Devil Merchant Code, my options were severely limited. As for using primordial energy, it was not an option. So even though I was furious, I couldn't afford to act recklessly or draw too much attention. I had to be smart about this. Otherwise, instead of curing Lucine and proving myself, I might actually end up looking like the con artist she believed me to be. Wyatt, they'll bring them soon. How about you withdraw your celestial rule domain? It's disrupting several ongoing research projects and experiments. I promise I'll fully cooperate with you, Lucine pleaded, after receiving multiple distress calls from her students about my domain covering the time vestige interfering with their work. Can you take an oath in the presence of the world's will? I asked, not interested in arguing with her. I knew full well that my celestial rule domain had not only severed their access to soul energy and rule power, but was also to interfere with their ongoing research and experiments. I was counting on that pressure to push Lucine into negotiating her surrender to me before I reached the limits of sustaining the celestial blood fate domain. Wyatt, don't you trust me? Lucine asked, feigning innocence as she leaned closer, her immaculate eyes lifting to meet mine as if she expected me to fall for the act. And honestly, I might have. Lucine was one of the most beautiful women I had ever seen. Her natural charm was hard to resist. She had the kind of aura that reminded you of that one pure, elegant teacher you couldn't help but have impure thoughts about. Nope. You're the same woman who took her savior hostage right after he saved her life from a powerful devil. Honestly, I can't trust you with anything, I said, deliberately exaggerating my accusation to cut off any further attempts from her to avoid taking an oath before the card world's will. Fine, I'll take the oath. Just retract your celestial rule domain. You've already caused enough damage, Lucine grumbled, realizing her charm had failed her. It was the first time she'd been forced to rely on it. and she blamed the age difference for why it didn't work. After Lucine took the oath, word for word as I had dictated it, in the presence of the card world's will, I finally withdrew my celestial blood fate domain, relieved to no longer maintain it and worry about getting busted by Lucine as a fraud. Not long after, one of the card demigods arrived with the ingredients I had requested. Wyatt, do you really want to go through with this? Lucine asked as I inspected the ingredients, making sure none of them were versions of themselves pulled from the many pasts of the card world. I didn't bother answering her. Instead, I slowly flew toward an empty card lab on campus that my Hive AI had located. Anything to get away from her constant whining. But there was no escaping it otherwise. She simply wouldn't shut up. I blamed myself for not having the foresight to include a clause in her oath that would have forced her to stay quiet throughout the entire process. Give me a few hours of peace. Wyatt, are you listening? Lucine called out. Without giving me a chance to respond, she continued. What did I ever do to you for you to treat my life like this? Why are you doing this? What right do you have to experiment with me? Shut up, I snapped, turning to glare at her before adding. You're being too loud. I can't even hear myself think. Give me a moment, will you? You might be eager to throw your life away, but I'm not planning on killing you. Not yet. My ego won't be satisfied if you die wrapped in your own ignorance. You're going to live long enough to understand just how wrong you were. Then maybe I might be willing to kill without giving you a chance to repent. You? Lucine glared at me, but no words followed once she realized I was trying to cure her purely out of spite. The real problem was that she didn't believe I could cure her at all. She thought I might end up killing her in some misguided delusion. Yes, even after everything that had happened, this woman still believed I thought I could cure her time-rule dementia only because I had gone insane. Go sit in that corner and don't utter a peep, I instructed Lucine as we entered the card lab, pointing toward the far, empty corner of the room while I began arranging the ingredients in order. Lucine gave a curt nod and quietly moved to squat in the corner. She had no choice. She had taken the oath. Despite all these ingredients, I was still missing several crucial ones needed to cure Lucine's time-rule dementia. Morningstar University didn't have them, since they weren't native to the card world, and I couldn't access the Devil Merchant code from inside the time vestige. Fortunately for Lucine, I always carried a handful of essentials, ingredients I considered fundamental for any card creator to keep on hand at all times. Ingredients: Starfall Moss X 500 grams, Lucid Temporal Petal X 30 units, Temporal Bloom Time with Stem X 6 units, Meridian Lotus X 18 units, Temporal Echo Resins X 100 grams, Rift Glass Powder X 30 grams, 4-Petal Vine 30 meters X 3 units, Blood Swamp Cucumber, minimum 20 centimeters long, X 3 units, Clampedo Cores X 6 units, Demon Face Mushroom Beard Strands X 12 units. Among all the ingredients, the Clampedo Cores and the Demon Face Mushroom Beard were the only ones not native to the card world. I carried them with me because Clampedo Cores were essential for non-natives who wanted to begin cultivating within the Dark Realm's power system, while the Demon Face Mushroom Beard was necessary to cleanse the darkness contained within those cores. Through extensive research, I had discovered that using Clampedo Cores together with my understanding of Voltronian cores allowed me to transform almost any living being into a demon. I never intended to play God, of course, but certain plants, animals, and even insects, despite being trapped in the mortal realm due to their racial limits, possessed properties that, when applied correctly, could create results nothing short of miraculous. Two such examples were the 4-Petal Vine and the Blood Swamp Cucumber. The fact that Morningstar University's card apprentices even bothered to store these two ingredients should tell you they had their uses. They were very versatile, given how many purposes they could serve. The 4-Petal Vine's roots would take the shape of whatever creature's blood it fed on. In the wild, since it drank the blood of many different creatures, its roots usually formed into something that could only be described as a chimera, a twisted blend of every species it had ever fed on. This was one of the two limitations holding the 4-Petal Vine back from showing its true potential. The second was its racial realm limit. It was forever restricted to the mortal realm. No matter how high the realm of the creature whose blood it consumed, it could never break past its own limit. What was even more astonishing was that it wouldn't die from devouring the blood of powerful beings, despite being a mere mortal realm plant. I planned to use the Clampedo core to help the four-petal vine unlock its full potential, and then use that enhanced form as part of the method to cure Lucine's time-rule dementia. The same was true for the Blood Swamp Cucumber. However, the Blood Swamp Cucumber had a much higher racial realm limit. It was an A-rank monster found only in a specific nature of dungeons known as the Blood Swamps. So far, 19 Blood Swamp dungeons had been discovered across the 5 regions and the portion of the way beyond that had been explored, each one ranked higher than A rank. Among card medics, these monsters were regarded as a miracle ingredient for anyone below the Card King realm. I planned to use the Clampedo core to push this limit even further so it could be used on card demigods too. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.